the ITU's Partner to Connect initiative, which has been spearheaded by NTIA alum Doreen Bogdan-Martin. Initiatives like that are helping us form the partnerships and mobilize the resources to connect the unconnected around the world. But we know that connectivity and access is just the baseline. We must both establish connectivity and make that connectivity meaningful. Our ultimate goal is to help people thrive online. And that comes to our topic today, which is making sure that people have the ability to use the internet in their own language. Everyone online deserves access to a digital sphere that is diverse and inclusive and serves their needs. At NTIA, we have some experience now with language and connectivity. Most recently in our Tribal Access Program, our Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. The program dedicates $3 billion to improving access and adoption on Native American tribal lands. And an important part of this program that's been really interesting for us is that we're funding remote educational activities, and that includes work to preserve indigenous languages. This is crucial. In the US, there are 245 indigenous languages. 65 of them are already extinct, and 75 of them are considered near extinction, with only a few, mostly elder speakers left. And our program awardees in this grant program are connecting their tribal language and culture resources to the internet and digitizing tribal language materials. For example, we're funding a tribe, the Karuk tribe in California, that's offering online classes in Native American learning and traditional skills. We're doing something similar in Hawaii, where we've got a grant for a community that's hiring Native Hawaiian language specialists to collect and translate and record public records and stories and put them online where appropriate. In short, what we're trying to do with this tribal program is to connect Native communities to the internet in the languages that they speak, and ensuring that they can engage with the internet in those languages. You know, a lot of times people think this is about making sure that these communities get access to the resources that the internet offers. But one thing that I think we've also seen is this is about sharing their culture and their local knowledge with the rest of the world. So this isn't just about these communities somehow being able to access. It's also about all of us being able to understand and access their culture. And that's been incredibly meaningful in this program. So to conclude, I'll just say we believe that every community deserves this same opportunity to meaningfully connect. Our experience has shown that connectivity to the internet becomes much more rich and meaningful when you can connect in your own language. And while progress has been made, as we know, and we're going to talk about today, the internet is far from multilingual, but together we can change that. And particularly coordination around the promotion of universal acceptance, the technical foundation for a multilingual internet is going to be a critical tool. And universal acceptance is a technical standard that enables domain names and email addresses to function in non-Latin scripts. Promoting it is going to be a foundational element. It is a foundational element of a multilingual internet. So it's very exciting to be able to participate in this roundtable alongside some of the subject matter experts and institutions who are focused on driving universal acceptance forward. Thank you all for being here. And I'm going to turn it back over to, maybe I'll turn it back over to Susan and she can introduce the next speaker. And I will say to the folks in the room, I apologize, I'm going to have to leave shortly, but it is wonderful to be here and we really appreciate this work together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would like to turn next to Ram Mohan, is who we had scheduled. Oh, online?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully, ask that Ram be unmuted.
May we unmute Ram Mohan, who is joining us online. Ram was going to speak to the background and give some context to the evolution of the subject matter of universal acceptance.
Susan, thank you so much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Hi, Ram.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, and sorry about the technical troubles. And Secretary Davidson, thank you for your comments as well. Um, so universal acceptance, if you look at that as a general topic, the way it has been introduced so far, most people think of it as a technology topic, as something that we um, we think of as how to make domain names interact with the domain name system. In reality, however, this is a human problem, and this is really a human topic. How do you make systems, computers, and the way we communicate, how do we make various communication systems interact with each other? You know, I think it is quite I think it is quite remarkable that if you type in your email address to register for a website, that email address sometimes will work, many times it doesn't. The reason why it doesn't is not because the email address is wrong or is incorrectly formatted. It's because somebody somewhere decided that the last part of the email address, the one that ends in .jp or the one that ends in .us, um, if it is a domain name or an identity, for example, that is the one that I work for, which ends in .digital, somebody decides .digital is not valid, and therefore you cannot actually use these systems. So if you look at that really is universal acceptance. How do you make all names that are valid on the internet? How do you make them interoperable and work with each other? But there is one level above that, which is the issue of inclusivity. If you have names that don't interact with each other, if you have systems that don't work with each other, how can you genuinely say that we are building a internet and a human society that includes all digital natives? And that, ladies and gentlemen, is really the next generation. Everybody who is in the room has learned about the internet, but everybody who is being born today and who is going to school today, the internet is just a native digital thing for them. How do we make sure that those who have a digitally native Japanese address, a digitally native Arabic address, how do we make sure that they all work and interact together? The solution to that is not technical. The solution to that is something that all of us have to work together to build policy and other governance systems that encourage the universal acceptance of names.
Thank you, Ram. That was excellent. I really appreciated how you tied all of this together. And just to note that Ram is the Chief Strategy Officer at Identity Digital. My apologies, Ram. I should have introduced you beforehand. I think next we may turn to our colleague, Dawit Bekele, who is the Regional Vice President, Africa Internet Society. Dawit, are you able to join us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can indeed.
I'm sorry, I'm joining from my phone, so I apologize if the sound and picture is not very good. Thank you, Suzanne, for inviting me for this meeting, which I believe is very important. Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to talk about an issue that is very important for me, since I speak one of the languages that are not considered as very prominent on the internet. I believe that access to the internet is a critical need, if not a human right in today's world. Long gone are the days where the internet was a nice to have tool. It is a must have tool for almost anyone around the world, since many things that we used to do offline, I mean, like government services, education, work are moving online in unprecedented speed, like uh, all around the world. But too many people, more than a third of the world's population, don't have access to the internet. Almost equally worrying, too many people amongst the so-called connected don't have meaningful connectivity. According to the ITU, meaningful connectivity is a level of connectivity that allows users to have a safe, satisfying, enriching, and productive online experience at an affordable cost. For example, in many places in Africa, the cost of connectivity is so high that many people cannot afford to use it for important activities such as learning online. And of course, if the content you want to access is not in a language that you understand, your connectivity is meaningless. The world has made great progress on connecting more and more people in the last decades, which is encouraging. We should all work together to connect the unconnected, including those that live in remote areas, in disadvantaged communities like the indigenous people that Mr. Davidson was talking about, etc., that are not interesting for commercial operators. But we should also work to give everyone on this planet meaningful connectivity. That is an internet access that is affordable, safe, and that she or he can use to improve her or his life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dawit. Now, to continue our opening remarks, I would like to turn to Edmund Chung, Chief Executive Officer of .Asia and ICANN board member. Over to you, Edmund.
Thank you, Susan. And I guess this is a topic that is very dear to my heart. For those of you who know me, this is a topic that I've been championing for the last 25 years. Why is it taking so long? Well, let's talk about that. And building off from, I guess, what Secretary Davidson mentioned as, I guess, really a very important part, which is that the universal acceptance really is a foundation towards digital inclusion. And to unpack that a little bit, a foundation towards digital inclusion is a fully multilingual internet. And universal acceptance makes a fully multilingual internet. And today, what is still, I find startling, is that almost 60% of the internet's content is still in English. And that doesn't reflect the real world. There are almost 7,000 languages around the world. Many of them are here in Asia, where we are. And really, a multilingual internet is essential for trying to bring the next billion to come online, because those are that is the group of people. Those are the people where English is definitely not a first language, and in fact, they might not know English very well. So for the next billion to really be able to meaningfully come online, internationalized domain names and the universal acceptance of them is really a foundation towards that. One of the things that I often talk about is that this is, as actually building on what Ram said, is that we have gone beyond the technical items. In fact, in the last 25 years, that's why it took so long. For the first 10, 12 years, we were struggling with, not struggling, and really working hard to build the technology that allows internationalized domain names and email addresses to work on the internet in a secure and stable manner. Then we spent 10, 12 years working through the policies, because the policies are equally important. Using just 26 characters plus the 10 digits for domain names, have its own challenges. But trying to bring, tens of thousands of characters into that system, and there are other linguistic issues that need to be dealt with through policies. And that's what we did in the last 25 years. So now is the time, the I guess the rubber hits the road, and we need to keep driving it. And the other thing that I always like us to think through is that we really need a kind of movement, because this is not. There is what I would call a kind of a market failure right now. If you ask people who doesn't know very much about the domain name system or the internet technologies, when you explain to them, they can actually use Japanese, they can use Indian, Hindu, Indic languages to navigate the internet. There's like, sign me up. But the problem is that that is a latent demand, because they don't even know that they can demand for it. The other side of the story is also suppliers are also unaware of the impact they're causing. I'm not saying that suppliers are not aware of the technology part, because that through the 20 years, that I think most of the developers, suppliers of web hosting, registries, registrars do know. In fact, registries and registrars do provide IDN registrations, but are they ready for web hosting? Are they ready for internationalized email addresses? Universal acceptance readiness is still very low, but the technology part, if you ask Google, Gmail is actually internationalized email address ready. Outlook is also ready. But does that mean the entire suite of Google services, does that mean the entire suite of Microsoft products are UA ready? Unfortunately, that's no. What is interesting, adding to my rhetoric about needing a movement, I recently come across, I think Secretary just mentioned a little bit as well, what is called, well, he didn't mention it, but he touched on what is language justice. We must have heard of climate justice, we might have heard of many types of justice, but there is actually language justice as well. And that's why we need a movement. That's why, a multilingual internet is important. And I think the technical community, some of the technical community is still resistant. They have been resistant from the very beginning. One of the things being a lot of the technology providers are still very much English centric, and because of that, they are sometimes worried. Well, if someone uses a multilingual email address, am I going to be able to see it? Am I going to? Is it the administration going to be problematic? Is it going to be difficult for me? There is a little bit of resistance, but we need to convince them. We need to convince them that their work, their engineering work on all the interfaces, all the display, all the storage, all the processing has an impact on language justice. And also, if you look at the statistics, well, of course, people say because nobody's using internationalized domain names, there's not much abuse. But if you look at the real statistics, DNS abuse is a fraction in terms of internationalized domain names. It's like at a much lower percentage. And more important thing to convince the technical community, I believe, is to tell them that a multilingual internet actually makes for a safer internet. My dad going online, when he looks at the URL bar, he doesn't understand it. But if it is in Chinese, he'll be able to figure it out. For a normal user, actually a multilingual internet makes for a much safer internet. So I want to start you with this thought, finally. Many people say it's all about the content, and the domain name part and the email address people don't even use. But if you think about it, the DNS was introduced in 1983. When was the web introduced? That was 1989. 6 years ahead of time. That's what set the English-only naming system and paved the way for English-dominant web. So maybe it's a hindsight thing, but if you have a forward-looking perspective, I think you can understand that the foundations of the naming system does pave the way for content, and that's why without universal acceptance of internationalized domain names, a multilingual internet cannot be realized. And it is a matter of language justice, and that is why we need a multilingual internet movement. And I hope I can convince you to start here, and this is the community to start that movement. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edmund. A number of compelling points there. And in particular, the multilingual internet makes for a safer internet for many, so thank you for that. And I would like now to turn to the Senior Vice President of Global Domains and Strategy at ICANN, Teresa Swineheart. Here, Teresa.
Thank you. First of all, it's a pleasure to be here and to hear the remarks. And Edmund, your passion is fantastic, and the part he didn't mention is he heads up also the board working group on IDN and UA. So we have an opportunity to work together on quite a few things. From an ICANN standpoint, we share the importance of the inclusivity and the opportunity for everybody to use any language they want and any script they want. And this is an incredibly important aspect that we've heard in the other remarks today. And to the points that have been made, it's not that the technology isn't available, it's actually the ability to use it around the world for whichever languages. And we heard some different statistics, but I'll throw a little bit more out and then share where we're coming from as an organization working with the community and the board on this. So apparently, there's about 5.4 billion people from all different cultures and languages around the world. There's about 2.6 that have never been online. And there's reasons they haven't been online. It might be access to the internet. It may be for any other reason. But the power to use your own language to express yourself in your own language is incredibly important. We all know it if we have to experience a conversation in a language that's not our own. It's challenging. It takes a different kind of energy. It takes a different form of recognition of the words and what they mean and the interpretations around it. So if we look at the currently about 6,500 languages that are around the world, but we look at the breakdown, there's about 2,300 spoken in Asia, 2,100 spoken in Africa, 1,300 in the Pacific, 1,000 in the Americas, and about 280 in Europe, plus what we heard earlier within the United States, even local tribes and linguistics there. It's not just about people using their own language, it's also the preservation of languages. It's part of the global understanding of different cultures. If you then look further, there's about 1.3 people speaking Chinese, the majority of which, approximately 900 million, Mandarin, many of which are outside of China. 610 million people speak Hindi, and another 300 million speak Arabic. This is around the world. These are potential users that may use the internet even more if they can express themselves in their own languages. But to the universal acceptance standpoint, you may have an address, you may have a domain name, but you may not be able to use it on the platforms you want to or ensure that there's a receipt from the other party. So the work around universal acceptance, the awareness around it and the opportunities is an incredibly important part. It's not just an economic aspect, and the statistics around the economics, indicate, 9.8 billion growth opportunities. That's from 2017. But it's also the societal opportunities and the next users from that standpoint. So from an ICANN standpoint, we have a few things that we've been engaged in. One is the support for Universal Acceptance Day, and we can talk about that later. That had a large impact. And looking forward to partnering with many different organizations in the future. And then we also have what's referred to as the next round of top-level domains, which affords an opportunity for those that wish to apply also for a name that is in their own language and their own script. The application process will open up. There'll be opportunities there, hopefully for all the 600 or 6,500 languages in all the different parts of the world, whether they're small communities. But the important part is that universal acceptance exists so that those names can actually resolve fully at a global level. So I'll leave it there and then look forward to talking a little bit more about some details of things that we're doing.
Check. I'm all set. Thanks. Thank you so much. So we have just had an excellent, I think, a set of introductory remarks that covered the history and background, giving context to universal acceptance, the importance of meaningful connectivity, and thank you to Dawit for defining what that means. That was a very useful definition. The importance of UA to non-English or non-Latin speaking countries, and also really the foundation of UA towards digital inclusion, and some very helpful statistics. I thought those were quite important. So with all of that said, I might ask folks who are in the room, and again, please feel free to come sit at the round table if you're in the seats. You are most welcome, but I'd like to just turn it over to attendees to see if there are any reflections or contributions that they would like to make. And then we will move into the first of our 3 questions. Does anybody have anything they would like to contribute? Yeah, please.
Hello, my name is Keisuke Kamimura. I'm a linguist by training and profession, and I am not an expert on technology here, but this is my observation. Universal acceptance is important, and it is annoying that you cannot use internationalized email addresses in various applications. So I completely agree with many of you here, but on the other hand, we don't really use domain names for identifying information and identifying yourself in email. We tend to use Facebook, Twitter, or other forms of social media where you do not typically use domain names or lengthy identifiers. So my question is domain name or internationalized domain name still relevant in making internet more diverse and multilingual information space? And another question is how people do users prefer to use internationalized domain names as opposed to other forms of domain names like GTLDs and CCTLDs? I have done a survey on the user behavior on internationalized domain names compared to other types of domain names a couple of years ago, and I found out that they have clear, distinct users have different behaviors over GTLDs and internationalized domain names. So if you talk about universal acceptance, you have to consider how people react to multilingualism on the internet. So this is my observation. Thank you very much.
Oh, I think we have a hand up online, perhaps to respond to this question from Ram. So I heard two very interesting questions that you've posed. The first relates to kind of the meaning of identity and how that is expressed on social media and other platforms versus a domain name. And then the second is pertains to IDNs and GTLDs and CCTLDs. I'm happy to have somebody also address that question because I'm not sure they're necessarily so distinct. But let's turn to Ram.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you for a terrific question. Two things that we should think about it's not only about email addresses and a domain name. Uh, think of writing something in a Word document, and you're typing in an email address or you're typing in a website address. Today, it automatically becomes a hyperlink if it is validated, if it is supposed to be a real name. However, if those systems do not understand the identity that you're typing, then your company's name, your organization's name that is represented on the internet may simply not convert automatically into a hyperlink. So that is part of universal acceptance. And it, to some extent, is not just about in your language, it is about making sure that whatever it is represented in, whether it is in your local language or whether it is in ASCII, in the Latin script, so long as it is a valid name that is accepted by the authorities on the internet, it ought to just work everywhere, right? So we have to, I think, start thinking about these less and less as identifiers and more as ways of communication between human beings. And whether it is a website address, whether it is a domain name address, an email address, or if you go to many of the social media sites that are there right now, they give you the opportunity, if you want to link to your biography, for example, on a site like LinkedIn, they give you the opportunity to type in a URL, a website address. However, if that website address is not recognized due to universal acceptance issues, you are not included into that digital ecosystem anymore. You're forced to go to a, in many cases, inferior system to represent who you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Ram. And Edmund, please.
Yeah, I just want to add a little bit. I think those are very good questions and raised a number of times. Whether domain names are still relevant and email address is still relevant. So I'd like to say three things really. One is that search. If you think about search, typing in the local language is not a problem at all, right? I mean, so typing in an IDN has no challenge for the local community. So that is very important. And direct navigation on the internet is still utilizing domain names. And so that's, I think, remains relevant. Number two, on email addresses. I think most, if not all, of the cybersecurity training that I've given and I've listened to starts with email address. The first thing I teach my dad when see whether there's spam or with scam is to look at the email address that is being sent, and that's why it's still relevant, and that's why I think what I mentioned as a multilingual internet makes for a safer internet, because that is the fundamental, because that's the first thing you teach an elderly using the internet and say, stop being scammed, is to, well, look at who sent you the email first. That's, so I think that's important. And the third thing I want to mention is that in terms of the users, I'm not sure if you saw the ALAC end user survey, the at-large end user survey that was commissioned at ICANN. And the findings are interesting, and I guess that the findings you have is relevant and corroborates. But there's an additional question that was asked that I think was really revealing, which I touched on earlier. For people who don't know that there is IDNs and don't know there is an option, when they first heard it through the survey, they were excited about it, they want it. But those who actually know about it says it's not so useful. Well, that is a revealing issue, right? The reason why, and that's why we're talking about it here, is that they registered and they couldn't use it. Was the web hosting ready? Was the email ready? The problem is not so much that end users doesn't want to use it. The problem is it cannot be used very, smoothly on the internet. So it's not set up properly. It's not, cannot be actually used in a good way. And it's sort of like a second-class citizen right now. And that's, I think, the bigger problem. So that study, I think, is quite revealing when you look at those statistics as well. I couldn't find it right now, but I'm sure we can dig it up.
Thank you, Edmund. Teresa, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I'd be really interested to see the study because it's the points that are being made are really quite revealing, also from another angle, right? And there's the question of demand, or why may there not be demand for it, or awareness around it. And then to the points that Ram and Edmund had made, it's also about the user's seamless experience. We've all had experience with, I don't know, something online, and then it turns that the interface to something else doesn't allow it to happen, so you have to go back and do something else and then go back and make sure it works, whether it's a payment method or whether it's something else. And so in the end, it's really about also ensuring that regardless if the unique identifier is at the front end or in a document or a reference tool, that the experience for the user has the opportunity to be seamless as part of a global internet from that standpoint. And I appreciate there's areas that are within ICANN's remit more specifically, and then there's things that are not, and obviously enjoy facilitating and being part of conversations and partnering with others around the awareness there. From an overall standpoint, I think that there's also the elements of how does one contribute to the user awareness. And you get a new laptop or you get a new phone and it says, do you want to use English or German or whatever language it might be, or, and do you want to have, I don't know, Siri, and do you want to have payment online and all these different things. Even if there's just a question of, do you want to check whether you can use the device in your language, preferred language, and is it going to work with others, some forms of questions. It creates the user awareness that they might have the option. This is an area way out of my purview and expertise, and certainly not a remit within ICANN, but more generally from a global level, the awareness of what opportunities could I have to do something, I think is valuable. And sometimes it's hard, but it's about what's the right thing to do for a global level to enable people to use their languages of their choice. But the study is very interesting, and I've sort of gone on, but I think in the end it's really about the seamless experience for anybody to do what they want to the right of the dot, or to use the languages and scripts that they would like to use. So.
Thank you, Teresa. Now I'd like for us to move into our policy questions. The first question here is, what are the barriers that are keeping people from using the internet in their own language? And I'd just like to turn first to Dawit, and then we will turn to our colleague Akinori Maimura, who is the General Manager, Internet Development of the Japan Network Information Center. So we'll first hear from Dawit and then Akinori.
Thanks, Susan. Unfortunately, many barriers contribute to the challenges people face in using the internet in their own language. Here are some of the most important ones, in my opinion. First, if you don't have access to the internet or you can't afford it, you can't use the internet in any language. And the digital divide is very often on linguistic lines. For example, as you have heard at the opening, indigenous people often lack connectivity that had an impact on the use of their languages on the internet. Second, some languages have limited digital content due to social, economic, and political reasons. For example, most of the more than 2,000 languages that Teresa mentioned in Africa are not recognized as official languages in their own countries, limiting the support for content development in those languages. Third, the barrier can be technological. I will mention only two of these technological barriers that used to be barriers for my own mother tongue, Amharic, that uses the Ethiopic script. The Ethiopic script was not included in Unicode until about the year 2000. This means before that, it was close to impossible to have an Amharic content that everybody can read easily. Thankfully, Ethiopic and many other scripts and alphabets are now part of Unicode, but this is not the case of all scripts and alphabets. Another major technical barrier is the lack of support for many languages by devices and platforms. There are many people who are literate in their own language only, for which their devices and or the platforms they want to use are not localized for, which limits their use of the internet. The fourth barrier is the lack of digital literacy. Unfortunately, the poorer the community, the less it is digital literate. Thus, poorer communities tend not to have their languages fairly represented on the internet. There are, of course, many other barriers for which I don't have time to discuss in detail here. Those barriers include, but are not limited to, limitations of IDNs, as it has been said by other speakers, a lack of relevant content, internet shutdowns and restrictions, the saturation of the internet with the so-called global languages, such as English. But to end with some positive note, even though the barriers are many and are often huge, there are some hopes. Technological advances are making access to content in other languages possible through automatic translation, and we have seen it with AI recently, even interpretation. Governments, tech companies, and other service providers are taking more and more seriously the issue of localization. There are more and more technical advances and solutions, such as community networks, that can provide connectivity even for the most remote communities. Therefore, if governments, tech companies, local communities, civil societies, and international organizations, and many other stakeholders work together, we can create a fairer internet for all languages. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tawit. And I just want to pause to look around the room and to see if anybody has any similar kind of experiences that Dawit had just outlined and would like to share. Yes, Roberto, please.
Yeah, thank you. Roberto Gaetano from European User Association. I would like to add a point, because when we think about underserved communities in terms of languages, I think that most of us think also situations like Africa that was presented, or South America, or I would like to make an example that is related to my country, that is Italy. In Italy, we have several languages. I'm not talking about dialects. I'm talking about real languages that are not officially recognized. Most of them are not. A couple are, but I'm talking about Furlan, I'm talking about Sardo, I'm talking about Arbrecht, and those are local communities, and I think that there's a role that even in a developed country, or supposed to be like Italy, there is a role that the internet can play in terms of allowing, favoring local contact, favoring the distribution of information in that language. A few years ago, we had at the IGF Italy a session about this, about what is the impact of the internet on local communities who speak a language that is not recognized. And that was quite interesting. Why is this a policy question? Because without, for instance, help by the governments, without also the awareness of the community, this cannot be done. I'm talking about these languages. I call them endangered languages, because also with the globalization, the community that speak that language is going to shrink unless we support this. And I think that the richness, the diversity of culture has to be preserved, and there's a role that the internet can play in this.
Thank you so much, Roberto. And now, here, please go ahead. If you could introduce yourself, that would be great.
Hello. My name is Rafiq. I work at Internews, and one of the topics that I work on is content moderation in non-European languages. And I think that there's a kind of an issue where you have, when you don't have a lot of content on the open internet in a specific language, it tends to drive people towards platforms. You know, Facebook most obviously. I spent a lot of years living in Myanmar, which is kind of the textbook case for Facebook becoming the kind of stand-in internet. And I think that that's a really important phenomenon in this wider discussion, because to Edmund's point about, you know, a multilingual internet being a safer internet, in these smaller languages you don't have functional content moderation. I think you know, a platform like Facebook has content moderation in maybe 75 languages, but you do have people using those platforms in, you know, 1,000 different languages, and you have very robust communities using those platforms instead of the open internet, but in effectively an unmoderated way, but still with all of the kind of amplification and things that you see through those platforms. So I don't know if that's kind of within the remit of this discussion, but I think it's a really important point.
Thank you. I think that your point kind of dovetails with our question earlier from our linguist colleague. And so that adds a really interesting dimension to the discussion. So much appreciated. Thank you. Oh, yes, please. You're welcome to.
Sure, thank you. I want to share a view from a regular user's perspective. One of the main barriers is actually a lack of demand due to, I would say, like linguistic fitness of input methods. I would like to say, for example, I use a country code as an example. If I type it on the keyboard, there's only 3 buttons, and I solve the problem. If I use my native language, I would use a dozen. I would have to press a dozen buttons. So for any regular users, if 3 buttons can solve the problem, why would he or she go for a dozen? So it's a simple question for the regular users, which is the linguistic fitness to our input method, which is a linguistic technical issue. So for any language that is easier to transfer into alphabetic, can be contained in a small keyboard, it will be easier to promote IDN. But for a language that is not very fit to the alphabetic, that will be difficult. So, consider today the most majority input method is still alphabetic keyboard. So that would be create the lack of demand to regular users, since shorter and easier would be always the choice. It's simple concept. And if in the future, like a vocal input or even brain input got promoted, that will be much more easier. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And I think the question of kind of practicalities is a useful one. And on that note, I was wondering if Akinori might be able to turn to you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Akinori Maimura from Japan Network Information Center. Great to be here. That's quite, the discussion until now is already overwhelmingly exciting to pick up the various aspects of the IDN and the universal acceptance. the barrier for using the internet in our own languages. It's a quite good question. And then I would like to talk about a little bit, past situation. 30 years ago, we started using the internet and started using the PC. At the time, I remember that my PC, my system itself, OS and some other environment of which I used, is not really good to handle the Japanese. And then there's a lot of funny characters in my display. For example, the black square. That means that some character which the system cannot handle. So it is really hard to use the internet by Japanese because of that kind of errors. And then it actually overcome later. And then we don't have almost virtually no problem to use my own language, which is Japanese, in the PC and IT systems. So it is improved. And then actually the Professor Kamimura, who made the intervention before, is the professional for such an inclusion of the languages to the IT. Then he could be he could make a good input for that, but in such way that the PC system, for example, the OS and then the computer system, gradually include a lot of languages to our own use. So then now as well as Japanese, many languages are available in the PC. And then for the domain names, I need to tell that yes, IDN is already ready. And then, for example, for the .jp domain name, you can use the Japanese label at the second level .jp. That's available, but not popular, because the domain name is for us the normal Japanese people has no problem to read and write the alphabets. That they are already our own within our own knowledge, and then it's actually preferred to use the alphabet for that kind of identifiers. It's simple. The very compact set of the characters, 26 plus alpha character to identify something. It actually suffices. Then that's and simple and then sometimes cool. Japanese feel like that. So the ASCII character is preferred for that kind of use. It is not a natural language, you know. For example, literature. Literature, we definitely need the Japanese. And a lot of Han characters, that's exceeding the 10,000, needed for the smooth and fine literature. But that's an identifier. So it's quite good enough with using the 26 characters. But that's one of the points. But I completely understand the inclusion is important, and the Edmund pointed out a very good point of the language justice. That's we need to do. You know, for example, I am now telling something in English, but I'd like to do that in Japanese, and then you understand correctly including my nuance. Then it is I would feel very included in the situation. I tried very hard to use English for this kind of international situation. So my point is, with that, the language inclusion is very important. And then not everyone can use the English, but only use their own language. But for example, I was serving for ICANN board, and at the time, my point is that need to include everyone, and everyone who use the various languages, and then we need to be prepared for that. And then employing that kind of system is just left to the operators and the IT vendors. So we try to ask them to use that. So that's actually the effort of the universal acceptance. So my point is the barrier should be for example, as the PC system, the computer system included the various languages, then the people who use the computer system they can use their own language. So such kind of environment, the computer system, and then for example the IT system to accept the e-commerce enrollment and then order should be able to handle such a multilingual input. Then they are not created and developed by the software house, but it's the most all cases that kind of a system provided. The platform is provided by the very big vendors. So we need to the very big vendor for the platform, which is widely used, employ the universal acceptance. Then everyone in the world can be included by using their own languages. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Akinori. I have some reactions to that, but I just want to check around the room first to see if anybody else would like to respond to Akinori. So it seems that the ultimate objective, of course, is being able to offer everybody the option and to build upon a new status of connecting and using the internet in their own language and their own script, but just recognizing that some communities have already kind of adapted to the ASCII only system that has been built up over several years, and there have been some kind of patterns and business practices that have been built around the existing system. With that said, I don't think it's certainly, and I don't think it's a counter argument to UA, but it's just something that might be useful to note as part of the discussion. So thank you very much for that, Akinori. Our next question is, how can we surmount the barriers that we have just discussed through technical and policy coordination? Ram, during his opening intervention, had mentioned that it's, and Edmund, I believe you mentioned this as well, it's not so much a technical problem because the work has been done. It's a coordination problem, and it's a policy problem, and it's a visibility problem, I think, for governments. And so my next question goes to you, Edmund, is how can we surmount barriers through technical and policy coordination? Thanks.
Thank you. And yes, I guess as both Ram and I mentioned, we are, at a very low-level technical part, which is the protocols and those kind of things. We are beyond that, but the technical implementation is still, a big challenge. And we've heard from different parties. In fact, one of the things that is important is to convince the technical community that it is an important thing. And just to rely on market forces, I believe, is not enough, because I think the market has spoken a little bit in saying that we tried this, we offered this, but nobody is using it. But why is nobody using it? Because they can't use it smoothly. So we're in a chicken and egg situation right now, and that comes to the policy part. The fundamental policies for enabling internationalized email addresses and domain names are there. So there is the IDN tables, there is the different language policies for registrations of these unique identifiers. Those are there. But what is not there are policy interventions that would motivate suppliers to flesh out the implementation for universal acceptance, ensure that everything is as easy to use for a multilingual email address than not. Just as a good example, I mean, many registries, I actually don't know in China or Japan, do allow for example, Chinese and Japanese domain registrations, but what if the user uses a Chinese email address to register that domain? Does your system support that? Maybe, maybe not. I would guess not today. And those are the things that, you know, once you use it, you don't, you know, can't. So I think the technical part is trying to convince technical people that this is important, and you know, on the policy side, it is about, you know, having policy intervention to motivate suppliers to actually put in place. And I think the was a little bit touched on by Secretary earlier, but there's also the International Decade of Indigenous Languages that is there, the Sustainable Development Goals that touches on innovation and heritage and local culture. Those are the things that we need to tell people that, you know, it's not just about, well, we can also use these cool ASCII domains, but when we talk about choice, the other side is important as well. Yes, we can choose these cool names, but what if I want to choose a local name? Right now, it's difficult. So choice, yeah, that's the market side. The other thing, one last thing that I want to touch on is in response to, I'm guessing the speakers from Chinese, because they're talking about input methods. I input method in Chinese as well. And so yeah, maybe a few more keyboard strokes. But ask any Chinese, or, you know, ask Baidu, do they have problems searching in Chinese? I don't think they search in English, right? I mean, even for just few more keystrokes, they would search in Chinese, and, you know, so navigating should not be a problem. And the other thing about, I guess, in terms of ICANN and the top-level domains, speaker mentioned that just 3 keystrokes can type a top-level domain. Why would you bother? Well, that is why single-character Chinese domain names and single-character Chinese top-level domains is so important, because one single character in Chinese means a word, and that can be done in 2-3 strokes. So hopefully that adds.
Yes, absolutely it does. Thank you. And I want to see if we can turn to Ram.
Thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
So, as Edmund said, the core technical challenges and the core technical contours of this problem are already solved. How to make these identifiers work with each other is already a known thing. That is not something that we ought to be focusing time and effort on. In the real world, this is really for an organization of any size and scope. This is a little bug, a little thing that has to be resolved. The reason, in my opinion, why universal acceptance, multilingualism, and digital inclusion of this kind has not yet become an automatic default is because we need a bit more policy coordination. We need a bit more on the side of incentives. Because if you look at it, the problem that we're talking about is so small relative to large issues that organizations and technical firms have to deal with, that they shrug their shoulders and say, this is just a little thing, and nobody is complaining. So long as there are no complaints, it's all right, we can just move forward. But imagine a world where for every procurement that every government does. Imagine a world where the procurement says that universal acceptance and vendors who have demonstrated that their systems have universal acceptance and are ready for universal acceptance, that those vendors will get a preference. Let me say this, in the world that we live in, those kinds of incentives that can be driven by policy development, that can be driven by economic incentive creation, that don't really cost a whole lot for the organizations or the governments or the procuring organizations that do the procurement. But it really provides an impetus and a prompt to those who are competing for business to say, we need to prioritize universal acceptance, and the resolution of universal acceptance are an important priority for this organization. Otherwise, it just falls in the priority scheme. That's one thing. The other thing that we ought to consider is, should we continue to look at this and talk about this as domain names, as internationalized domain names, as internationalized email addresses? Because I don't know about you, but for me, I'm a technical person, but even for me as a technical person, when I hear IDNs or our EAI or acronyms like that, eyes glaze over, right? Should there not be a simplification of what we are actually trying to solve for? We're trying to solve for not just the ability to access parts of the internet, ability to be able to communicate in your own language, but we're also solving for accessibility, right? So perhaps we ought to start thinking about changing the dialogue, the terms of the dialogue, from internationalization and from these technical terms that were invented 20, 25 years ago. I was a part of it, so I'm guilty of one of the people who has perpetuated it. But I think it's time to start talking about what the users of the internet actually value, which is access in my own language, right? So it's about digital accessibility, digital inclusion. And I think that universal acceptance is an internationalized domain names, that entire area fits underneath that. And I think it's time to elevate the dialogue and focus on policy-based initiatives that can actually drive that kind of digital inclusion.
So it seems to me that there is definitely a space for some marketing wizards as we move to promote this whole issue set. Ram, I did want to note that and emphasize Ram's point about the role of governments and procurement policies. I think this has been consistently one of the recommendations that has been made by the community that is focused on universal acceptance. Oh, I see we have a hand, please.
Hello, thanks. My name is Niels Brock from Rhizomatica and DW Academy. Kind of a comment in the question, so I think it's a very interesting debate. But my question goes a bit, is this about acceptance of multilingualism, or is it also about the construction and co-creation of a multilingual internet? So my point would be, are we aiming to make more languages available on platforms, or are we also looking on how can we build a more decentralized internet? from bottom up, so to say. And the experience, what I want to share is working a lot with community networks, and there's also a need and or like a vision to create its proper infrastructure. For instance, to why not host a local server? Why not host a local email server? And that the problem, I think, is twicefold, because I would say there is an intersectionality between language, but also between big tech and the acceptance not only of language, but also of alternative technologies. And I agree, it's like a policy issue. But if you would like run a local server even before, and with a local web hosting, maybe even before to touch the language base, it would be just blocked because there's a protocol that is not updated, or it goes into spam because automatically for some reasons, configurations of Gmail or whatever, this is not shown as other emails would be that come from like a big provider. And I think this is a very important intersection. And so my question would be, I agree, it's not only about domain names. It goes a lot deeper maybe on this level. And yeah, well, question if you see this like in a similar way, or how do you also think if we think of a diverse internet also in terms of technology and the policies that should provide for that? Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to turn to one of our speakers, expert speakers, to see if they might be able to respond to that question, or if anybody else. Oh, Dawit has his hand up, and then, so Dawit and then Edmund.
Thank you. This is an excellent question or comment. I completely agree. One of the frustrations of many communities is that they are less and less, empowered to decide on what they can, how they can use their languages. Especially, for example, platforms might decide which languages should be a load on their platforms, and you have to wait for someone else to decide when your language will be available. So I completely agree that we need to empower communities to decide what is important for their languages, what should be supported, and not someone else. Unfortunately, this is easily said than done. Very often, these platforms and other tech companies are becoming more and more powerful and decide on our lives. So in a way, we had more possibilities to decide for ourselves before than we do today. So I don't know how this will happen, but I completely agree that it is important that the communities have a say on what is available on. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a great idea. In fact, I don't know whether you intended it as an idea, but bringing up the community networks, I think it's a really good model to learn from and work with. So, because that would be a group that is just building up the infrastructure for themselves, and obviously local language makes a lot of sense in that in that case as well. So. But back to your question part, is it acceptance or co-creation? I think it's both, right? It's co-creation for a multilingual internet, which is to work with local communities to build up a multilingual internet for them, and domain names and email addresses being the fundamental parts of that multilingual internet. And the acceptance part, as you really pointed out, the acceptance part is the big tech and the other systems around the internet, so that it remains one internet, and for them to accept as well. Yeah, of course you can build some complete separate infrastructure for multilingual spots of internet, but we want one interoperable internet, and that's the acceptance part. So I think that's a very good and interesting way to think about it, and definitely is one of I don't know why I've never thought about it, but the community networks group initiatives are really something we can learn from and work with.
Thank you so much. Just in the interest of time, I'd like for us to move on to the last question, which is, in what ways does internet multilingualism support the broader goal of digital inclusion? I feel like we have canvassed a lot of this already, but I think it's a very crucial question that we should examine. And so I'd like to turn to Teresa Swinehart.
Sure. So I think we actually covered quite a few areas of what this entails, and I really like the conversations about the local community networks and some of the challenges also that have been experienced at different points of using the internet or using multilingual content around that. I think it also demonstrates no one entity can face this alone, but the broader awareness of the dependencies amongst each other of the different systems, whether it's the underlying technology, the domain name system, internationalized domain names, or the ability to access the content and how that works. So I think, you know, to reiterate the opportunity here around more and more awareness to this. And so as we look at some ways to help support this, you know, there'd been, last year we had the opportunity around the Universal Acceptance Day, and really quite a remarkable level of participation by the community, by the global community around that, and there will be another one this coming year. But listening to this conversation, there's actually, I think, an opportunity to look at it not just as a Universal Acceptance Day and awareness, but actually awareness about all the different elements that contribute to it. The local community networks, the ability to have certain content online, the partnerships with different entities and different organizations around that. So that's certainly one area that we'll be looking at, and I think will certainly help support the broader aspect about the inclusivity. It's all very nice to talk about the inclusivity, but there's different roles and responsibilities around it. And those roles and responsibilities in many ways are driven either by economics or demand or passion or whatever it might be. And I think the examples of procurement, government procurement options, we've seen that in IPv6 and other things to be successful. And I think we can see it in other areas as well. So in addition to the universal acceptance awareness building and really creating that awareness, I think the other area, and we touched upon this briefly, we have the opening of the next round. We're still developing some of the policies around that. Some of the policies actually do go towards the internationalized domain name elements or applications that might be coming in different forms around that. So that work is still underway. And the guidelines for the actual taking of applications is still underway, and when it opens up, hopefully that affords another tool in the kitchen cabinet, if I could put it that way, and another resource and opportunity to contribute towards the broader elements of a global internet, and I think the terminology of acceptance and co-creation. And contributing towards that. So I'll leave it with that, but really this has been an invaluable conversation.
Thank you so much. Len.
It was a very fascinating conversation, and I might toss in a couple of other thoughts. One is, and I learned this, I guess, just coming to Japan and trying to figure out how the remote control works or how to get ATM and money out of the ATM, but or even most other things in terms of navigating. But one is, I think we should, and I think it was mentioned earlier, we shouldn't discount the role of iconography in this whole discussion. I think there's been a lot of, especially as an entry point, to get either access to the internet or get started somewhere. To me, it's like, like driving a car. I mean, I just think about small things like knowing which side of the car the gas tank is on. Just little things like that. I think that have built up as convention over the years, and I think so. Convention and iconography can be a valuable tool, I think, here. The other one is as I watched, especially since certainly the beginning of the pandemic, of the use of, you know, not typing anything, but just pointing your phone at something, and or even speaking something that at least gets you through some sort of artificial intelligence that says, I recognize this language, I'm going to convert everything. So I guess my main point is here is, and I know it's the topic of the conversation, but I think, you know, relying on the domain name system, if you will, and domain names to solve the context problem of language is probably not very scalable in the long run, because there's going to be so many other things that we're going to have to do with the internet that are going to rely on that context. So I would make a case for saying, let's look at the efforts going on in identity management and some of those contexts to be able to help, because we'll have a lot of technology to throw at this. We'll have a lot of stuff to be able to say, within one or two phrases, I know what language you're speaking no matter where you are in the world, and then be able to adapt that. And then the content and everything else gets kind of set. Or I arrive even as an email address, maybe even the email address system relies more on identity management. I gave a talk a long time ago, back when I worked for a telephone company, that we should just forget about using phone numbers at all, because my daughter knew none of her friends' phone numbers. You know, she relied on some other context for that, through whatever platform she was on. And you got to realize that people are going to have more than one presence on the internet, and maybe based on their social network or their business network or something else like that. So anyway, it's just a thought, but I would say that we should look for other ways to take care of this problem other than the domain name system. And I'm not discounting making it a good working domain name system in the context of language and characters, but still I think we shouldn't get over-reliant on that as a solution. So thank you.
Hi, Pat Kane with VeriSign. So this morning when we started off, we talked, what came up was preservation of cultures, preservation of languages. And we've drifted into domain names and DNS. And I think the example with the two coming together over the last 20 years is .cat for Catalan. And so when you talk about .cat, they bid for new TLD, and they had one policy, which was if your cat linked to a website, you had to have Catalan content on it. Catalan content grew tremendously in that time frame. So Catalan, 26 characters in their alphabet. They do have the cedilla on the keyboard, so they can do other words in their language. But that's really the opportunity here. But when we talk about creating a movement for universal awareness, we're talking about spending a lot of money to solve a problem at the edge of the internet that is thwarted every day by the core of the internet, and that's the ASCII problem that we have that DNS handles at. Well, what I don't think we've done recently is taken a look at the DNS infrastructure itself in terms of resolution software. What happens at recursive servers? What happens at authoritative servers? I do know that that years ago when we launched IDNs at VeriSign and .com, we did use a wildcard at the authoritative server to interpret UTF-8 and UTF-16 so that we didn't have to do just ASCII. It worked clunky, but it was initial implementation, and then we had a wildcard prohibition put in place for a lot of reasons. But have we thought about solving it at the core so that we don't have these limitations that we have at the edge today, or should we?
Thank you. Well, just recognizing the time, I'd like to make a few points to conclude. And if any of our speakers would like to consider maybe a very brief intervention or a winding up point, please do. But I would just say that this has been a tremendously vibrant and dynamic conversation. I know we aren't many in this room, but that hasn't limited the kind of diversity of thoughts and perspectives that have been contributed to this conversation. We had intended to focus on the collaboration between different institutions moving forward to promote universal acceptance, but we've run out of time. I would just say that in the upcoming council working group on internet at the ITU, there have been multiple submissions from different countries on this very subject, on universal acceptance. So those submissions will be discussed on October 18th. So I think that this discussion was quite timely. And I'll wrap it up there, but I see Akinori, you would like to say something, and I don't know if anybody else would like to too, but let me just say thank you so much to our expert speakers for their time, and thank you also to everybody who's joined us today. But Akinori, over to you.
Thank you very much. So I'm really impressed with this discussion, and then I am thinking about it's quite a multi-stakeholder process to make a data inclusion, and then you know, in the part of the setup, the identifiers policy, that I can did still a job with the community, the great variety of the community effort, and then the many language community have been involved in setting the library generation role, and then I can GNSO still doing the idea and policies for the new GTAD program, so that's a quite a big effort. And then as I said, that it is really integral part is the platform vendor who cover the multilingual, the IDN and the universal acceptance ready, and then that's the crucial part, because the platform, the common platform manufacturer, if they are the UA ready, then almost all the system are UA ready. Then that's a really crucial part. And then the public policy will encourage a lot of the end user system move forward for the universal acceptance. So that's really really important. So this is quite that everyone need to do their own job for the advancing the data inclusion, which is really like a multi-stakeholder approach of the internet. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last important point. So the organizers of the session will pore over the transcript and the contents and create a synthesis of the discussion and develop a report. And you can probably anticipate that coming out in maybe December, because we want to take some great care with how we treat the content of the session. So please look for that on the IGF website. All right, thanks everybody, and have a great day.
Hello, good morning. We're about to start our session, and I would like to please ask you to move forward. Good morning, everyone. My name is Millennium Anthony, and I would like to welcome you all in this session of climate and technology. In this session today, I am also joined by my co-moderator who is online. His name is Igor. And in this session, we'll also have a diverse of perspective from researchers, advocates, industry leaders, to share insights and explore how technology can be a catalyst of change. Okay, so before we get deeper into our discussion, I'd like to introduce to you our speakers for today. And we have them here. And we have Rosanna. We also have Denise. We also have Joao. And we have Sakura. But online, we're also joined with James. Yeah, I would really like to thank and appreciate each one of you for making it here today by joining us in this session. And today is my first time moderating a session, so I'm not so sure how I feel. I'm excited, and yeah, I hope you guys enjoy. Yeah, so before we move further to this discussion, I would like to maybe at least say something about this session. As we all know that technology, climate change has been one of the most pressing issues in the world so far. And we have seen the role that technology plays in ensuring climate change is actually addressed. We have seen different ways like renewable energies and all. But then we've also seen efforts that organizations and individuals put to address climate change. One thing that for me I know is that with great power, it comes great responsibility. So the more we use technology to solve environment, the more we would want to find ways how we can ensure that technology doesn't really affect us. And yeah, I would also like to invite my co-moderator from online, Igor, if he can add something before we get deeper into our discussion.
Can everyone hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, good night to dear participants, I'm Igor José da Silva Araújo, rising in a small town in the Brazilian Northeast. And I'm a young activist, a law student, and a representative of the civil society and the Latin American and Caribbean group. And it's an honor to be here today to discuss a topic of the great importance, climate change and technology implementation. And we are currently in a critical juncture in a human story where climate change poses an imminent threat to our planet. Every day we witness the devastation impacts of this change worldwide, from natural disaster to the loss of biodiversity and threats to food security. Our common home, this planet, is undergoing unprecedented climate change, and we don't need a science certificate to confirm in this moment what we witness daily. Extreme weather events, change in rainfall patterns, and rising temperatures are palpable evidence that Earth is not as it used to be. As young activists and representatives from different sectors, we recognize that youth represent not only the future, but also the present. We are not just the generation of tomorrow, we are the generation of today. We understand that our current actions have a direct impact on the future that we want to build. So the urgency of the climate issues drive us to act now, to take a responsibility and the pursuit of the effective solutions. So this is where technology plays a crucial role. And however, we are not alone in this journey. So history has taught us that humanity is capable of overcome the most complex challenge when we come together and act with determination. Climate technology, including renewable energy such as wind, solar, and hydropower, as well as adaptive practice like drought-resistant crops and early warning systems are our allies in the fight against climate change. They offer hope and concrete solutions to address this global challenge. But are they truly efficient? And is all that we can do in this moment? Our round table will address fundamental questions like this, and I'm to stimulate new perspectives from each of you. The sessions aims to broaden perspectives on the whole of technology and addressing climate change, identify the types of the technology and investment needed to achieve our goals, and understand the implications of this environment scenario. So our discussion is based on the principle that while nature reacts to this change, it's human behavior that plays a fundamental role in this origin. So as we progress in this panel, let us remember that technology is a powerful tool that is how we use it that makes the difference. So we are here not only to discuss the challenge, but also to share concrete ideas and solutions. And then most importantly, we are here to inspire action. So this is an opportunity for all of us to learn, share, and collaborate on potential technological solution that can transform the economic, social, educational, and environmental aspects, and ultimately improve the quality of the life of the worldwide. So finally, I appreciate the presence and interest of each one of you in this vital discussion for our planet. And I will be here to provide the support and online moderation. And thank you so much for now.
Thank you very much, Igor. Yes, as he said, so our main aim of this session is first to raise awareness on the role that technology can play in addressing climate change, but we'll also be able to make some recommendations on how we can improve policies on climate change. Yes, but then in this discussion today, we'll have some questions that are going to be guiding whatever that the speakers are going to be presenting. And the first one is how can the internet and technologies collaborate to fight climate change? And the second one is which kind of policies about technology and internet could collaborate on the theme of climate change? And what are the negative impacts of technology in climate change? Yes, so without wasting so much time, I'd like to give the floor to our first speaker, who is Sakura. So she'll introduce herself, her stakeholder group, where she comes from. Yeah, and one thing to note, I hope you have noticed that on our panel today we have young people. So I'm so excited to hear from them. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome.
Thank you, Millennium. I'm Sakura Takahashi from Japan. I'm speaking here today on behalf of Climate Youth Japan, which is a youth environmental NGO in Japan. I'm a student studying climate science and geospatial analysis in Keio University. In addition, I have several experiences of being part of youth interventions in the United Nations, such as attending Climate Change COP, the Asia Pacific Regional Ministerial Forum of UNEP as a delegate of the Children and Youth Major Group, and serving on OECD Youth Advisory Board 2022. In conjunction with my activities in area of expertise, I'm so excited to talk about the synergy of climate change and technology implementation. I would like to answer the first question and third questions. The first question is how can the internet and technologies collaborate to fight climate change? So, well, we have various technological ways to tackle climate change-related issues, such as IoT, artificial intelligence, blockchain, climate prediction, and forecasting, and so on. I'd like to discuss how artificial intelligence, so AI, can accelerate climate actions from the viewpoint of mitigation and adaptation. In the climate change discussion, we mainly have two approaches, mitigation and adaptation. Mitigation is to reduce greenhouse gases emissions to alleviate climate change. Adaptation is to take measures to adapt the effects of climate change, including reducing risks of adverse effects and exploring new solutions to live healthy in a changing climate world. In terms of mitigation, artificial intelligence can optimize the electricity supply and demand. On the supply side, AI algorithms are being developed to optimize electricity supply by reflecting weather conditions and demand-side electricity usage. AI can also be used for building energy management in urban areas where electricity is primarily consumed. For example, the study found that it's expected to save energy consumption by 9% during the summer season by learning the relationships between operation data of heat source equipment and total energy consumption in the building, and applying an optimization model created from learning results. That's how AI can contribute to optimization of the supply-demand balance from production to consumption of electricity, contributing to the reduction of GHG emissions. In terms of adaptation, AI can enable us to develop early warning systems for severe disasters and more accurate climate forecast and prediction. Improvements of computing capabilities through supercomputers and the assimilation of global observation data by satellites have enabled more accurate and consistent weather and climate forecasts than were possible several decades ago. This has made it possible to reduce damage by taking early countermeasures and evacuation from extreme weather events and associated disasters. In addition, satellite data and climate models can be used to predict crop yields and determine suitable locations using machine learning, thereby contributing to a stable food supply under ever-changing climatic conditions. In this way, AI can help humans adapt to climate change adverse effects and find new opportunities. From these practices, I definitely believe that artificial intelligence can take an innovative role in tackling climate change. And I will move to the third question, which is what the negative impacts of technology in climate change. So technology, so including AI, significantly contributes to our urgent needs to respond to climate change, as stated through previous questions. However, it also has negative impacts on the environment and our life. I'd like to elaborate on this point in terms of energy consumption and the environmental impacts of hardware life cycle. In terms of energy use, the proliferation of electronic devices, data centers, and communication networks has driven a surge in energy demand, primarily met by burning fossil fuels. Data centers, which power our digital world, are notorious energy gatherers. According to IEA, global data center electricity consumption in 2022 is estimated at around 1 to 1.3% of global electricity demand. Moreover, everyday gadgets like smartphones and laptops, from manufacturing to operation and disposal, collectively add to energy consumption and carbon emissions. In terms of life cycle hardware impacts, the production of electronic devices relies on resource-intensive processes, including mining rare minerals and metals, emitting greenhouse gases and polluting water. Manufacturing electronic components is energy-intensive and water-dependent. Rapid technological advancements lead to shorter product life cycles, resulting in a growing electronic waste, e-waste problem. E-waste disposal can release hazardous chemicals into the environment if not managed properly, exacerbating pollution and health risks, especially in developing countries. Additionally, planned obsolescence practices incentivize frequent replacements, driving resource consumption and e-waste generation. As technology has positive and negative impacts stated before on the environment and as well as climate, we need to gain literacy to understand both aspects of technology and use it wisely for creating more sustainable life on the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakura. Thank you for your contribution on how AI can be used to mitigate climate change. And next, I would invite James, who is online. Please welcome you. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I believe I am very audible. Yes. So my name is James Amate, and I am from Ghana, specifically from the African group. I come from a background of software innovation, where we use software tools to improve daily lives, from education down to how we move goods in delivery and logistics. Now, I'm going to take this topic from a different angle, and that would be on question 3, which is how technology is negatively affecting climate change. Now, technology is an enabler of the digital economy that we are in. Fortunately, it's able to help me to join you all the way in Japan, even though I'm seated right here in Ghana. But also, unfortunately, there are some limitations that this is causing to our climate. Now, Sakura mentioned some of them, and I'm going to highlight a few more. Now, other than the 6.2 billion devices that exist globally, according to Gartner, there are an excessive of over 2 chips per device. Now, these chips handle a wide range of processing and computational ability, and these processing and computational ability leads to battery drain, which requires frequent charging. Now, this frequent charging comes from a wide range of tools and mechanisms that have been put in place, including the widely known USB-C, which has been a standard that has been implemented since 2012, I believe, and is currently in the latest model of the iPhone, which was released a few months ago. Now, research has shown that despite the change to USB-C, there is still high level of consumptions, that is consumption of energy that's required to keep phones running because of all the apps that exist today. Currently, the Google Play Store, which has over 1.2 million apps, and all of these apps require computation of one sort to be able to handle whatever processes they have. And these computations usually rely on cloud, which Sakura mentioned. Now, cloud in itself is an enabler of security and um, allowing the global service exportation. So, for example, Uber is made in the US, but here in Ghana, I'm able to use Uber, and that's because of cloud. But also, cloud has its data, and also because of the structure of cloud and how it is the infrastructure and the investment that goes into it, you sometimes realize that it takes a lot more to run these apps than it actually costs to create them. And these involvements sometimes lead to that negative effect. Now, in Africa, where energy consumption is very high, but the production is very low, it sometimes becomes a deficit to the society which it's supposed to benefit. Because there are some places where there is, should I say, energy inefficiencies. So to be able to balance the national production to the consumption of users and the requirements of these devices, it sometimes becomes a burden and actually leads to the creation of more energy. And that creation can be a good thing, but sometimes you need to ask ourselves, what is the source of their energy? Fortunately or unfortunately, that's still most energy relies on fossil fuels. And so there is still that negative carbon effect that is currently going on. Now, because I come from the mobility space, I currently focus on mobility as a domain. That's electric mobility, autonomous mobility, and this also brings a further, should I say, constraints on the energy produced. Now, previously, cars would run on fuel, and there's not too much reliance on electronics. But now, with EVs and then the birth of autonomous mobility, the computational power that is required to move a car autonomously from one point to another is actually greater than how much fuel it usually costs when cars just rely on fuel. So even though we have solved one of the problems that came with mobility, that was fuels and then the release of carbon dioxide and carbon monoxide through their exhaust. Now we have a different problem of trying to understand how much of electric power is required to move mobility, how much of electric power needs to be generated to charge and then move these things, how much of the national grid has to be allocated to drivers who are switching over to EVs, and how much of a policy adjustment do we have to have on a national level to be able to accommodate the needs of EVs? Because EVs are moving from, say, personal automobiles to now industry level automobiles, as high as construction automobiles. And these are going to take a very huge drain on the climate. So hopefully by the end of this talk, we would be able to delve into how we got here and how we can mitigate some of these problems without necessarily hindering the innovation that's this brings. So I hope um, this gives a little more light on the conversation, and thank you for the opportunity.
All right, thank you very much, James, for your contribution. Without wasting so much time, I would welcome the third speaker, Joao. Yes.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to thank you all to be present here today. My name is João Vitor. I'm from Brazil. I'm a LAC student, and at the moment, I'm into the Brazilian Supreme Court like an internship. This is an important topic to discuss today, and I think we have to discuss, we have to bring up into an event like this one, like the IGF, and into some events into the United Nations. So I will bring up some ideas about the first question, how the internet and technologies collaborate to fight climate change. According to some global researches, just Latin America could lose about $17 trillion between 2021 and 2070. About this topic, I'd like to emphasize that the internet and technology can play significant roles in the fight against climate change by enabling innovative solutions, facilitating information sharing, and promoting sustainable practices. Here are some ways technology can help us fight against this problem. I'd like to highlight some. I don't have much time to talk about them, but I'd like to say some. First one, data collection and analysis. The artificial intelligence can highlight improved sensors that collect real-time environmental data, such as deforestation, temperature, air quality, which can be used to develop climate monitoring and research. The sensors can be used not just to monitor the data, but can instantaneously warn police or the responsible entity to a struggle problem. Into the Brazil, for example, we have the INPE, that's an important institution that have been doing an excellent job, an excellent work into the Brazil, and have been helping us, have been helping the government to create some solutions to the country, and not just to the Brazil, but to the Latin America. Advanced analytics and machine learning algorithms can process vast amounts of data to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies related to climate change, helping researchers and policymakers make informed decisions. The second one, renewable energy integration. Smart grid technologies can optimize the distribution and consumption of energy sources, becoming possible to reduce energy production from fossil fuels as coal and natural gas, reducing carbon emissions. In Brazil, for example, there is a waste of energy annually equal to a 20 million houses consumption in a period of 1 year. This is a lot more than we can think that is good. Something like we can use this energy, for example, to help the Latin America And I think this also happens into the Europe and Asia and other continents. Energy management systems and demand response technologies can help balance energy supply and demand efficiently. About the carbon footprint reduction, the AI and the internet can help with virtual meetings and remote work made possible by the internet, can reduce the need for commuting and business travel, lowering greenhouse gas emissions. This phenomenon was lived by all of us into the pandemic period, showing us that it's possible to reeducate society for this new moment of history that demands our effort to achieve a common objective. E-commerce and digital services can replace traditional brick and mortar retail, reducing the environmental impact of physical stores. This is a good option to not just the Latin America, but to the North America, to the Europe, to the Asia, and to the Africa. We know that all continents have a lot of stores, and we know that all these things can collaborate to the gas emissions like CO2 and others. So we can think or rethink about these things to reduce carbon emissions and can collaborate to struggle the climate change. About sustainable agriculture, and this is an important point to the Latin America because countries like Brazil, for example, a significant part of the GDP of my country come from the agriculture. Precision agriculture technologies can optimize crop production, reducing the use of water, fertilizers, and pesticides, which contribute to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Internet-connected sensors and drones can monitor soil conditions and crop health, enabling more efficient farming practices and collaborating to combat the climate change. This is a suggestion, like I said, not just to Latin America, but to all countries who have great productions into the agricultural area. And I think we can discuss about this topic because the Brazil have been working on it to solve the problems about the gas emissions into the agricultural production. And this is an important point to discuss to countries like, for example, India and China that have a large productions of many things. About the climate communication and education. Social media and online platforms can raise awareness about climate change and mobilize global efforts. We can use the online platforms like, for example, Telegram, WhatsApp, and other ones to show to many people. And this is an important point because in my country, for example, the population of Brazil, something about 80% of the population have access to internet. So we can use these things to achieve the population that many times don't know about these important topics. So many times we just discuss these important points in places like this one. And the population of the countries, people around the globe, don't know about these things. Many times we are talking about climate change in a place like this one, and many people in Brazil, for example, don't know about it. And many politicians, like the ancient president of Brazil, collaborate that things like this one don't achieve the population. So the next one about the circular economy, and I think I have more points, but the time it's up. So I can say about the circular economy, climate monitoring and early warning systems, transportation, and climate modeling and prediction. So collaboration between governments, businesses, research institutions, and individuals is crucial to leverage the full potential of the internet and technology in the fight against climate change. Policymakers can also incentivize and regulate sustainable practices and the development of eco-friendly technologies to accelerate progress. So this topic, the climate change, is not a problem of the world, but is a problem to the humans. We're not talking about the planet. The planet will continue to exist, but we are talking about the existence of the humans. If humans don't treat this problem like an important one, the humanity will finalize his existence into the new years. So we have to talk about this one. We have to think this thing into the governments, into a place like this one. We have to talk about into the colleges. And I think if we do this, if we do this homework, we can reduce and collaborate to the health of the planet. So thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Joao. Because of the time, I would advise the next speakers to use a few minutes. Yes, so I'll welcome Rosanna. Yes, please take the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm also very delighted to be able to speak here today. Yeah, my name is Rosanna Fanni. I am German and Italian, and I was based in Brussels until just a few weeks ago. I'm actually today speaking on behalf of the German Youth IGF, which I'm very, very happy and honored to represent here today. And we, as the German Youth IGF, have been actually discussing this topic as well. And we were convening together in September as part of our German IGF, so the local IGF that happened in Berlin. And we had an event, so to say, where we discussed the intersection between sustainability and digitalization. So how can the two things go hand in hand? And I will share some of the results that we have discussed and which we wanted to bring to Kyoto, to this IGF, to the global IGF. So I'm very, very happy, and I also thank the entire team that is now still sleeping in Europe for all the work that we have done together. But first, maybe let me share a few words about actually what the European Union is doing in the space of the green and digital. We in Europe have, I think, quite soon understood that the topic is crucial. I mean, Greta Thunberg and the climate movement has actually originated in Europe, as you know, in Sweden. And we feel a big responsibility also because Europe is a big emitter of climate change and climate emissions. And so this is why in 2019, the current European government, or the European Commission, has come up with very ambitious climate goals that we should achieve. So by 2030, so that's in 6 years almost already, we should cut our climate emissions by half. And by 2050, we should be climate neutral, so net zero. That's very, very ambitious also for the European economy that also relies often still on very traditional and very resource intense ways of fueling the economy. But we also have understood that we need to do it. We need to go ahead. And so the European Commission has decided that they have a certain strategy that's called the EU Twin Transition. And the EU Twin Transition is basically the combination of green and digital transitions together. So the idea is that only through technology and through data sharing innovation, we can actually also make our economies more sustainable and climate friendly. And we have already heard that there are certain contradictions, however, to this topic. We know that the green and the digital can also clash. As my previous panelists have said, for example, more technological waste, e-waste, data privacy concerns when more data is shared. We have also difficulties when we do, for example, new and large language models that consume a lot of energy and so on. And we, so in the German IGF in September, we have thought about what could be enabling conditions and what would be needed for policymakers to really enable a more just and a digital transition that respects the rights of citizens, not only in Europe, but also globally. And so we have come up with 3 different areas where we would present, so to say, our recommendations. This is firstly the area of ecology, or basically the environment. The second area is the economy, and the third area is the social aspects. So I will start with our recommendations for the ecology or environment. The first point that we have concluded that we need more is better transparency. We think we need better systematic data on the environmental impact of digitization, so what we have already heard earlier. We need to understand better the entire life cycle of the application, so not the internet that my tablet is using now, but actually from the very moment on that the tablet is designed and that it's conceptualized and built together in a factory. And we need more transparency as consumers about it. We should know how much the materials, the digital devices that we use actually consume. And we should also have the measurements should be taken out, carried out independently. So it should not be the companies themselves that may, make some numbers nice, but it should be independent measurement, and the results should also be made accessible in an accessible form, so not very complex reports that you have to study over hours, but it should be very clearly and visible for users. Next point on the ecology is that we want to promote entrepreneurial thinking instead of a compliance culture. So we argue that we need to provide new environments in which environmental sustainability is seen as a chance by startups, for example, or entrepreneurs, and that it also gives economic advantages instead, and also long-term investments, instead of something where you have to comply and where you have to tick the check boxes, so to say. And we think that this can happen through educational programs, raising awareness programs, in order to ensure that innovation and sustainability go hand in hand. And the third point of the ecology is that we want a legal commitment to sustainability by design and sustainability by default. So what I already said earlier, in the design process already, ecological sustainability should be included and also weighed as a factor of importance alongside other economic factors or performance-related aspects, so that really consumers can see how much actually this device is sustainable or has been used sustainable approaches. And this is also sustainable by default. Okay, then I will move to the aspects of the economy. There we have 2 points that we would like to present. The first one is independence. And we believe that the circular economy approach should play a really central role in reducing the political dependence on individual countries with large critical raw material deposits. Maybe a little information square for those of you who haven't really yet heard about critical raw materials. These are rare earths and minerals that are in everyone's phones and tablets, but they are also really crucial for example, solar panels or autonomous vehicles. So without those critical raw materials, we could not be producing the technologies anymore that we use today and that we are so reliant on for sustainable energy production, for example, on solar panels. But the problem is that these critical raw materials are mostly concentrated in a few countries, so it's very hard to get access to them, and most countries are very dependent on those countries to allow them access. And so our point is really that we would need more independence and also expand recycling, which is another point that I get to. Recycling and other circular economy initiatives where we then reduce our independence on those countries, but already use the critical raw materials that we have been extracting in order to really strengthen economic stability and security. When it comes to research funding, we also want to extend funding for the applied circular economy, so that also researchers can better conceptualize how the value chain of those materials is, and also how maybe new jobs can be created along this need. So last but not least, the social aspects, because we also believe that sustainability and digitalization should be benefiting all and not just the few privileged ones, not only also in Europe, but also worldwide. what a key concern is still that we need more transparency and accountability in the context of digital education, especially artificial intelligence. So we believe that manufacturers should have an obligation to explain actually their products, especially also to children, so that it's clear to children. I mean, to us maybe it's clear if you see, this is made by an AI, that we know, we understand it, but it's still very difficult to explain it to children. And we think it's really important to prepare children for the digital world and also make them aware that there are risks and challenges. Then we will put forward another point on participation. So we want more equitable access for all population groups, including also older people and children, also structurally discriminated groups. And I think this is also very much in line with the panel, because in Europe we have quite a good access already, but if we look worldwide, then we need much more, there needs to be done much more in terms of connectivity and enabling people to meaningfully participate in the digital environment. And last but not least, we also hope to increase digital sovereignty. So we mean that the internet stays open, free and secure, and that we can have data sovereignty so that the data is not captured and sold by big tech companies, but that individuals can decide over their own data where it's going and what it is used for. And last but not least, also educational projects, especially in media and media training and media awareness, and also to include the common good in digital policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. Thank you for sharing important points that were taken from the Youth IGF Germany. And lastly, I would like to invite Denise. Please, welcome.
Hi everyone. So I am Denise Leal from Brazil. I am here representing the Latin American Caribbean region, and I am happy to say that I am also former fellow from the program Youth from Brazil. I am seeing some people here that came with the delegation. I am also, but today I'm here also representing the private sector. I know I am young, but yes, I'm representing the private sector. And also I am a researcher at the Brasilia University, and my research, it's related with it. I am part of the Natural Resources Law and Sustainable Development Research Group. And I would like to add some things that we have researched to this discussion, to this topic. The first thing that I would like to say is we know that climate change exists, is a problem, and we know that we have solutions. Now we have heard a lot about the solutions that it's possible to implement, that we could implement technology solutions that we could use to help in helping solving the problem. But there is an aspect which is, do we have the necessary infrastructure in every country to implement the solutions? Can we really implement them? When we talk about Latin American Caribbean, we don't have the need infrastructure to implement these technologies, not all of the technologies. It's expensive, and also there are many people that don't have the knowledge to deal and to work with these technologies. We need to put more effort on making cheaper solutions, cheaper technology solutions to the countries who cannot buy the expensive solutions that, well, work really well, but they don't are accessible to these countries. Another point that I would like to bring is, when it comes to legal disputes, when it comes to technology and environment disputes, what is the end of it? What is the final decision? What do judges decide when it comes to legal disputes? What do we have? So we have researched it in Brazil, and it's a cooperation actually of Brasilia University with Chile, France, and also Canada. And we've noticed that, yes, we have a lot of litigation on the theme of environment, but when it comes to the end, we have some good decisions that protect the environment, but we have other problems, like how can you guarantee that these decisions will really work? What we have in Brazil and in other countries that we have researched is you have a decision, legal decision that will say that you have to protect the environment, that yes, there is a law saying that you have to protect the environment, but in the end, there is no way to comply with it. Like the fiscalization, it's not easy. And this is a huge problem. Like the control, accountability, and compliance of the environmental laws and court sentences are very fragile. And many times, the supervisory bodies are small and incapable of making a true and a constant daily supervision. So I wanted to add to the discussion this important aspect that we have researched in Brasilia University, because sometimes we think that, okay, we have technology and we can implement it, we are going to solve the climate change problems, but it's expensive, and secondly, it's important to know that it's hard to keep watching, keep your eye on it, and how we don't have. And one of our policies questions is, which policies can we make, can we build, can we think about to guarantee that we are really fighting against climate change and implementing technology? So I would suggest that more than thinking about new laws, how can we make the laws that we already have on environment topics really work? So what I think is that we need to have more hard work on compliance and comply with these laws that already exist. I think that everyone, the private sector, civil society, academia, tech community, United Nations, and all the countries' governments, especially those with the economic possibility and interested, should put more effort on helping to find cheaper technology solutions to fight off climate change. And otherwise, there are people and countries who won't have the possibility of implementing it. To end my speech, I think that we talk in a way the road is ending for us, but the road has already ended for some species. 45% of Cerrado Brazilian biome will end with an increase of 0.7 Celsius degree. So it's not 1 degree, it's 0.7. It's less than a degree, and 45%, almost the middle of the whole biome, is going to end with this increase. So we are worried with our futures, but what about the environment rights? Like, doesn't this species have the right to exist? Thank you so much, and I also want to say thank you to my family and friends who are here, and obrigada.
All right, thank you very much to our dear speakers, and I hope all of us have heard what they have presented. And actually from this discussion, what I have noted mostly is the sense of accountability and responsibility that each one of us has to play to make sure that climate change is really addressed. So yeah, but since we are like out of time, I'd like to open the floor to our participants. If you have any contribution, any question, yes, please. You can use the mic behind. Yes. Okay.
Hello,
There
everyone.
is one there and here. Yes, please.
Hello, everyone. I'm Manu. I'm from Brazil, and I represent here Instituto Alana, which is an organization dedicated to the protection of child rights. And when we talk about the environment and digital rights, it's very specific. It's very special to talk about children, and I thank you for bringing this point. And one thing that I would like to add to this debate is how can we think about the everlasting effects of digital colonization when we are talking about global solutions to problems that we have now. And I think a great example is what happened earlier this year in Uruguay, where Google wanted to build a big data center, and we talk about AI so much in this forum and about solutions that need this kind of infrastructure, but the people there were having, they couldn't have water for their own consumption. And then we had a government who was privileging the interest of a private company, of a global power, and not the interest of the local population. So that's a question like, global solutions are very important, but we have everlasting effects of colonization and we are suffering with them. And how do we think about digital sovereignty when we think about these solutions and when we think about how can we build in our countries like Brazil, for instance, and well, building solutions that are not actually just serving for the purpose of big global interests and companies who are dominating this economical debate.
Thank you very much for your contribution. And we'll move to the next person.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Felp. I'm from Brazil. I'm part of the youth delegation from Brazil. And my question is about how could we deal better with electronic waste as one globally? As Sakura mentioned, electronic devices have life cycles smaller as time goes by, and this programming obsolescence is a really big deal. And I can say this because there in Brazil, for instance, we have some local initiatives for recycling, and that's really important for us. Besides that, when it comes to electrical devices, it's not that simple. Those initiatives deal better when we say about paper, when we talk about plastic, but electrical devices, there is another level of treatment. I think I could say that. So lithium and other substances are really nocive to people and to the environment and in all the environment. And when they are used to technologies that, even when they are used to technologies that could help us against climate change. So we have some sort of a problem right there. We create technologies that could help us against climate change, but use some kind of these substances in them. So we have kind of a cycle there. And my question is where sustainability by design can appear in this scenario of high amount of technological waste. And as UN says, that's a global issue. And global issues are connected, and that matters when we talk about climate change.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
Hi everyone, sorry for the voice. I am Carla Braga. I am a mentor of the Brazilian Youth Delegation as well. I am Executive Director of the Amazonian Youth Cooperation for Sustainable Development. And I wanted to understand if we have any successful examples of our experience about facing the impacts of climate change in Global South. And if possible, considering the Amazon region that has used the technology to face the challenge of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry. All right. Do we have a question online, Igor? Any question online?
No.
All right. So, sorry. Please welcome.
Hi, this is Jasmine from Hong Kong.Asia. So I have, so I just want to respond to what Stanis just mentioned. I agree that it also depends on how, each nation's the capacity and each territory, how do they deal with, climate change? And the problem of, the key is how do we localize the so-called global solution into each, different context. But the thing interesting I find out because, day zero, we actually, the .Asia, we launched our Eco-Internet Index here. So we've done study about 14 jurisdictions about, energy consumption efficiency and also economy aspect of this jurisdiction. And it's actually interesting that Hong Kong is actually not in a good position that we thought it is. So I'm kind of sad to say that Hong Kong is not in a very good performing status. So I just want to raise a point here. It seems like it's not just about the capacity. So obviously we do have economic power and also infrastructure to localize the global solutions for to tackle the climate change things. But here, I also want to get some inspiration and maybe good case practice from you guys when you have to identify decision maker, to talk about your agenda and your thought about how to tackle with climate change. How do you identify them and how to lobby with them and negotiate some thoughts that you have as a youth? So I think that's it. What I want to ask about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's Lila.
Hi, I'm Irene from. Oh, sorry. Would you like to go first? Should we?
Thanks. So, hi, I'm Ethan from Hong Kong as well. So, I believe that Sakura have just talked about how internet and technology to fight can collaborate to fight climate changes. So, actually, I've been working on some projects that is related to this topic, and I have just a very short question: is that how can Internet of Things be harnessed to create a more energy sufficient system and reduce carbon emission? And that's all. Thanks.
So hi, I'm Irene from IEEE, and it is very refreshing to see all these young people. So I think I should put you also in contact with the IEEE Young Professionals Task Force on Climate Change. Innovation is very close to IEEE, and I was doing analyzing patents for a living for a long time, working also with INPI Brazil. So I think we know as a fact that we have enough technology and innovation, and I think the examples that you mentioned around, which are the win-win situations where it's about energy efficiency, are an easy sell for companies. But the question is, who is taking the accountability about, adopting the other technologies which are very costly? And I wonder whether you would have some other thoughts on beyond some incentives that the governments could give, because the question is, are these enough? And I would like to have your thoughts about what do you think is the importance in, Rosanna mentioned before about the importance of life cycle assessment. So I was wondering, there is a discussion in Europe about the European Green Digital Coalition about how do we define, for example, avoided emissions when we talk about net impact. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts about systems thinking in that, and what is the role of standards in that? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Since we're out of time, I would welcome the speakers if you can respond to any of the questions asked. Please. Yeah, 1 minute or seconds.
Okay, thanks a lot for so many questions. I'm glad to hear that we have sparked so many ideas and thoughts. I will just maybe touch on 2 points. The one point on colonization and the other point on standards. So first on colonization, absolutely, that's a huge problem. I think also especially big tech companies have way too much power, as we know, and there should be, I think, more concerted efforts by the United Nations, by other supranational and international organizations to curb the power of those tech companies. But at the same time, I think, again, transparency is super important, because if consumers would really see the impact of, for example, a Google data center in Uruguay, did you say? Yes. Perhaps there would be, also a mind change from the consumer side and from the recipient side. So I think it's really important to bring more transparency and also to have more global reporting about those cases, because there's similar cases with Meta doing the Open Africa ICT project, where they scan biometric data of citizens and use citizens to explore, so to say, the 3D landscape. The second point on standards, I had actually not mentioned it, but standards are also one part of the European strategy, of course, to standardize green and digitalization together. I think standards are absolutely crucial, but again, there the question is, how do those standards bodies produce those standards? Is it inclusive enough? Is it also representative of civil society and maybe members that cannot afford to be in those standardization bodies? And definitely, I think in the end, all these questions that we discuss are ultimately political questions that policymakers have to tackle first. And if policymakers do not put their priority on green and digital, or digital sustainable digitalization, we will not get anywhere. So I think it all originates in political priorities. priorities and making this even more topic, and then through the standardization and other measures that I've already mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosanna. One more contribution, please, and then the rest we can. 1 minute. Okay.
So thank you for this large amount of questions. We are happy with your participation. So I've noted something here. I wanted to speak about the question of successful examples and the question of lobby, and about the standards. Beginning with this last one about the standards, we have ESG with all those standards, but I think that the reports, we have a lot of lies on the reports. So there is a problem. How can we really read these reports on climate and with the standards that deal with climate change and believe on them? I think that we need to work more on how we can check these reports and how they are made, because the standards are good, but they are there and we don't have how to check them. And again, we are with the problem of compliance, how we check those things and how can we make them really true, because I think that the standards are good, but we don't have a really nice way to check if they are being true in the reports. And the successful examples, and also about lobby, I think that we can talk about these two together. We have studied some examples when politicians and lawyers have worked together to create some solutions on patents and biodiversity aspects. So we know that when it comes to international treaties, we have some problems, because you cannot solve things only with legal dispute. You need politicians to help you. So what we have noticed in the international aspects of environment and legal disputes is that when you have these two groups working together, the legal group and the politician group, you might have something, some good example of success in the end. I cannot say that we have a lot of successful examples. Like, we know there are small traditional communities that have successful examples of how to protect environment, but it's really small. It's a thing that we can adopt in our small communities, but if we are speaking in a more big way, looking globally for a solution, we must make our politicians and our legal teams work together, like the judges and the politician must work in the same line. They must be aligned. It's what I think and what we have noticed in our research. Thank you.
30 seconds, please.
Okay, I will answer the question from, I forgot the name of the sir of the Hong Kong, but about the electric system, about the consumption, and about the distribution, how we can build a better system. I will give the example of my country to answer your question, because I think I have more knowledge about that, and so I can explain better. The question that I have to think is, we have to think is, how we can build a better system where we can distribute and not just think about the production, but how we use correctly the energy in our countries. Because many countries in Brazil, I include Brazil here, just thinking about the production. For example, in my country, at the moment, we have a discussion about the production of wind energy offshore. And in Brazil, we have a lot of debates about this topic, because it's more cheap to produce energy instead of to rethink the system, to build a better system for a good distribution. So what I think that the countries have to do is, where is in the region of the country, we can use AI to do it. What part of the country have a higher consumption? What have a low consumption? So we can use the AI to achieve these numbers and can rethink about it. Because if we use it, we will not need to produce more energy. but just to distribute correctly into the country. So if we do it, we can reduce, for example, the use of fossil fuels like coal, and large countries like China, for example, have a great production of energy based on coal. So if we think, if we build a better system to distribute correctly the energy, we can reduce the use of fossil fuels, for example, and we can reduce the carbon emissions and collaborate to fight against the climate change. So I think I don't have much time, but thank you so much for the question.
Thank you very much, Sakura. Yeah.
Thank you for various questions. I would like to answer about the e-waste and the energy efficient systems. Well, about e-waste, how we can tackle was the e-waste, because it's a global problem. It's definitely, I totally agree with it, because the e-waste is not the problem that related to the directly related to the countries about the e-waste production country and consumption countries. So I think the community, the engagement, and the policies that support those activities and initiatives at the local levels are important, because if we can create the good policies, if the local people or the people on the ground can take the actions or provide their voices to the decision makers, the policies are not implemented. So how we can take these problems seriously and take actions urgently is really important. So at the first step, that we need to what happens in the other areas in the same world, and also as well as a knowledge sharing from the other areas, because even if we have the multifaceted problems in the different part of the world, we can have something, we can learn about something from the related problems. And also I think we need opportunities to discuss and learn about the case studies more, because we can get the feel of the how to set up we can people be involved in the same programs. And regarding the energy efficient systems, how the internet harness energy efficient system, the speaker from the Hong Kong asked, I think that smart grid and the energy consumption and production at the local levels are really important. So there are some areas in Japan, mainly in the metropolitan cities, we take the local heat management system, and also smart. We are trying to build smart grid systems that can manage the energy supply and demand in the local, the specific areas focusing. So it's the smart grid and the local level, the energy management systems are really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakura. James, please, one line to close, to conclude your. All right. Since he's not there, I'd really like to appreciate each one of you for participating and joining us in this session. Thank you very much for being an amazing audience, for asking questions and contributing. See you around. Our speakers will be outside. For any questions, any contacts, please let's meet outside. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, it's working. We're good. Good morning. Hope everyone's doing well. Thank you so much for joining this session, one of the many this week on AI and AI governance, but with a more focused view and perspective on a global human rights approach to AI governance. My name is Ian Barber. I'm legal lead at Global Partners Digital. We're a civil society organization based in London, working to foster an online environment underpinned by human rights. We've been working on AI governance and human rights for several years now, so I'm very happy to be co-organizing, facilitating this alongside Transparencia Brazil, who is our online moderator, so thank you very much. What I'll be doing over the next few minutes is providing a bit of introduction to this workshop, setting the scene, introducing our fantastic speakers, both in person and online, and providing a bit of structure as well for the discussion that we're having today and some housekeeping rules. Really, this workshop is meant to acknowledge that we stand at the intersection of two realities: the increasing potential of artificial intelligence on one hand, and the ongoing relevance of the international human rights framework on the other. When we think of a human rights-based approach to AI governance, a few things come to mind. Firmly and truly grounding policy approaches in the international human rights framework, the ability to assess risks to human rights, promoting open and inclusive design and deployment of AI, as well as ensuring transparency and accountability, amongst other elements and measures. And given this, it's probably not news to anyone in the room that the rapid design, development, and deployment of AI demands our attention, our understanding, and our collaborative efforts across various different stakeholders. Human rights, which are enshrined in various sources, such as conventions and customary international law, and its dynamic interpretations and evolution, it works to guide us towards our world continually, where people can exercise and enjoy their human rights, to thrive without prejudice or discrimination or other forms of injustice. And like any technology, AI poses both benefits and risks to enjoyments of human rights. I'm sure you've attended other sessions this week where you've spoken in a bit more detail about what those look like in various sectors and on different civil, political, economic, and social rights. But today, what we're going to be doing is narrowing in on a few key questions. The first is, how can the international human rights framework be leveraged to ensure responsible AI governance in a rapidly changing context and world that we live in? And I think this question is important because it underscores how AI is now able to influence so many things, from our job prospects, our ability to express ourselves, legal verdicts, and so how do we ensure that human rights continue to be respected, protected, and promoted is key. Secondly, we must reflect upon the global implications for human rights in the kind of ongoing proliferation of AI governance frameworks that we're seeing today, and also, and in the potential absence of effective frameworks, what is the result and what are we looking at? There has been this ongoing proliferation of efforts at the global, regional, national level to provide frameworks, rules, and other types of normative structures and standards that are supposed to promote and safeguard human rights. For example, just to highlight a few, there's ongoing efforts at the Council of Europe to develop a binding treaty on AI. There's the European Union's efforts with the EU AI Act. There's UNESCO's recommendations on the ethics of AI, which is finalized but currently undergoing implementation, and other efforts such as the more recently proposed UN high-level advisory body on AI. But at this point, we've yet to see comprehensive and binding frameworks enacted at this point, which might be considered effective and sufficient to protect human rights. And without these safeguards and protections, we therefore risk kind of exacerbating inequality, silencing marginalized groups and voices, and inadvertently creating a world where AI serves more as a divider than it does a promoter and for equality. So what do we want to see, and what do we want to do to ensure that this is not the case and not the future that we're looking at? And lastly, over the next 80 or so minutes, the path towards responsible AI governance is not one that can be kind of traversed alone. So we need to navigate these challenges together, fostering meaningful engagement by all relevant stakeholders. That's why on this panel we have voices from civil society, from private companies, from international organizations, which are all needed. And we also need to particularly amplify voices from the global majority. Historically, many regions across the world have been left out of global dialogues and efforts at global governance, and that's very much the case when it comes to AI as well. So this workshop it's not just a gathering I see, it's one for information sharing, but it's also a call to action. It's really, I think, the beginning of an ongoing collective effort to address a range of complexities that have come about from AI, and to really work to ensure the ongoing relevance of our shared human values and for human rights. So with that intro and framing, I'd like to get started, get the ball rolling, and kind of drawing from the diverse range of experiences here, really talk about what we want in terms of a global human rights approach to responsible AI governance. And to do that, we have an all-star lineup of speakers from, again, a number of different stakeholders. I'm going to briefly introduce them, but I encourage you to all, when you make your interventions, to provide a bit more background on where you come from, the type of work you do, and really why you're here today and your motivations. And in no particular order, we have Marlena Wisniak from the European Center for Nonprofit Law, to my left. We have Vladimir Jouret from Derechos Digitales, who's over there. Hey, how's it going? We also have Tara Denham from Global Affairs Canada. Hello. And we have Pratik as well from UNESCO. So thank you for all being here in person. And online we have Shalal Name from Google and Oyebisi Olesi from the Nigeria Network of NGOs, or NNNGO. In terms of structure, we have a bit of time on our hands, and what we're going to do then is divide the session into two parts. The first part is going to be looking a particular focus on the international human rights framework, and also this ongoing proliferation of regulatory processes on AI that I've kind of alluded to already. We'll then take a pause for questions from the audience, as well as those joining online as well. And I want to give a special shout out to Marina from Transparencia Brazil, who is taking in questions and feeding them into me so that we can have a hybrid conversation. And then after this first part, we'll stop and we'll have a second part, and that'll look a bit more at inclusion of voices in these processes and how engagement from the global majority is imperative. And that will be followed by a final brief Q&A session and then closing remarks. So I hope that makes sense. I hope that sounds structured enough and productive, and I look forward to your questions and interventions later. But let's get into the meat of things, looking at the International Human Rights Framework. We're at a point where there are various efforts on global AI governance happening at a breakneck speed, and there's a number of them that I've mentioned, including the Hiroshima process that was just spoken about yesterday, if you guys were at the main event. So my first question and kind of my prompt is to my left, to Marlena. Really, given your work at ECNL and kind of the ongoing efforts you have to advocate for rights-respecting approaches on these types of AI regulatory processes, what do you consider or think is missing in terms of aligning them with the International Human Rights Framework? And again, if you could provide a brief background and introduction, that'd be great. Thanks.
Sure, thanks so much, Ian, and hi everyone. Welcome to day 2, I think it is, of IGF. It feels like a week already. So my organization, the European Center for Nonprofit Law, is a human rights org that focuses on civic space, freedom of assembly and association, and also we work a lot on freedom of expression and privacy. And over the past 5 years, we've noticed that AI was a big risk and some extent opportunity, but great potential for harm as well for activists, journalists, and human rights defenders around the world. So the first 5 years of our work in this space were rather quiet, or I'd say it was more of a niche area with only a handful of folks working at the intersection of human rights and AI, and by handful, I really mean like 10 to 15. And this year, the discussion around AI has really expanded very, very quickly, and you know, it may be a ChatGPT kind of trailblazer issue, but it's great to see that at the UN there is interest for this topic and panels like this that bring a human rights-based approach to AI. So Ian mentioned a couple of the ongoing regulations. I won't bore you this morning with a lot of legalese, but the core frameworks that we focus on advocate for a human rights-based approach at ECNL are obviously the EU AI Act, and trilogues are happening as I speak right now. Council of Europe, Convention on AI, national laws as well. We've seen these expand a lot around the world recently. We engage in standardization bodies, so like the US NIST, National Institute for Standards and Technology, and the EU CEN-CENELEC, and of course international organizations like OECD and the UN. And you mentioned, Ian, Hiroshima process, that's one we're following closely as well. In the coming years, as the AI Act is set to be accepted in the next couple of weeks, and definitely by early 2024, we'll be following the implementation of the Act. And so I'll use this as a segue to talk to you a little bit about what are the core elements that we see should be part of any AI framework and AI governance from a human rights-based approach. And that begins with human rights due diligence and meaningful human rights impact assessments in line with the UN guiding principles for business and human rights. So we really see with AI an opportunity to implement mandatory human rights due diligence, including human rights impact assessments. And in the EU space, that also involves other laws. But beyond EU, globally, the UN and other institutions and fora have an opportunity right now to actually mandate meaningful, inclusive, and rights-based impact assessments. That means meaningfully engaging stakeholders as well, especially external stakeholders like civil society organizations and affected communities around the world. So stakeholder engagement is a necessary and cross-cutting component of AI governance, development, and use. And in ECNL, we look both at how to govern AI and then how it's developed and how it's deployed around the world. We understand stakeholder engagement is a collaborative process where diverse stakeholders, both internal and external, meaning those that develop the technologies themselves, can meaningfully influence decision-making. So on the governance side of things is when we consult in these processes, including a multi-stakeholder forum like IGF, are our voices actually heard? Can they impact the final text and provisions of any laws or policies that are implemented? And on the AI design and development side of things, when tech companies or any deployer of AI consults with external stakeholders, do they actually include their voices, and do these voices inform and shape final decision making? In the context of human rights impact assessments of AI systems, stakeholder engagement is particularly effective to understand what kind of AI systems are even helpful or useful, and how do they work. So looking at the product and service side of AI, machine learning, or any algorithmic-based data analytics systems, we really can we can shape better regulation and develop better systems by including these stakeholders. Importantly, external stakeholders can identify specific potential positive or adverse impacts on human rights, such as the implications, benefits, and harms of these systems on people, and looking at marginalized and already vulnerable groups in particular. If you're interested to learn more about stakeholder engagement, check out our framework for meaningful engagement. So shameless plug to Google or go on our website and look up framework for meaningful engagement, where we provide concrete recommendations for engaging internal and external stakeholders in AI systems. And these recommendations can also be used for AI governance as a whole. Moving on, I'd like to touch on transparency briefly, which in addition to human rights impact assessments and stakeholder engagement, we see as a prerequisite for AI accountability and a rights-based global AI governance. So not to go too much into detail, but we believe that AI governance should mandate that AI developers and deployers report on data sets, including training data sets, performance and accuracy metrics, false positives and false negatives, human in the loop and human review, and access to remedy. If you'd like to learn more about that, I urge you to look at our recent paper published with Access Now just a couple weeks ago on the EU Digital Services Act with a spotlight on algorithmic systems, and we outline our vision for what meaningful transparency would look like. Finally, access to remedy is a key part of any governance mechanism that includes both internal grievance mechanisms within tech companies and AI developers, as well as obviously state remedy at the state level and judicial mechanisms, which are, as a reminder, states have the primary responsibility to protect human rights and give remedy when these are harmed. And one, I'd say, like aspect that we often see in AI governance efforts, especially by governments, are to include an exemption for national security or counterterrorism and broadly emergency measures. And at ECNL, we caution against overbroad exemptions that are too vague, broadly defined, as these can be at best misused, as worst weaponized to restrict on civil liberties. So if there are any exemptions for things like national security or counterterrorism in AI governance, we really urge to have narrow scope, include sunset clauses for emergency measures, meaning that if any exemptions are in place, they will end within due time, and focus on proportionality. And finally, what is missing? So what we see today, both in the EU and globally as well, is that AI governance efforts mostly take a risk-based approach. And the risk part is often to finance, business, I mentioned national security, terrorism, these kind of things, but rarely human rights. And the AI Act itself in the EU is regulated under product liability and market approach, not fundamental rights. In our research paper of 2021, we outlined key criteria for evaluating the risk level of AI systems from a human rights-based approach. And that means that we recommend determining the level of risk based on the product design, the severity of the impact, any internal due diligence mechanisms, causal link between the AI system and adverse human rights impacts, and potential for remedy. And all these examples help us really focus on the harms of AI to human rights. Last thing, and then I'll stop here, where AI systems are fundamentally incompatible with human rights, such as biometric surveillance deployed in public spaces, including facial and emotional recognition, we, along with a coalition of civil society organizations, advocate for a ban of such systems, and we've seen proliferation of laws, like in the US, for example, the state level, and right now, in the latest version of the AI Act adopted by the European Parliament, of such bans. So that means prohibiting the use of facial recognition and remote biometric recognition, technologies that enable mass surveillance and discriminatory targeted surveillance in public and publicly accessible spaces by the government. And we urge the UN and other processes such as the Hiroshima to include such bans. Thank you, Ian.
Thank you, Marlena. That was amazing. I think you actually just followed up to my immediate question, which was what is really needed when it comes to AI systems that do pose an unacceptable risk to human rights. So thank you for preemptively responding. And I very much agree that having mandatory due diligence, including impact assessments of human rights, is imperative. I think what you spoke to in terms of stakeholder engagement rings true, as well as the issue of transparency and the needs for that to foster meaningful accountability and also introducing remedies. So thank you very much for that overview. I think based on that, considering that there are these initiatives and there are so many different elements to consider, whether it's transparency, accountability, or scope, I'll turn to you, Tara, and ask, given all this, how is governments such as Canada approaching AI governance and considering human rights? What are, in terms of both your domestic priorities, in terms of kind of regional or international engagement? So if you could speak a bit to how these are all feeding together, that'd be great. Thank you.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate on the panel. So as was said, I'm Director General of the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion at Global Affairs Canada, which I think also warrants perhaps a bit of an explanation, but I think actually aligns really well as a starting position. because within the Office of Human Rights, Freedoms and Inclusion is actually where we've been embedded the responsibility for digital policy and cybersecurity policy from a global affairs perspective. And so that was our starting point for which, since the integration of those policy positions and that policy work a number of years ago, it was always starting from a human rights perspective. And so this goes back, I think, about 6 or 7 years that we actually created this office and integrated the human rights perspective into our digital policy from the beginning, and some of our initial positions on the development of AI considerations and the geopolitics of artificial intelligence. So I think that in and of itself is perhaps unique in some of the structures. Having said that, I would also acknowledge that a lot of the government structures, we are all trying to figure out how to approach this. But as the DG responsible for these, it does give a great opportunity to, from the beginning, integrate that human rights policy position. When we were first starting to frame some of our AI thinking and from a foreign policy lens, it was always from the human rights perspective. I can't say that that has always meant we've known how to do it, but I could say that's always been pushing us to sort of think and challenge ourselves of how can we use the existing human rights frameworks, how can we advocate that at every venture, including domestically. So I wanted to give perhaps a snapshot of sort of the framing of how we're approaching it in Canada, some of our national perspectives, and then how we're linking that to the international, and of course integrating how we address some of the integrating a diversity of voices into that in a concrete way. So I would say when we started talking about this a number of years ago, it was the debate, and I'm sure many of you participated in this debate. It was a lot around, you know, should it be legislation first? Should it be guiding principles? Are there frameworks? Are we going to do voluntary? For a number of years, that was sort of the cycle we were in. And I would say over the last 1.5 to 2 years, that's not a debate anymore. We have to do all of them, and they're going to be going at the same time. So now I think where I'm standing is it's more about how are we going to integrate and how are we going to feed off of each other as we're moving domestic at the same time as the international. And so we have to, you know, typically, from a policy perspective, you would have your national positions defined, and those would inform your international positions. And right now, the world is just moving at an incredible pace. So we're doing it at the same time, and we have to find those intersections, but also takes a conscious decision across government. And when I say across government, I mean across our national government. And of course, this is within the framework, which we're all very familiar with, which is domestically, we are also all aiming to harness AI to the greatest capacities because of all of the benefits that there are, but we're always very aware of the risks. And so that is a very real tension that we need to always be integrating into the policy discussions that we're having. And our belief and our position in our national policy development and international is that is where the diversity of voices are absolutely required, because the risk views will be very different depending on the voice and the community that you're inviting and that you're actually engaging in the conversation in a meaningful way. So it's not just inviting to the conversation, it's actually listening and then shaping your policy position. So in Canada, what we've seen is, I'm not going to go into great detail, but just to give you a snapshot of where we've started is like within the last 4 years, we've had a directive on how automated decision-making will be handled by the Government of Canada, and that was accompanied by an algorithmic impact assessment tool. That was sort of the first wave of direction that we gave in terms of how the Government of Canada was going to engage with automated decision-making. Then over the last little while, again, in the last year, there's been a real push related to generative AI. So now I think it was just in the last couple months, there was the release of a guide on how to use generative AI within the public sector. And a key point I wanted to note here is that it is a requirement to engage stakeholders before deploying generative AI by the Government of Canada. Before we're actually going to roll it out, we have to engage with those that will actually be impacted, whether it be for public use or service delivery. And then just last month, a voluntary code of conduct on responsible development and management of advanced generative AI systems. This, again, we've seen the US with similar announcements. We've seen the G7, work that we're doing in the G7, and a lot of these codes of conduct and principles coming out at the same time. And this is also accompanied in Canada by working through legislation, so that we also have an AI and Data Act going through legislation. So as I said, these are the basis of the regulations in the policy world that we're working in within Canada. And what I'd comment there is that these are all then developed by multiple departments. Okay, so that's where I think we're challenging ourselves as policymakers, because we have to also increase our capability to work across the sectors, across the departments. And I would say from where we started with when we were developing Canada's Directive on Automated Decision Making through to the actual Code of Conduct that was just announced, that was moving from informal consultations across the country, trying to engage with private sector and academia, to the voluntary code being consulted. We have national tables set up now, which does include private sector, civil society, federal, provincial, territorial governments, Indigenous communities. So we've also had to make a journey through what it means from sort of ad hoc consultation to formalized consultation when we're actually developing these codes. So then how does that translate internationally? As we're learning domestically at a rapid pace, perhaps I can just pull on a few examples of how we've then tried to reflect that internationally. And I'm going to harken back to the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI from 2021. So this is where, again, it was making that conscious decision about harnessing our national tables that were in place to define our negotiating positions when we would be going internationally, given that, again, our national positions weren't as defined. And then we also wanted to leverage the existing international structures. And I think that's really important as we talk about the plethora of international structures at play. So this is where we've used the Freedom Online Coalition. So you have to look at the structures that you have, the opportunities that exist, and what are the means by which we can do wide consultation on the negotiating positions that we're taking. So for the UNESCO recommendations, that's where we use the Freedom Online Coalition, and they have the advisory network, which also includes civil society and tech companies. So again, it's about proactively seeking those opportunities, shaping your negotiating positions in a conscious way, and then bringing those to the table. We're also involved in the Council of Europe negotiations on AI and human rights, which is, again, leveraging our tables, but it's also advocating to have a more diverse representation of countries at the table. So you have to seize the opportunity. We do see this as an opportunity to engage effectively in this negotiation, and we want to continue to advocate that more countries are participating and that more stakeholder groups can engage. So maybe I'll just finish by saying some of the lessons that we've learned from doing this. It's really easy to recite that and make it sound like it was, easy to do. It's not. Some of the lessons I would pull out. Number one, stakeholder engagement requires a deliberate decision to integrate from the start. And I guess the most important word in that one is deliberate. You have to think about it from the beginning. You have to put that in place. As I've said a few times, you have to think about and make sure that you're creating that space for the voices to be heard, and then actually following through on that. The second one, that it does take time. It's complex, and there will be tensions. And there should be tensions, because if there's not tensions in the perspectives, then you probably haven't created a wide enough table of a diversity of voices. So you have to, I think my team is probably tired of me saying this, but you have to get comfortable with living in a zone of discomfort. If you're not in a zone of discomfort, you're probably not pushing your policy, your view. And again, I'm coming from a policy perspective. And you have to do that to find the best solutions. As policymakers, it is going to also drive us to sort of increase our expertise. So we're seeing a lot of, yes, we would traditionally come to the tables with our policy knowledge and our human rights experience and those sort of elements, but I think, we've tried a lot of different things in terms of integrating expertise into our teams, integrating expertise into our consultations. So you have to sort of think about what it's going to mean in a policy world to now do this. And finally, I'll just say, again, leveraging the structures that are in place. We have to optimize what we have. It's, I think, sometimes easier to say, well, it's broken and let's create something new. But I do want to think that we can continue to optimize. And if we're going to create something new, again, it's a conscious decision to think about what is missing from what we have that needs to be improved upon. Perhaps I'll stop there.
Thank you, Tara. That was great and really comprehensive. I think in the beginning you alluded to the challenges in applying the international human rights system to the work that you're doing, but I'm glad Canada is very much doing that and taking this multi-pronged approach that does put human rights front and center, both at the national and international levels. And I really agree that there is very much a need to have deliberate stakeholder engagement and appreciate the work that you've been doing on that. And also the need to leverage existing structures and ensuring that these conversations are truly global, inclusive, and ensuring that the expertise is there as well. So thank you so much. And I think your comments on UNESCO actually serve as a perfect segue to my next prompt, which I'll be turning to Pratik to discuss a bit about that. So UNESCO developed the recommendations on the ethics of AI a couple of years ago. I think, as it's been alluded to, that the conversation has kind of gone from do we need voluntary things to or self-regulatory or non-binding to do we have perhaps need more binding, and I think that is very much the direction to travel now. But I'm curious to hear from you a bit more about your experience at UNESCO in terms of implementing the recommendation at this point, and how UNESCO in general will be playing a larger role in AI governance moving forward and on human rights. So thank you.
Thanks, Ian. How much time do I have?
You have 5 to 6 minutes, but there's no rush. I want to hear your comments and your intervention. So,
first of all, thanks for organizing this discussion on human rights-based approaches to AI governance. I will perhaps focus more on the implementation part and share some really concrete examples of the work that we are doing with both rights holders and duty bearers. Perhaps first, it's good to mention that the recommendation on the ethics of AI is human rights based. It has human rights as a core value, and it is really informed by human rights. Now, I would focus more on the judiciary first. So while we are talking about development of voluntary frameworks, non-voluntary binding, and so on, there's a separate discussion about whether it's even possible in this fractured world that we are living in to have a binding instrument. It's very difficult. It's not a choice. It's if you are going to go and negotiate something today, it's very difficult to get a global view. So we have a recommendation which is adopted by 193 countries. So that's an excellent place to start with. And I'm really looking forward to the work that colleagues at the Council of Europe are doing to have a regional, and also they work with other countries. Now, so we started to also, in my team, in my files, looking at the judiciary, because you can already start working with duty bearers and implement international human rights law through their decisions. But the challenge that you face is that a lot of times they don't have enough awareness about what AI is. How does it work? There's a lot of myth involved. And there is also this assumption that technology is out there. It will, if you're using an AI system in a lot of countries, they're using for predictive purposes, they will be like, oh yeah, it's the computer algorithm which is giving the score, it must be right. So all these kind of things need to be broken down and explained, and then the relevant links with international human rights law needs to be established. So this is what we started to do in sometime around 2020. We at UNESCO have an initiative called the Global Judges Initiative, which started in 2013, where we are working on freedom of expression, access to information, and safety of journalists. And through this work, we've reached about 35,000 judicial operators in 160 countries through both online trainings in the form of massive open online courses, to in-person trainings, to helping national judicial training institutions develop curriculum. Around 2020, we started to discuss artificial intelligence. Of course, the recommendation was under development, and we were thinking already about how can we actually implement beyond the great agreement that we have amongst countries. And we first launched a survey to this network, and about 1,200 judicial operators, when I say judicial operators, judges, lawyers, prosecutors, people working in legal administrations responded to this survey from about 100 countries. And they said two things. First, we want to learn on how AI can be used within the judicial processes, in the administrative processes, because in a lot of countries, they are overworked and understaffed. And I've been talking to judges, and they're like, yeah, if I take a holiday, my colleagues have to work like 16 hours a day. And that is a key driver for them to look at how can the workload be streamlined. The next aspect is really about what are the legal and human rights implications of AI. And when it comes to, say, freedom of expression, safety of access to information. Let me give you some examples here. So we have, for instance, in Brazil, there was a case in the Sao Paulo metro system. They were using facial recognition system on their doors to detect your emotions and then show advertisement. And so I think it was the Data Protection Authority in Brazil which said that you can't do that. You have no permission to collect this data and so on. And this did not require really an AI framework. So my point is that we should not think in just one direction, that we have to work on a framework and then implement human rights. But we already have international human rights law, which is part of jurisprudence in a lot of countries, which can directly be used, actually. So let's not give a lot of people the reason to wait. Let's have a regulation in our country. Giving you some other examples, we've seen in Italy, for instance, they have these food delivery apps like Deliveroo, and there's another one called Foodino, and they had two cases there where basically one of those apps, I don't remember which one, was penalizing the food delivery drivers if they were canceling their scheduled deliveries for whatever reason, and they were giving them a negative score. So the algorithm was found to be biased. It was rating those who canceled, giving more negative points to them vis-a-vis the others. And the Data Protection Authority basically said from the GDPR that you cannot have this going. We had the case Marlena was mentioning about facial recognition in the public sphere. I think it was in the UK, the South Wales Police Department was using facial recognition systems in the public sphere. And this went to the Court of Appeals, and then they said, oh, you can't do this. So this is the work. These are just examples of what is already happening and how people have already applied the international human rights standards and so on. Now, what are we doing next? So in our program with our work with the judiciary, we launched in 2022 a massive open online course on AI and the rule of law, which covers all these dimensions, and we made it available in 7 languages. And it was kind of a participative dialogue. We had the president of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, we had the Chief Justice of India, we had professors, we had people from the civil society coming and sharing their experiences from different parts of the world, because everyone wants to learn in this domain. There's, like, as Canada, you were mentioning, there's a lot of scope to learn from what are the practices in other countries. And so that was our first product, which reached about 4,500 judicial operators in 138 countries. Now we realize that doing individual capacity building is one thing, but we need to focus more on institutional capacity building because that's more sustainable in the long term. So we've now, with also the support of the European Commission, developed a global toolkit on AI and the rule of law, which is essentially a curriculum which has 4 modules, which is talking about human rights impact assessments that Marlena was talking about before. We are actually going to go to the judiciary and say, okay, this is how you can break things down. This is how you look at data. What is the quality of data? When you're using an AI system, how do you check whether the algorithm is, what was the data used, whether it was representative or not? So we are breaking these things down practically for them to start questioning at least. You don't expect judges to become AI experts at all, but at least to have that mindset to say, oh, it's a computer, but it is not infallible. So we need to create that. So we have this curriculum, which we developed through also almost a year-long process now of reviews and so on. Now we have the pilot toolkit available, which we are implementing first with the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in November, actually next month, for a regional training. We will also then get their feedback because it's important to work with the community on what works for them, also from the trainers. We are going to hopefully do it for the EU. We are going to do it in East Africa with the East African Court of Justice next year. In fact, we are hosting organizing a conference with them later this month in Kigali. So we are at this moment now piloting this work, organizing these national and regional trainings with the judiciary, and then as a next step, hoping that this curriculum is picked up by the national judicial training institutions and integrated, and then they own it, they shape it, they use it, and that is how we see that it becomes international human rights standards percolating down to enhanced capacities through this kind of a program. And also as an open invitation, the toolkit that we have is we are just piloting it, so also open to having feedback from the human rights experts here on how we could further improve and strengthen it. So I think perhaps I'll briefly just mention the rights holders side, and we've also developed some tools for basically youth or even general public, you could say, to engage them in a more interesting way. So we have a comic strip on AI, which is now available in English, French, Spanish, Kiswahili, and I think there's a language in Madagascar that is also, and in German and Slovenian soon. So these are tools that we make available to the communities to also then co-own, develop their language versions, because part of strengthening human rights globally is also to making that content available in different languages, so people can associate with it better. We have a course on defending human rights in the age of AI, which is available in 25 languages. It's a micro-learning course on a mobile phone that we developed in a very collaborative way with UNITAR, which is the United Nations Training and Research Institution, as well as a European project called SaltoPi, which involved youth volunteers who wanted to take it to their communities and say, oh, actually, in our country, we want this to be shared, and so on. So there are a number of tools that we have, and then communities of practice with whom we work on capacity building and actually translating some of this high-level principles, frameworks, policies into, hopefully a few years down the line, into judgments which become binding on governments, on companies, and so on. Yeah, I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, that's great. And thank you for reminding us that we already do have a lot of frameworks and tools that can already be leveraged and are taking place in the domestic context as well. Really commend on your work on AI and human rights in the judiciary. I think that it's important to consider that we do need to work on kind of the institutional knowledge capacity that you were speaking to, and also working with various stakeholders in an inclusive manner. So thank you. At this point, we've heard from Marlena about the kind of what's truly needed from a human rights-based approach. to AI governance. We've heard from Tara what some governments and states like Canada are doing to champion this approach in some ways, at the domestic and national levels. You've heard from Pratik about kind of the complementary work that's being done by international organizations and kind of the implementation and work happening there. So I think I want to pause at this point to see if anyone on the panel has any immediate reactions to anything that's been said. And then we might have time for one quick question before we change directions a little bit. But if there are any immediate reactions, feel free to jump in. If not, that's okay too. And from online, if not. So yeah, we can also go to a brief question if that's possible. Please feel free to jump in. I think there's a microphone there, but we can also hand one over. If you could introduce yourself, that'd be great too. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm Stephen Foslu. I'm a policy specialist at UNICEF. And it's really great to hear about the different initiatives that are happening and the different approaches. And maybe it's natural, like in the previous session, Thomas Schneider was saying it's natural that we will see many different governments and countries approaching this differently because nobody really knows how to do this. So this is more kind of I guess a request to think about not just the what, the governance, but also the how. And to do analysis of these different approaches and to see what works, from voluntary codes of conduct to more kind of industry-specific legislation. And I think that's almost really the next phase as we go from policy to practice. And this will play out over a number of years, but that would really be helpful from the UNESCOs and from the OECDs, who are already starting to build up this knowledge base. But clearly there are going to be some things that work well and some that don't. We also engaged children. We created a policy guidance on AI for children and engaged children in that process. And it was a very meaningful and necessary process that really, informed and enriched the product. So it's really, encouraging to hear about the multi-stakeholder approach that's ongoing, not just ad hoc. But yeah, that's kind of a request. And perhaps if you have any thoughts on kind of how you see these approaches may play out if we look ahead, and what kind of role the organizations that you're in might play, not just kind of documenting and looking at how it may be, what may be governed, but actually in how. Thank you.
First of all, as a mom, I would love to see that information about AI and children, so that's fantastic. But it did, on your comment about needing to do the analysis about what's working and what's not, I think and again, this is where we need to also build that capacity globally, because it's one thing for Canada to do analysis and maybe what's working in Canada, but we have to really understand, what are the risks, how is it impacting in different communities and different countries. But this is where we have been working, and I don't know if there's any colleagues in the room, but we have the International Development Research Center in Canada, IDRC, and they do a lot of the funding and capacity building in different nodes around the world, and specific on AI capacity building and research. And so that's where we've also had to really, link up so that we could be leveraging as fast as possible the research that they're also supporting. So again, it's just always, it's challenging ourselves as policymakers that we have to keep seeking it out. But there is that research, and we just need more of it. I think I just wanted to advocate for that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much for the question. Definitely support multi-stakeholder participation and the engaging stakeholders in the process of policymaking itself. One challenge that we see a lot is that there's no level playing field between different stakeholders. So I don't know if there are many companies in the room, but we often see that companies have a disproportionate advantage, I'd say, financial and access to policymakers. When I mentioned at the beginning of my intervention that there's a handful of human rights folks that participate in AI governance, it really is an understatement, comparing to hundreds or actually thousands of folks in the public policy sector or section of companies. So that's something that I would urge international organizations and policymakers at the national level to consider, that civil society really comes from, it's an uphill battle in terms of capacity, resources, financial, and obviously these are marginalized groups, and global majority-based orgs are disproportionately hit by that. So Canada, as Canadian government, I imagine you primarily engage with national stakeholders, which is obviously important. And I also encourage you to think how Canadian laws can influence, for example, global majority-based regulation. That's something we think about a lot in the EU with the so-called Brussels effect, understanding that many countries around the world, especially those with more repressive regimes or authoritarian practices, do not have necessarily the democratic institutional pillars that the EU or Canada would have. So that just add a nuance to multi-stakeholderism, yes, and in a way that really enables inclusive and meaningful participation of all. Thank you.
So a couple of quick points. First, also on Canada, I think they're doing a fantastic job in, for instance, Africa and Latin America with AI for Development project. And I have seen since 2019 the kind of communities that have come up and have been supported to develop, say, language data sets, which can then lead to development of applications, or in healthcare or in agriculture, or just to strengthen in a more sustained way capacities of civil society organizations that can inform decision making and policy making. And we at UNESCO have particularly also benefited from this, because when we have the recommendation on the ethics of AI, which is being implemented now in a lot of countries, we work in a multi-stakeholder manner, right? We generally have a national multi-stakeholder group which convenes and works. And there, the capacity of civil society organizations to actually analyze the national context, contribute to these discussions is very important. So the work that Canada or IDRC and so on are doing is actually, I have over the past 4 or 5 years seen results of that in my work itself already. So there's good credit due there. On your point about policy making at the international level and recommendations and so on, I think, so the process of international standard and policy making has kind of evolved over the years. Like, we used to be in a mode of technical assistance many years ago, that someone will go to a country and help them develop a policy. An expert will fly in, stay there for some months and work. I think that model is changing. And that model is changing in the sense that you are developing policies or frameworks, I would say, at the global level, with the stakeholders from the national or whatever level involved in the development of these frameworks. So what happens is that when they are developing something at the global level, and when they have to translate it at the national level, they would naturally go towards this framework on which they have worked and they have great knowledge of. And that is one, it's an implicit way of policy development, which is over the few years that, not few, it's been actually since the early 2000s, this is the model, because otherwise there's not enough funding available, and also it's not sustainable because you don't develop global frameworks which are done in a more consultative manner. So there is more ownership of these frameworks, which are then become the natural tool, go-to tool for at the national level as well. So that's, I think, an interesting way to develop, and that's why we are talking about multi-stakeholderism. A lot of times in fora like this, multi-stakeholderism just becomes a buzzword. Yes, we should have everyone on the table. That is not what it means. You need to be, and we've actually produced a guidance on how to develop AI policies, from drafting, from agenda setting to drafting to implementation and monitoring along the policy cycle in a multi-stakeholder manner. And there's a short video also I'm happy to share later if we can share it with the community. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I know we have one speaker, just really quickly, if you could make your question, and then I have 3 more interventions from people including online, so maybe they can consider your question and their responses, and if not, then we can come back to it at the end. I just want to ensure that we make time for them. So if you can be brief, that'd be very much appreciated.
So I can ask a question. Okay, thank you so much. Svetlana Zen's Article 19. I'm working on engaging tag for internet freedoms on Asia countries, Myanmar, Vietnam, China. And my question actually is, I mean, I think it's like more of a UNESCO and Canada at some point because, I mean, the ones who are providing some global policies. Would you recommend some mechanisms which we could implement in authoritarian regime countries to monitor the responsible AI, especially from the private sector side? Because in the Western world, or the world which is like more human rights friendly, it's more easier to implement those policies rather than in authoritarian countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll be coming back to these questions as well. And I think that's actually a little bit of a good segue to the next intervention. I'm going to turn to Shala, who's joining online from Google, from the private sector, as it's important to consider all stakeholders in the room. Shala, if you're connected with us, I think my question for you is, aside from these government and kind of multilateral efforts, it's obviously clear that the private sector plays a key role in promoting human rights and AI governance frameworks. So if you could speak about really your work at Google, what's its perspective and ongoing efforts on AI governance and how you're working to promote human rights. And if you can speak to the questions that's been asked, that'd be fantastic as well. And thank you so much for joining and your patience.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today. And apologies, I was unable to join in person, but I really do appreciate the chance to sort of join virtually. I'll try to keep this brief. I want to make sure we get to sort of a more dynamic set of questions. And I know there are other speakers as well, but to sort of take a step back, I sit on Google's human rights program. And that is, for those who are not familiar, it's a central function responsible for ensuring that we're upholding our human rights commitments. And I can share more on that later, but it really applies across all the company's products and services across all regions. And so this includes overseeing the strategy on human rights, advising product teams on potential actual human rights impacts. Quite relevant to this discussion, it's conducting human rights due diligence and engaging external experts, rights holders, stakeholders, et cetera. And so maybe just to take a kind of brief step back, I'll just sort of share a little bit of our starting point as a company, which is really true excitement about the ways that AI can advance human rights and really create opportunities for people across the globe. And so, I think that doesn't just mean sort of in terms of kind of potential advancements, but really progress that we're already seeing, putting more information in the hands of human rights defenders in whatever country they are in, keeping people safer from floods and fires, particularly knowing that it affects disproportionately the global majority, increasing access to healthcare. One that I'm particularly excited about is something we call our 1,000 languages initiatives, which is really working on building AI models that support the 1,000 most widely spoken languages. We obviously live in a world where there are over 7,000 languages, and so I think it's a drop in the bucket, but we hope that it's sort of a useful starting point. But to sort of again turn to our topic at hand, none of this is possible if AI is not developed responsibly. And as was sort of noted in the introduction, this really is an effort that necessarily needs to have government, civil society organizations, and the private sector involved in a really deeply collaborative process, maybe one that we haven't even seen before, potentially. For us as a company, the starting point for kind of responsible AI development and deployment is human rights. So for those who are maybe less familiar with the work that we do in this space, Google's made a number of commitments to respecting the rights enshrined by the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is turning 75 this year, and it's implementing treaties, as well as the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, which I think Marlena mentioned in the beginning. So, what does that actually look like in practice? So, as part of this years ago in 2018, when we established our AI principles, we embedded human rights into them. So for those who are not familiar, our AI principles describe our objectives to develop technology responsibly, but also outline some specific application areas that we will not pursue. And that includes technologies whose purpose contravenes international law and human rights. So if I'm kind of providing a bit of a tangible example, let's imagine that we're sort of thinking of developing a new product like BARD, which we released earlier this year. This would go through our AI principles review via our responsible innovation team. And as part of that process, my team would also conduct human rights due diligence to identify any potential harms and develop alongside various teams, legal and product teams in particular, appropriate mitigations around them. And so one example of this, which we can sort of share around, which is a public case study that we've released, is around our celebrity recognition API. So back in, this would have been 2019, we already saw that the streaming era had brought, a really remarkable explosion of video content. In many ways, that was fantastic. More documentaries, more access for filmmakers to sort of showcase and share their work globally and so on. But there was also a really big challenge, which was video was pretty much unsearchable without, expensive, labor-intensive tagging processes. This made it really difficult and expensive for creators. So, a discussion popped up about better image and video capabilities to recognize sort of an international roster of celebrities as a starting point. So our AI principles review in this process triggered kind of additional human rights due diligence, and we brought on Business for Social Responsibility, BSR, which some are familiar with, to help us conduct sort of a formal human rights assessment on the potential impact of a tool like this on human rights. Kind of fast forward, the outcome of this was a very tightly scoped offering, one that defined celebrity quite carefully, established manual customer review processes, instituted really an expanded terms of service. All of this actually ended up also later informing our company-wide stance on facial recognition, and took into consideration quite a bit of stakeholder engagement in the process. Though it was developed more recently than this particular human rights assessment, I'll also plug in the ECNL framework for meaningful engagement because it served as a really helpful guide for us since its release. So I sort of share this example for two reasons. One is just human rights and sort of the established ways of assessing impact on human rights have been embedded into our internal AI governance processes from the beginning. And two, as a result of that, we've actually been doing human rights due diligence on AI-related products and features for years. And that's been a priority for us as a company for quite a long time. To sort of take a very brief kind of note to sort of the second part of your question, I'll just sort of flag that I think we really do need everybody at the table, and that's not always the case right now, as others had mentioned. We were excited, just as an example, to be part of the moment at the White House over the summer, at the US White House over the summer, that brought together industry to commit to advancing responsible practices in the development of AI. And earlier this fall, we did sort of release our company's progress against those commitments. And that included launching a beta of SynthID, which is a new tool we developed for watermarking and identifying AI-generated images. A really core component of informing the development of that particular product was concerns from civil society organizations and academics and individuals in sort of the global majority, keeping in mind that we have 75 elections happening globally next year, really concerns around misinformation and the potential proliferation of misinformation. Establishing a dedicated AI red team, co-establishing the Frontier Model Forum to sort of develop standards and benchmarks for emerging safety issues. But we think these commitments and companies' progress against them is an important step in the ecosystem of governance, but they really are just a step. So we're particularly eager to see kind of more space for industry to come together with governments and civil society organizations, more conversations like this. I think Tara mentioned the Freedom Online Coalition. So it could be through existing spaces like FOC or the Global Network Initiative, but also, potentially new spaces as we find that it's necessary. And so I'll just kind of mention one last thing briefly, so I know I'm probably over my time, because it did sort of come up more specifically. I'll just flag that when developing AI regulation at Google, at the very least, we sort of think about it in a few ways. We've been thinking about it as something called the 4 S's, the structure of the regulation. Is it international? Is it domestic? Is it vertical? Is it horizontal? The scope of the regulation, how's AI being defined, which is not the easiest thing to do in the world. The subjects of regulation, developers, deployers, and finally the standards of the regulations. What risks? How do we consider those difficult trade-offs that were mentioned earlier by I think the person who asked the first question. So these are just sort of some of the things that we're taking into consideration in this process, but we're really hoping that more multi-stakeholder conversations will lead to some international coordination on this front, because our concern is that, otherwise we'll have a bit of a hodgepodge of regulation around the world. And in the worst case scenario, I think it makes it difficult for companies to comply and stifles innovation, potentially cuts off populations from what could be potentially transformative technology. And it might not be so much the case for us at Google, where we have the resources to make significant investments in compliance and regional expertise, but we do think it would be could be a potential issue for smaller players and sort of future players in the space. So I'll pause there because I think I probably took up too much time, but appreciate it and looking forward to the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Charlotte, for that overview. That was great, and thank you for highlighting the work that's happening at Google to support human rights in this context. Particularly, you're working on due diligence, for example, as well as you're noting the need for collaboration and considering global majority perspectives. I think that's key as well. So what I'd like to do now is turn to Vladimir as our second to last intervention of the session, and then hopefully turning to a couple questions at the end. I think that we've heard from a couple different stakeholders at this point. But I think the question for you is, do you think that the global majority is able to engage in these processes? Do you think that they are able to effectively shape the conversations that are happening at this point? And I think that, Derechos Digitales has spoken about the need to consider local perspectives. And I'm curious to hear from you is, why is this so critical, and kind of what is the work that you're doing now? And if we can keep an intervention to about 4 or 5 minutes, that'd be fine, but don't want to cut you off. Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Well, first of all, thank you so much for the question. It's a hard question. And also for the invitation to be part of this panel. I'm very glad to be here. I'm Vladimir Garay, part of Derechos Digitales, a Latin American digital rights organization. And for the last couple of years, we've been researching about the deployment of AI systems in our region in the context of public policy. Part of that work has been founded by IDRC, so thank you. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that later. But if you're interested, you can go to ia.derechosdigitales.org. And if the URL in Spanish confuses you, you come to me and I can give you one of these and you can find it more easily. So regarding your question, even though there are interesting efforts being developed right now, I think Latin America mostly have lacked the ability to meaningfully engage and shape processes for responsible AI governance. And this is a consequence of different challenges faced by the Latin American region on the local, the regional, and the global context. For example, in the local context, one of the main challenges has to do with the designing of governance instances that are inclusive and that can engage meaningfully with a wide range of actors, which is at least partly consequence of a long history of authoritarianism that results on frail democracies that are suspicious of participation, that are dismissive of human rights impacts, or that lack the necessary institutional capacities to implement solutions that acknowledge broad, inclusive, transparent participation. On the global context, we have to address the eagerness of the tech industry for pushing aggressively a technology that is still not completely mature in terms of our understanding of it, how we think about it, how we think about its limitations, and how do we demythologize it. And one of the consequences of this is the proliferation of different proposals for guidance, legal, ethical, and more. So many that it's hard to keep up. So there's a sense of overwhelming necessity and inevitability, which is a difficulty on itself. Now, also from in the global context, I think Latin America and global majority perspectives are often overlooked and disregarded in the international debate about technology governance, probably because from a technical or an engineering standpoint, the number of artificial intelligence systems that are being developed in Latin America might seem marginal, which is true, especially when compared to those created in North America, Europe, and part of Asia. But our region has a fundamental role in the production of AI systems, and a better understanding of global majority and Latin American countries' relationship with AI can be illuminating, not just for Latin America, but for the AI governance fields as a whole. How should it look like and what should it include? So, first, I think it's important to consider the different roles of global majority countries, and in particular Latin American countries, in the global chain of artificial intelligence development. Our region has a fundamental role in the production of AI systems, for example, as a provider of lithium and other minerals necessary for the manufacturing of different components of AI systems. Of course, as you all know, mining consumes big amounts of non-renewable energy and has important environmental impacts, including air pollution and water contamination that can lead to the destruction of habitats and the loss of biodiversity. It also has a severe impact on the health of the miners, many of whom work in precarious conditions. Latin America also provides data, raw data, that is collected from different sources by different means and that is used to train and refine AI models. Data that is often collected as a consequence of the lack of proper protection of people's right to their personal information. And most of the time, people's data get input on AI systems without people's consent or even their knowledge. Latin America also provides labor necessary to train AI systems by labeling data for machine learning. These are usually low-paid jobs performed also under very precarious conditions that can have harmful impacts on the emotional and mental health of people, for example, when reviewing data for content moderation purposes. It is also the very foundation of any AI system, but its value is severely underestimated and not properly compensated. In summary, Latin America provides material resources necessary for the development of AI systems that are being designed somewhere else and later sold back to us and deployed in our countries, perpetuating logics of dependency and extractivism. So we are both the providers of the inputs and the paying clients for the outputs. But the processes that determine AI governance are often far removed from our region. Responsible AI governance should consider the different impacts of AI development on human rights, including the ones that are a result of the extraction of these material resources, environmental human rights, workers' rights, and the right to data protection, privacy, and autonomy, which are greatly impacted in regions like Latin America. Now, at Derechos Digitales, we have been looking into different implementations of AI systems through public policy, because the main way most people interact with this type of technologies in our region is in their relationship with the state, even if they're not always aware of this. And what we've seen is that states are using AI for mediating the relationship with citizens, for surveilling purposes, for making decisions regarding welfare assistance, and for controlling the access and the use of welfare programs. However, most of the time, our research shows that these technologies are deployed without meeting transparency or participation standards. They lack human rights approaches and do not consider open, transparent, and participatory evaluation processes. There are many reasons for this, from corruption to the lack of capacities, and disregard for human rights impacts, as I mentioned earlier. But we need to overcome this reality, which implies to address the asymmetries among different regions related to the strengthening of democratic institutions. International cooperation is key, and civil society organizations in our region are playing a major role promoting that change. So I'll keep it here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vladimir, for speaking about kind of the need for regional perspectives and highlighting how these need to feed into global conversations and including specifically how regional developments are necessary to consider in the context of AI development. I think that's really helpful. I'm going to turn to our last speaker now, Oyebisi, who I believe is joining us from about 5 a.m. And has been online for a very long time, so definitely deserves a round of applause. So last but definitely not least. So my question to you finally is, building on the previous comments, how do we ensure that, similarly, that African voices are represented in efforts on responsible AI governance and to promote human rights? And I'm going to weave in a question from online that we've received as well, which I think might be related if you're able to respond to that as well, which is, what suggestions can be given to African countries as they prepare strategies or policies on emerging technologies such as AI, specifically considering the risks and benefits? So again, thank you so much for your patience and thank you for being with us. Cheers.
Yes, and thank you so much, Hyan, for inviting me to speak this morning. I think in terms of African voices, we all would agree that the African region is coming late to the party at this time. And we now need to find a way of peer pressuring the continent to get into the debate. Doing this would mean that we are also doing ourselves as other regions a favor, understanding that the continent has a very huge population and that human rights abuses on the continent itself could also snowball into developmental challenges that we do not want across the world. So this is the context for which we would have to ensure that we are not leaving the African continent behind, especially given the fact that our governments have not been able to figure, and this would speak to the question that is being asked by that colleague. Our governments have not prioritized the governance of AI. Of course, we need to think of the governance of AI within the hard and the soft law, but also understanding the life cycle of the AI itself. And how do we ensure that along all of the life cycle, we have a government that understands that, a civil society organization as well that understands that, and a business that understands that. And it was great listening to the colleague from Google who was talking about how Google has a human rights program. How do we then, within a more stakeholder approach, bring that understanding to anticipate some of the rights challenges we might see with artificial intelligence, but also then plan as through a multi-stakeholder approach to be able to mitigate those. And this is where governments would now need to see civil society organizations not as enemies, but as allies, and helping to bring those voices together. Of course, we should understand that at some point, the politics of AI would also come to bear because, on the continent itself, we do not have all of the resources in terms of intellectual property to be able to, develop the coding and all of these algorithms that follows that bit. Our universities are not prepared for that yet. But again, dealing with the technicalities as well, we have to also build some level of competence. Plus also understanding that in terms of international governance of AI and the setting up of international bodies, the African region would have to ensure that our missions abroad, especially those that will be relating with the UN, must have the right capacity to take part in the negotiations. And that's why, again, I like how the colleague from Canada said that, we would have these contestations and they are very necessary because it is within these contestations that we'll be able to bring the diversity of opinions and thoughts to the table such that we have policies that can help us to address some of these challenges that we might see now and in the future. But how are we preparing? How are we going to prepare ourselves as Africans to be able to negotiate and negotiate better? And this speaks to the role of the African Union, including ECOWAS and other regional bodies. I do think the European Union is also setting the agenda and the kind of model for Africans and other regions to also follow in terms of the deep dive that they've done with the AI treaty and how they are using that to help shape how we can have a good human rights approach to AI itself. So now answering the question directly, that you posed to me is to say that whatever advice we would give the African government would also be within the context of what we have seen. One is to understand that hard laws may not necessarily be the starting point for African government. It might be soft laws, working with technology platforms to look at code of conduct and using lessons from there to progress to hard laws. Of course, also understanding that, our government must begin to think regulation in ways that balances the need of citizens and some of the disadvantages that we do not see or we do not want to see, but how do we bring citizens themselves into the conversation such that we're also, encouraging innovation. As much as we're encouraging innovation, we're also ensuring that the rights of others are not abused. It's going to be a long walk to freedom. However, that journey must start with, Africans, African civil society, African businesses, African governments investing in the right set of meetings, investing in the right set of research, investing also in the right set of engagements that can get us, again, to become part of the global conversation, but also understanding that the regional elements of the conversations also must be taken on board, especially given the fact that human rights abuses across the region is becoming alarming, and that we now have more governments that are interested in not opening the space, not being inclusive. Rather, they want to muffle voices. They also are not opening. Freedom of association itself is also affected. So when you look at the civic space ranking of civicals for the region itself, it then again gives the picture as to how some way, somehow, as some of these conversations might not necessarily be something that would excite the region. But again, this is an assumption. We can still, again, begin to look for that stakeholder pressure in ways that brings the African governments to the table, in ways that helps them to see the need for this, and also the need for us to get our voices into global platforms.
Thank you, ABC. It's great, and thank you for stressing, again, the importance of the multi-stakeholder approach, the need for civil society and governments to work together, and bringing in this diversity of perspectives and African voices and governments to the table, which requires preparation as well. So thank you. I guess to the organizers in the IGF, I'm not sure what the timing is in terms of whether we'll be kicked out of the room or not. So if there is a session immediately afterwards, I'm not entirely certain, but I don't see anyone cutting me off. I think it's a lunch break. So what I'll do is I'll just say some brief final comments, and then if anyone has any particular questions or wants to come up to the speakers, it might be a more helpful way of moving forward. I don't want to stand in between people and their food. Never a good position to be in. Pratik, if you want to make one final.
I think there was a question from.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, I have no answer, but I think it's an important question. So I think it's always tricky, particularly when we are dealing with authoritarian regimes, and to put in frameworks which may be used in whatever way possible. So I have no answer, but I think it's an important question, so we should give some time to that.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to say that I think we began this session with a really crucial acknowledgement that there are truly glaring gaps in what is existing in the discourse between human rights and AI governance, and that it's a really key for all stakeholders to come in, for global perspectives from the industry, from civil society, from governments, from other champions on these issues. I think we've just started to shine a spotlight on these issues. So I think that we've also journeyed through what is really needed in terms of looking at a human rights approach to AI governance. I think it's one piece of the pie, but a critical one. And I think that it's just key that we continue to firmly root all efforts on AI governance in the international human rights framework. So thank you so much to the speakers in person here and those online. Thank you for your patience, and apologies for going over, and apologies for not being able to field all the questions, but would encourage you guys to continue to come up personally and speak to speakers yourself. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, everyone. We will wait a couple more minutes to start the session to give more people a chance to join. But for those who are here, do feel free. This is officially a round table, so do feel free to join the actual round table if you are not shy. And we will kick off in like 7 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone, all the participants in the room, and also good morning, afternoon, or evening for those who join online. My name is Chantal Joris. I'm with Freedom of Expression organization Article 19, and I will be moderating the session today. In today's session, we want to explore some of the current challenges posed to the free flow of information, specifically during armed conflicts. And I want to start with making a couple of opening remarks as to where we are at. We do know that conflict parties have always been very keen to control the narrative and shape the narrative during conflicts, perhaps to garner domestic and international support, to maybe portray in a favorable light how the conflict is going for them, and of course also often to cover up human rights violations and violations of international humanitarian law. So this is nothing new, yet what has changed, of course, is how armed conflicts look like in the internet age. We see an increased use of digital threats against journalists and human rights defenders, mass surveillance, content blocking, internet shutdowns, and even the way that information is manipulated has become much more sophisticated with the tools that parties have available today. And of course, at the same time, civilians really rely at an unprecedented level on information communication technologies to keep themselves safe, to know what's going on during the conflict, where fighting takes place, and also to be communicating with the people that, with their loved ones, and see that they are okay. And also I want to emphasize a little bit that these issues are not necessarily limited to just sort of the top 5 to 10 conflicts that tend to make the headlines, but there are currently about 110 active armed conflicts in all regions of the world. And also beyond conflict parties, even states that are not part of the conflict have to grapple with questions. For example, we've seen recently, should they sanction propagandists, ban foreign media outlets? So this is really an issue that concerns every state and all states and the whole world. And also what we have seen is that digital companies have become increasingly important actors as well in conflicts, and they do need to find strategies to avoid to become complicit in human rights violations and violations of humanitarian laws. So to discuss some of these challenges, I'm very happy to introduce the panelists of today. Also, I do want to make a quick remark in this context that we noticed that many of our partners from conflict regions have not been able to come to IGF in person and have these discussions in person, although we talk a lot about the need for an open and secure internet, including, of course, during conflicts, and they are often the stakeholders that are most affected, and they're not really able to join these discussions except online. Similarly, some of our speakers, most of our speakers on this topic that we really wanted to have at the table are also joining us online today. The first speaker joining us online is Tetiana Avdiyevieva. She's legal counsel at the Digital Security Lab Ukraine, an organization that has been established to address digital security concerns of human rights defenders and organizations in Ukraine. We also have Khattab Hamad, an independent Sudanese researcher focusing on digital rights and internet governance, who is working with the Open Observatory of Network Interference and the Code of Africa. We have Joëlle Risk joining us. She's Digital Risks Advisor at the Protection Department of the International Committee of the Red Cross. And next to me here in person is Elena Hickok. She's Managing Director of the Global Network Initiative, of which Article 19 is also a member. I will let her also introduce what this multi-stakeholder initiative is all about. Also, we were supposed to have here Irene Khan, Special Rapporteur on Freedom of Expression. Unfortunately, she had to be in New York at the same time in person, and we were struggling to remove her from the program, so apologies for that. But she has been focusing on these questions as well, and I encourage you to read also her report from last year on disinformation in armed conflicts, and she continues to engage in this discussion as well. So quick breakdown of the format of the session. So we have about 75 minutes to discuss these challenges. I will address a couple of questions to the speakers, but it is really meant as an interactive discussion. It is meant to be a round table. So I will also be asking some of the questions to you as well after the speakers have been able to express themselves on the issues. So throughout the discussion, and then at the end also there will be chance obviously to give input also what we might have missed, what open questions there are for the speakers. So perhaps let's start with discussing sort of the main digital risks that we see, and also the risks to the free flow of information during conflicts. And I will first have our Tetiana from Ukraine and Khatab from Sudan talk about this, but then also again I would be very keen to hear from you what in your areas of work or from the regions you're from, what you have been observing as sort of the key challenges in this respect. So Tetiana, if I can start with you.
Yeah, hi everyone,
Hi.
and it's my great pleasure to be here today and to talk about such an important topic. So first of all, I wanted to share like a brief overview of what is going on in Ukraine currently regarding the restrictions on free speech, free flow of information and ideas, which were introduced long before the full-scale invasion, since the war in Ukraine started in 2014 with occupation of Crimea, and after the full-scale invasion as a rapid response to the changing circumstances. So basically restrictions in Ukrainian context can be divided into two parts. The first part concerns the restrictions which are related to the regime of the martial law and derogations from the international obligations. And the second part relates to so-called permanent restrictions. For example, there is a line of restrictions based on origin, particularly concerning Russian films, Russian music, and other related issues. Also, there are restrictions serving as a kind of follow-up of Article 20, for example, prohibition of propaganda for war, prohibition of justifications of illegal aggression, etc. The problem is, especially with the restrictions which were introduced after the full-scale invasion, that restrictions drafted in a rush are often poorly formulated, and therefore there are lots of problems with their practical application. However, what concerns me the most in this discussion is the perception of the restrictions of the kind by international community. The problem often is that people don't take into account the context of the restrictions. And when I'm speaking of the context, it is not only and purely about missiles flying above like someone's head. It is about the motives which drive people to be involved into the armed conflicts. And that is a very important reservation to be made at the very beginning of this discussion, because we have to speak about the root causes. And I often make this comparison. For me, armed conflicts can be compared to the rules of saving energy. That armed conflicts do not appear from nowhere and they do not disappear anywhere. So when, for example, a certain situation starts, we have to understand that there are motives behind the aggression on the side of the aggressor, and therefore we have to work with those motives to prevent further escalation and to prevent repetition of the armed conflict, to prevent re-escalation, basically. In this case, assessment of the context is unfortunately not a basic math. It is rather a rocket science. Because, for example, in Ukrainian context, the preparation of the fertile ground for propaganda, for Russian interference, has been done in the information space for at least the last 30 years of Ukrainian independence. When on the entire European level, it was said that Ukraine is not basically a state and that there is no right to sovereignty, and that was basically a gift to Ukrainian nation. That all the representations like in front of international community from the side of the post-Soviet countries were done by Russia, etc., etc., etc. What does it mean? It means that there was a particular narrative which was developed and narrative with which we have to work. Why this is important? Because usually restrictions are treated, I would say, rather in vacuum. So we are trying to apply the ordinary human rights standards to the speech, which is shared, developed, which is to the narrative which is developed in the context of the armed conflict. And it is very important because at the very end of the day, what any country which is in the state of war faces is the statement that as soon as the armed conflict is over, all the restrictions have to be lifted. And here we miss a very important point, the point about the transition period, so-called exit strategy, which is very frequently substantiated by automatic cancellation of the restrictions. And that actually is a part of the discussion on the rebuilding of Ukraine in terms of like reinforcing the democratic values, re-establishing human rights which were restricted, etc. So at this particular point, it is very important to mention that we have to think about the transition period of lifting the restrictions from the very beginning of the armed conflict. Because when the restrictions are introduced, we have to understand that they cannot end purely when there is a peace agreement. Otherwise, it won't make any sense from the practical standpoint because narratives will still be there in the air. Therefore, we have to develop this exit strategy and understand that post war societies are very vulnerable towards any kind of malicious narrative, and they cannot be left without protection even after the end of the war. And finally, a brief overview of the digital security concerns. I will try to summarize it in 1 minute, not to steal a lot of time. Currently, there are lots of problems from the digital security side. For example, there are attacks on databases, attacks on media, which not only target the media as website for sharing information, but also target the journalists, which is more important because people experience chilling effect and they're super afraid of sharing any kind of idea because they potentially might be targeted. Indeed, I mean, from the side of the aggressor state, because currently in Ukraine, at least in Ukrainian context, the biggest threat is stemming from Russia, especially for those journalists who are working on the front line and who can be captured, who can be tortured, who can be killed. And there are lots of examples of such things happening. Also, there is a problem of DDoS attacks on websites, which actually interrupts the work of the websites and disables the sustainable connection. There were attempts to share malware and spyware again in order to track individuals, in order to check what topic they're working on, and in order to prevent the basically the truth to be distributed to the general public. And finally, there are coordinated disinformation campaigns on the social media, on like platforms, messaging services, including Telegram, which is another important topic. And probably this topic is a topic for the separate discussion. So I won't be stopping on that like for my entire speech, but just mention it for you to understand that this discourse is very extensive and there are lots of things to talk about. I will stop here. I will give floor back to Chantal. Thank you very much to listen to me, and we'll be happy to share further ideas in the course of the discussion.
Thank you very much, Tetiana. Khattab, if I can bring you in and have you share also your observations about the situation in Sudan, also following the recent outbreaks of hostilities a couple of months ago.
Thank you, Chantal. Hi, everyone. I want to welcome you and the other participants, and it's really an honor for me to speak at the IGF. So to keep the attendees updated, Sudan is going through a war between two forces that have been allied since the year of 2013, and the disagreement came to an end on to April 15 on April 15 due to differences in the security agreements related to the unification of the armies in Sudan. So this put the Sudanese in a position in a bad position due to the parties to due to the parties to the war because the parties of the war are not following the laws of war. In addition to its impact on basic services, including electricity and communication. So this contributed to widespread manipulation of war narrative and the spread of misinformation, in addition to the intense polarization. So to answer your question, in Sudan right now, we have internet shutdowns, we have targeting of telecom workers, we have also disinformation campaigns, and also we have privacy violation. And unfortunately, these practices are used by both sides of war, not only one side like RSF or the Rapid Support Forces, RSF or Sudanese Armed Forces, the official military. So regarding internet disruption is not a new experience for the people in Sudan. The authorities used to shut down the internet during exams and civil unrest. And this time, due to the ongoing conflict, there were numerous and periodic internet disruptions in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, and the cities of Niala, Zalinjay, and Al Junaina. These events are considered as effort of information control during the war. However, some disruption cases in Khartoum are related to security concerns of the telecom engineers and other telecom-related workers, as they may face violence because of their movement towards maintenance. So the absence of internet connection opened a wide door to offline disinformation, as people cannot verify information that they got from local sources. Moreover, disinformation during the conflict also exists in cyberspace, and it has several actors, but there are two main players here. They are SAF, so the Sudan's Armed Forces, and RSF. Both parties are using proxy accounts and influencers on social media platforms to promote and to propagate their narrative regarding the war. Actually, this practice puts civilians at risk because getting wrong information may impact their decision to move around their neighborhood or the decision of displacement. Moreover, what I observed is that disinformation is threatening the humanitarian response, as so, for example, the ICRC office in Sudan posted on Facebook warning the people not to follow disinformation. So also during this war, several privacy violation cases happened, such as physical phone inspection. A lot of cases of physical phone inspection by soldiers from both sides, and also the use of spyware. Actually, we couldn't verify the use of spyware until now, but there are claims of that. But the important thing here is we have to mention that RSF imported the Predator spyware of Intellexa. Intellexa is an EU-based company that is providing intelligence tools. And also this is not the first time of using spyware in Sudan, as the NISS, the National Intelligence and Security Service, imported the remote control system of the Italian company hacking team in 2012. So I think that's it from my side, Chantal. Back to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for this account and explaining how these information threats can also really lead to offline violence and concrete harms to civilians. So same question to the people in the room. What have you seen, or what have you perceived as being sort of the main, in your experience, the main risks to the free flow of information, be it through surveillance, propaganda, internet shutdown? What's your perspective?
Hi, thank you so much for great presentations. I'm Eliška Birkova from Access Now, and we are also working on the issue of content governance in times of crisis. And we have been recently mapping a number of prevailing trends in the field that in one way or another put either freedom of expression and other fundamental rights in danger. And we looked specifically at this issue from the perspective of international humanitarian law. And so we are witnessing several issues, especially parties to the conflicts that are actually very much instigators of those. One of them is, of course, the intentional spread of disinformation as a part of warfare tactique, where we noticed a number of cases that we are now, so we have this different case scenario that we are supporting with the case studies too that really happen in the field, such as, for instance, claiming or warning that there will be invasion taking place, and in reality, this invasion has never occurred. There is a very specific example from Israel in 2021, where even international media were convinced and believed that this invasion take place and reported on it, which was just the part of military strategy. And there are a number of other examples from different regions around the world where we see that. Another one is, of course, using platforms for the purpose of moving the parts of population from one territory to another, which from the perspective of international humanitarian law is not, at least in the context of non-international armed conflict, it's not even permitted. So we see those cases as well. Of course, the whole entire issue of the content depicting prisoners of war, that was very largely reported, and that can again put in danger the privacy of those people, identity, and so on. So the safety and security of those individuals depicted on that video content that is being shared. And there are maybe other 2 or 3 case scenarios that we identified in the field and that we are now still gathering case studies, and this will be all summarized in our upcoming report that we're hoping to publish in following weeks. I don't want to overcommit, but I'm happy to elaborate further without going much in and give space to others as well.
Thank you very much for the excellent points. Anyone else? Yes, sorry, go ahead.
You hear me? Yeah. Thanks for giving me the floor and opportunity to speak and express myself. I'm Tim from Russia, and what I can say about internet shutdowns, internet restrictions in terms of conflict, it's pretty obvious that any country involved in the conflict will ensure that there will be some restrictions on internet, websites, media, and so on. But frankly speaking, it is not so restricted as it could be seen from abroad, as long as there are plenty of, like, you can stop information from flowing around through like Telegram messengers, from some social media and stuff. And lots of Ukrainian media and Ukrainian Telegram channels are still and effectively available in Russia. So I can say there is super restricted environment in the Russian media sphere. So far, we face lots of, as the same as Ukrainian speaker said, we face lots of like cybersecurity threats coming obviously from Ukraine the same way, like denial of service attacks, like some sophisticated attacks on governmental and non-governmental like private web services companies, and we have lots of data leaks. For example, recently Ukrainian hackers published a leaked database from the company who was a service provider for all the airline tickets and airline connections and stuff. So basically all the imaginable personal data, including names, dates, and all the flying information of Russian people, Russian citizens, was published in the internet, in the Telegram, and was available for any malicious actors. And so far we see a lot of threats and insecurities from disinformation campaigns and threats and fakes, which are used as a weapon in an informational war happening aside of real war in between Russia and Ukraine. And it's so sad that this kind of informational war and this kind of weapons and weaponry used in informational war is not described in any international law and is not even somehow imagined and prescribed. Because there is, the situation is like that. There is, say, international law for wars, for real wars and for real warfare, but there is no international laws for informational warfare. And both of the countries and both of the all the citizens of our countries, both Ukraine and Russia, suffer from this internet warfare. So the situation is like that. So the situation is like that, that both of parties use this kind of weapons in the informational war in between our countries. For example, for this year, working in a non-profit organization which is which focuses on countering disinformation and fakes in Russia, we have found over 3,000 disinformational narratives threatening Russian Federation and Russian citizens in some different ways. This is about number of narratives, but separately we have counted each post and message in social media, and the number of messages and posts and reposts placed in social media overwhelmed 10 million copies in the Russian media sphere.
Thank you. I think there will be probably quite some disagreement in the room, and also I will let Tetiana perhaps respond and react to some of the remarks. Certainly, there is a gap in international law as to how to deal appropriately with information manipulation, actually both in times of peace and in times of armed conflicts. I don't know if we have any. Yes.
Yeah, just a brief response. First of all, I found it particularly interesting when the discussion around the incitements to aggression, propaganda for war, and incitements to hatred turns into the discussion around the disinformation campaign spread inside Russia, which for me is slightly a shifting of the context, because when we're speaking of the aggression issues per se, we have to take into account the narratives which are primarily aimed at actually instigating the armed conflict, and also narratives which are shared inside Russia, connected to the, for example, inviting people to join in Russian armed forces, or connected to actually incitements to commit illegal activities, which predominantly are shared on Russian media, especially those which are state-backed. Also, as regards the digital security threats and digital security concerns, what concerns me the most is the attempt to basically substitute the actual topic of harming civilians and the topic of basically trying to suppress activists, opposition, human rights defenders, and journalists by the fact that there are restrictions which affect the entire community in Russia. First and foremost, because among the Russian community itself, there is an extensive support towards the invasion. Even Russian independent media Medusa, in its findings, in its research, stated that from 70 to 80% of Russian citizens actually support the invasion. When assessing the restrictions in this context, the proportionality analysis, in my opinion, would a little bit differ comparing to the situation when we are just declaring the like facts without providing the appropriate context for them. So I will stop here, and I won't probably create the battle out of this discussion here. But I think that it's a very important topic to clearly define the things we are talking about and to clearly indicate in which context they're done, to whom they're attributable, and what are the specific consequences of the actions which are taken, and what is the reasoning behind those actions which are taken. Thank you.
Hello? Yes. Thank you very much. As mentioned, when we go to the factual scenarios of specific conflicts, for sure there can be a lot of disagreements as to what specifically the issues are. I will take one more contribution, and then I will and then let's hear from Joël Risk from the ICRC.
Hi, I'm Rafiq from Internews here. Yeah, just this may be more of a niche issue potentially, but one of the biggest frustrations that we hear from our media and journalist partners particularly, though also from civil society, is around over-enforcement from social media platforms, where legitimate news reporting or commentary on conflict is taken down, and legitimate news sources have their accounts suspended or restricted from amplifying or boosting content. Sometimes it's through automation in cases like Palestine or Afghanistan, where you can't report on the news without mentioning dangerous organizations. We find a lot of media outlets wind up getting their pages restricted. And then other times it's through you know, mass reporting and kind of targeting of these news sources that result in incorrect, you know, having their pages taken down. Sometimes people do actually violate the rules of the platform too, maybe, you know, posting pictures of dead bodies and things like that, you know, that do violate the rules, but there's, in a conflict setting, it's often complicated. So yeah, just in terms of the free flow of information, that's another issue.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. I mean, also promoting a certain narrative or sharing violations for propaganda purposes, for example, is obviously something very different than reporting on them to make them publicly known. But given how often automated tools are also involved in content moderation, it's very difficult to make that distinction properly. Joël, let me turn to you and perhaps ask you as well, hearing from the situation in Ukraine and Sudan, is that also what the sort of threats that you have perceived globally as a humanitarian organizations, and what sort of specific risks has the ICRC identified in terms of how these digital threats can harm civilians?
Thank you, Chantal, and thank you also for interesting contributions they made for Ukraine, Sudan. I will maybe focus a little bit more on the harms to civilians you asked, rather than on the nature of the threats. So, because of course our concern is not only about the use of digital technology, but also that the lack of access to that, especially to connectivity, particularly when people need reliable information the most to make potentially life-saving decisions. We see that the information dimension of conflict have also become
Joël, I'm
Yes?
so sorry. We have a little bit of, you're breaking up a little bit. I don't know if there's anything, I don't know if it's the connection or if there's anything you can do with the mic that will make it a little bit clearer.
Let me change the mic setting. Is it better like that? Okay.
Yes, much better.
I see you nodding. Oh, okay. All right, great. Thank you. Sorry, it was a mic setting, I believe. So I was saying that the information dimension of conflict have also become part of, in a way, of digital frontlines, because digital platforms are used to amplify a spread of harmful information at a wider scale, reach, and speed than we've ever seen before. And then that is a concern because it compromises people's safety, their rights, their ability to access also these rights and their dignity. And the difficulty is that this happens in various ways that are very difficult to prove. Tatiana spoke of attribution a little bit. It is very difficult indeed to even not only to do that, but also to prove how harmful information is actually causing harm to civilians affected by conflict. And I'll try to speak about that a little bit. We've seen that different actors, whether they are state or non-state, are leveraging the information space to achieve information advantage, as you had said earlier, Chantal, but also to shape public opinion, shape the dominant narrative, but also to influence people's beliefs, their interests, and their behaviors. Which is where, in situations of conflict, it really becomes an issue of risk, potentially to other civilians. The information space, in that sense, is an extension of the conflict domain, and it impacts people that are already in a vulnerable situation because they're already affected by conflict. And with the digitalization of communication system, then becomes basically a convergence of the information and digital domains. That being said, not all harmful information and distorted information, whether it's misinformation, disinformation, malinformation, and hateful and offensive speech, not all of it is a result of organized information operations, right? Not all of it is state-sponsored. But the use of digital platforms really has a mix of state and non-state actors, and between organized spread of narratives, but also an organic spread of information and harmful information. What we've seen in the past years, and maybe also just to caveat on that, that makes it very complex from a humanitarian angle, again, to identify, to detect that it is a harmful narrative, but also to assess what is the harm to that, to the civilians, and then to think of an adequate response given all of these complexities that I just mentioned. And what I've seen in the past years is that how countries affected by armed conflict, and in these countries, the spread of misinformation and disinformation, and also hateful and offensive speech, can already aggravate tensions and can intensify conflict dynamics, which of course would have a very important toll on civilian population. For example, harmful information can increase pre-existing social tensions, pre-existing grievances. It can also even take advantage of pre-existing grievances to escalate social tensions and exacerbate polarization, violence, all the way to a point where it's a disintegration of social cohesion. Information narratives can also encourage acts of violence against people or encourage other violations of humanitarian law. And you already mentioned quite a few examples. Alishka also mentioned a couple of examples. The spread of misinformation and disinformation can increase vulnerabilities to those affected by conflict. The distress, the psychological weight it can cause, or which is often invisible. For example, think of how harmful information may feed anxiety and fear, and also mental suffering of people that are already under significant distress. We fear that the spread of harmful information can also trigger threats, harassments, which may lead to displacement and evictions. And I think a couple of examples were already given in the room. We also worry about stigmatization and of discrimination. Think of survivors, for example, of sexual violence. Think of families that are thought about as belonging to one or the other of a group, or one or the other an ethnic group, for example, where they may be stigmatized about people being denied access to essential services as a result as well, only because they belong to a group that is subject to an information campaign or a narrative. We also fear that distorted information in times of emergencies and people's ability to access potentially life-saving information is heavily compromised today. And people may not be able to judge what information they can trust at what time, at a time when they really need accurate and timely information for their safety and for their protection. For example, to understand what is happening around them, where danger and risks may be coming from, roads that are open or not, safe or not, locations of checkpoints, etc., and how and where they may find assistance, whether it's medical or other type of assistance, or take measures and make timely decisions to protect themselves or to even search for help. So the digital information space can also become a space where behavior that are counter to international humanitarian law may occur, including, and I will not give contextual examples, including the incitement to targeting of civilians, to killing civilians, making threats of violence that may be considered as terrorizing the civilian population, but also information campaigns, whether they are online or offline, and I would like to underscore online and offline, can also disrupt and undermine humanitarian operations. Khattab spoke a bit about that, but I want to say that when this happens, when undermining humanitarian operations may also hinder the ability to provide these humanitarian services to people that are most in need for it, and of course also compromise safety of humanitarian aid workers. One last point I'd make on this is that even the approaches that are adopted to address this phenomenon in themselves, and Chantal, you mentioned that in the beginning, may also intentionally or not impact people's access to information. It may fuel crackdown, more surveillance, more tracking of people, crackdown on freedoms, on media and journalists, and of course also on political dissent and potentially also on minorities. So as a humanitarian actor, we believe that this is an issue that requires a bit of specific attention, not only because of the implication it has on people's lives, their safety and their dignity, but also because of how complex the environment is. And from that angle, a conflict-sensitive approach will be necessary. We're used to discussing a lot on the impact of disinformation, for example, from a point of view of public health campaigns, election campaigns, freedom of speech, etc. But when it comes to conflict, a conflict-sensitive approach will be necessary. So in other words, an approach that really helps us ask how to best assess the potential harm in the information dimension of conflict, and also how that may have impact on civilians that are already affected by several other types of risks, mostly offline. And of course, think of adequate responses that will not cause additional harm or amplify harmful information, whatever the type of that information may be. And happy, of course, to talk a little bit more about that and how it connects to other risks later in the hour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joël. I do find this point very interesting about, as a freedom of expression organization, we look at something like disinformation, obviously through the lens of the human rights framework and the test to apply to restrict freedom of expression. But it's interesting to think about it from the perspective, again, of the potential harm. What are the adequate responses and whether they are the same as the ones we would identify normally as a freedom of expression organization as the adequate responses to this information that do not have any unintended negative consequences. With that, let me move to Elonai. I know that some GNI members are obviously telecommunication and internet service providers or also hosting platforms. So I'm just curious to hear, like, what discussions have you had at the GNI specific to conflicts, and perhaps can you talk a bit about what pressures have companies reported to be facing if they operate in these conflicts from the conflict parties?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Chantal, and thanks for the opportunity to be on this panel. Maybe to start, just to say GNI is a multi-stakeholder platform working towards responsible decision-making in the ICT sector with respect to government mandates for access to user information and removal of content. We bring together companies, civil society, academics, and investors. And all of our members commit to the GNI principles on freedom of expression and privacy, and our company members are assessed against these principles in terms of how they are implementing them in their policies and their processes and their actions. And we also do a lot of learning work and policy advocacy. And so as part of some of our learning work, we started a working group on the laws of armed conflict to examine responsible decision-making during times of conflict and the challenges that many of our member companies were facing. And then we are also holding a learning series organized by GNI, ICRC, and CIPRI, which is meant to be and enable an honest conversation around the ways that ICT companies can have impact and be impacted in the context of armed conflict. And that's really, to say that I'm coming to this conversation as GNI not really being or not necessarily being an expert in IHL or working in times of armed conflict, but we are trying to bring together the right experts, ask the right questions, and have the conversations that are necessary to help companies and other stakeholders navigate these really complicated situations. So I think to answer your question, Chantal, as we've heard from a number of our speakers today, armed conflicts are really complex, and there is a lot at stake. Technology companies may offer services that support critical functions, provide critical information for citizens, but they can also be used to directly or indirectly facilitate violence, spread false information, potentially prolong and exacerbate conflicts, and that's just a few of the potential impacts. There are a number of different risks that companies may need to navigate during times of conflict, and they often have to take difficult decisions that require the balancing of a number of stakeholder interests. This includes risks to people, individual users, journalists, vulnerable communities, societies, as well as navigating risks to a company, including its infrastructure, services, equipment, but probably most importantly, their personnel, and especially for telecom companies who have offices on the ground. Often their personnel are at risk. And I think companies may need to navigate a whole range of questions about if they operate in a context and what that impact might be. I don't think it's a clear-cut answer. They, on one hand, may be providing access to critical information. They might be a more rights-respecting alternative, but they also might be used to facilitate the violence. They have to navigate questions about how they operate and function during times of conflicts, including how they're responding to government demands. These can take many different forms, including requests for access to user information, giving access to networks for surveillance purposes, shutting down the networks, carrying messages on networks, removing content, and more. I think that we've seen that these demands may be informal. The legal basis for the demand may be unclear. The duration of the measure being required may not be specified. For example, it might not be clear when a network shutdown should be ended. The scope of the demand may be extremely broad. And I think something that was said by another speaker that's important is that these demands can come from both sides of a conflict and not just one government. And so I think as companies manage risks to people and their company, their ability to respond to government mandates in other ways that might be available to them during times of peace can be really limited. For example, during a time of peace, you could say a company should request clarity of the legality of the request and communicate with the government to determine exact requirements. They should be responding in a way that is minimal, refuse to comply, partially comply, or challenge requests through legal channels. Disclose information about receiving the request to the public or notify the user. Maintain a grievance mechanism when the privacy and freedom of expression of users is impacted. by complying with the request. But I think in times of conflict, as they face these different risks that they have to manage, it can be really difficult for them to undertake these measures. And I think just from discussions that we've heard, things that are useful include companies having risk management frameworks in place, clear escalation channels, clear thresholds to understand what triggers different actions, working with other actors to understand the legality of requests, working with other companies to coordinate actions in a specific context, and importantly, engaging with experts, including to understand the implications of different decisions, and ensuring formal and constant review of decisions on how to improve their actions going forward. And I think another challenge that we've heard in our discussions is that it can also be challenging to understand when to pull back or to de-escalate different measures that are in place, because it's not always clear when a conflict ends.
Thank you very much, and I do also really support in these contexts the necessity of a multi-stakeholder approach, because perhaps, say, the ICRC might not be an expert classically with content moderation, or maybe not yet, maybe that's still to come. ISP providers are not necessarily experts in conflict settings. They maybe understand, both of them maybe don't understand the typical threats around disinformation. So I do think it's extremely important that different actors work together. Let me go back to Tetiana, maybe focus this sort of second half of the discussion a bit more on trying to identify gaps where we need more clarity, and also have Tetiana and Katab speak to the role of ICT companies specifically in the context of their conflict. Tetiana, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I particularly liked how the discussion is currently going. I mean, what I wanted to briefly follow up and maybe start the discussion around how the ICT companies, how platforms generally have to respond, is that we have to make the clear distinction when organic spread of harmful information turns into spread of actually illegal content. And probably this line has to be specifically identified for the context of armed conflict, where the effect of the organic harmful information is amplified by the very context in which it is put. As regards the ICT platforms, for me, first, since like in Ukraine, there is no actually actual mechanism to engage with the platforms on the state level, in terms of we do not have jurisdiction over most of tech giants, and that creates the biggest problem because there is no opportunity to communicate with the platforms otherwise, except for the voluntary cooperation from their side. That is probably the biggest challenge we as international community have to resolve, because usually states which face armed conflicts or which face civil unrest, and we can expand this context even like to other emergency situations, they do not have the legal mechanisms to communicate with the platforms. And that is the primary stage for the discussion. Namely, we have to understand when companies have to respond to the governmental requests. To governmental requests of which governments the companies have to respond, especially when there is suspicion or when we actually know that the government, for example, is authoritarian one, when the government has, and the state generally has, the very high index of human rights breaches, whether the companies have to be involved into the discussions with such governments, with such states at all. So that is the primary point probably we have to think about. The second thing is to what extent IHL and IHRL have to collaborate when we are speaking about the activities of the ICT. For example, and I can share the link in the chat, our organization, Digital Security Lab Ukraine, has done an extensive research on disinformation, propaganda for war, international humanitarian law, international criminal law, and international human rights law. There is a big discourse about what are the definitions, which legal regime is applicable, and how the states generally and the international community have to react when this kind of speech is delivered. With companies, it is even more difficult, just because for them, they're rather, and I mean, I can absolutely understand why it happens. They're rather waiting for international organizations, for example, the UNESCO, the OSCE, the Council of Europe, to say whether there is an incitement to genocide, whether the threshold is reached or not. And that is actually point, like, it's a big +100 to multi-stakeholder collaboration, because there are certain actors which are empowered, which are put in place to say, to call particular legal phenomena by its own name. We have to understand that, like, I mean, I wish I could say that there are incitements to genocide in what Russia does in Ukraine, but unfortunately, domestic NGOs won't probably be the most reliable source and the most trustworthy source in this case. So that's the point in time when international organizations have to step in. I mean, both international intergovernmental organizations, international NGOs who can elaborate on those issues. And that might be a potential solution how ICT companies might deal with the prohibited types of content. The prohibited kinds of behavior, which is usually called coordinated inauthentic behavior online. So most probably they need assistance on the more global level, as well as assistance on the local level in order to better understand the context. For example, when we are speaking about the slur words, most probably it is more reasonable to resort to the assistance of the local partners. And finally, it is about the issue of enforcement. And here, my main point at any discussion is that we are usually trying to, unfortunately, we are trying to blame and shame companies which are already good phase one. For example, we are constantly pushing Meta to do even more and more and more. And it is nice that Meta is open to a discussion. But on the other hand, we have such companies as Telegram, as TikTok, which are more or less reluctant to cooperate, or in case of Telegram, they're absolutely closed for cooperation with either a government or civil society. And we also have to solve this issue in particular, because there is a big problem of people migrating from the safe spaces which are moderated but have certain gaps in moderation to the spaces which are absolutely unmoderated, just because people feel over-censored in the moderated spaces. And this over-censorship is often caused by our blaming and shaming strategy. And the very same approach has actually been seen when Meta, for example, was blamed by the increased moderation efforts in Ukraine. I mean, it is good that like the ICT companies finally started to do something. And our main task is not to blame and shame them for not doing the same in other regions, but rather to encourage them to apply the very same approach in all the other emergency situations, to develop crisis protocols, to think about to initiate basically discussions about IHL and IHRL perspectives, to say like publicly what kind of problems they face, probably to launch the public calls for cooperation when local NGOs can apply, when local NGOs can themselves engage with content moderation teams, policy teams, oversight teams in case the ICT company has any. So that's my main point, probably to all the actors involved, that when we see the pattern of the good behavioral pattern on behalf of the ICT company, we have to encourage them to expand this good behavioral pattern to other contexts rather than to shame them that they acted in this way only in one situation.
Thank you very much. And I do echo the calls on companies to take all situations of conflicts equally serious and not focus on the ones more that tend to make headlines or where there's bigger geopolitical pressures behind. So also over to Katab, then I have two last questions for Elonai and Joël. If you can keep your interventions relatively short, so we have a couple of minutes also for any questions for the audience, that would be appreciated. Katab, over to you.
Thank you, Chantal, and thank you, Tatiana, for the great intervention. I will start with the challenges that the ICT companies face during the conflict in Sudan, to be specific. So the major challenge that the ICT companies are facing in Sudan during the war is electricity, to be honest. Before the war, the national grid of electricity was only providing 40% of the citizens with power. And after the war, it's clear that there was a huge shortage in power supply. And this impacted the network stability. The network, by network, I mean the telecom network, not the power network. And the data centers availability, which affected the e-banking services in Sudan and other basic governmental services. However, the ICT companies normalized with the power shortage by equipping the devices, stations, and data centers with uninterruptible power supply, as well as UPS and power generators. But due to the circumstances of the war, as I mentioned earlier, the companies could not deliver the fuel to the power generators because of security concerns of the workers. So this led a company like MTN Sudan. MTN Sudan it's an ISP in Sudan. It led MTN to announce that they had service failure due to the disability of delivering the power fuel. And I will transit to the role of social media platforms in the ongoing conflict. So social media platforms, actually, they played a major role in ousting the National Congress Party of Sudan, which was ruling Sudan for 30 years. And also it assisted us in our pro-democracy movement. But however, these platforms are the main tools of opinion manipulation during the ongoing conflict, as both conflict parties are using these platforms to promote their narrative of the war. However, the new event here is that there is a foreign actor, which is playing a major role in the cyberspace in Sudan, which is Meta. Meta took down the official and other related accounts of rapid support forces, and they justified that by saying RSF is considered a dangerous organization according to the Middle East Eye website. And yes, I confirm that RSF is a dangerous organization, and we know its human rights record and how it's bad. But this step from Meta contributed to the efforts, it's indirectly contributed to the efforts of SAF to control the information and the narrative of war, as now there is only one way of information. You can get information from SAF while RSF is suppressed. My concern is that, both sides are bad, but making a free environment of information, and then people can get the information that they want, and they can filter by themselves, not taking decisions that contribute indirectly to the to prolonging the war, and also like assisting in the process of polarization. So taking a decision without considering the local context is a big mistake, as I also have another concern, as RSF itself was a part of SAF, as SAF founded RSF in 2013. So like it makes sense that both are dangerous organizations. How can you take down one organization and leave the other? Also, the decision impacted the free flow of information. So for example, fact checkers cannot find information to provide verification to the claims, as there is no, there is one way of information. And it also has like security impact on the people on ground. So there are some gaps that I want to raise, and I think it should be filled. So in this era, the right to access information is related to cyberspace. So the frontliners of accessing the information are the telecom workers, the telecom engineers, and other telecom-related workers. So because they are the people who provide and operate the infrastructure which allows us to access information. Those workers should be considered by the international law to be extraordinarily protected, like doctors, journalists, and the human rights defenders. Moreover, in Sudan, we need more training for our people, because unfortunately we don't have enough human resources to grow our internet governance, and the knowledge is limited to specific people. And unfortunately, these people are using their knowledge to restrict the free flow of information and freedom of expression. And also, we have to amend our laws, like the Right to Access Act, the Cybercrimes Law, and the Law of National Security, as they were being abused using vague terms by the same people who have this knowledge. So I think that's it from my side, Chantal and others. Back to you, Chantal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think, yeah, it's interesting. We've heard now twice of these complications around ICT companies potentially sort of de facto asked to choose sides between the parties to a conflict, also like El and I mentioned earlier. And also I think very interesting point about the key importance of the staff that is in charge of keeping these ICT systems going, and perhaps them needing even specific protections to be able to do that. Elonai, so the GNI does refer to the principles on the guiding principles on business and human rights, which are key also to the GNI principles as to how companies should respect human rights. They only make very brief reference to humanitarian law, so maybe just an open question as to, do you feel that there is a sense from companies that they need more guidance as to what it means for them to respect humanitarian law in addition to human rights?
I mean, yes, I think that is very central to a number of conversations that happen at GNI. I guess I would say, so many technology companies approach risk identification and mitigation through the lens of business and human rights, and this includes relying on frameworks such as the OECD guidelines for multinational enterprises and in the UN guiding principles like you just mentioned. And I wanted to highlight that there are a couple of relevant principles and parts of the commentary of the UNGPs for companies and states with respect to operation in conflict-affected areas. Importantly, according to the UNGPs, a core principle of the corporate responsibility to respect human rights is that in situations of armed conflict, companies should respect the standards of international humanitarian law. And then also the UNGPs state that when operating in areas of armed conflict, business should conduct enhanced due diligence, resulting from potentially heightened risk and negative human rights impacts. And there's emerging guidance from civil society organizations on how companies can undertake this EHRDD through a conflict lens. I think IHL can help inform tech companies operating in situations of armed conflict about the risks that they might expose themselves, their personnel, as well as other people too. But like you mentioned, I think that more guidance is needed as to how due diligence processes can incorporate IHL, as well as more work can be done on the articulation as to what IHL means for ICT companies.
Thank you very much. Joël, as the main guardian of IHL, I know the ICRC is looking into some of these also legal and policy challenges that have arisen through these cyber threats. And can you talk a bit about this global advisory board which has supported the ICRC in addressing some of those? Can you perhaps share some of the initial findings?
Of course. Would you like me to focus more on ICT companies since that's where the discussion went?
Yes, sure.
Okay. So yeah, thanks. It's a good question, Chantal. The ICRC has set up a sort of a global advisory board about 2.5 years ago. So between 2021 and 2023, we brought together at high level, really at senior level, advising the president and the leadership of the ICRC on basically experts from legal, military, policy, tech companies, and also security fields to advise on the emerging digital threats and new digital threats, and to help us improve our preparedness to engage on these issues, not only with parties to armed conflict, but also with new actors that we see are play a very important role in conflict situations, including, of course, civil society, but also tech companies. So throughout these 2 years, we've hosted about 4 different consultations with the advisory board. And hopefully next week on October 19th, we will publish the list of discussions and recommendations. They're not ICRC recommendations. They won't be ICRC recommendations, but they will be the advisory board recommendations on digital threats to civilians affected by armed conflict. So I will maybe broadly mention the 4 different trends that were discussed in these consultations between the Global Advisory Board and the ICRC. And then I will focus a little bit on the recommendations linked to the information space and then to ICT companies. And I'll try to be quick because I'm aware of time. So the first trend that was discussed between the ICRC and the Global Advisory Board is the harm that cyber operations have on civilians during armed conflict. So focusing again on the emerging behavior of parties to armed conflict in the cyberspace, but also other actors in that space, by disrupting infrastructure, services, and data that may be essential to functioning of society, but also to human safety. And there we consider that there's a real risk that cyber operations will indiscriminately affect widely used computer systems that are connecting and connected civilians and civilian infrastructure, but in a way that goes beyond conflict. So as a result, it may interrupt access to essential services, but also hinder the delivery of humanitarian aid and cause, of course, offline harm and injury and even death to civilians. The other issue or the trend that was discussed is the question of that we are discussing today, and that is connectivity and the digitalization of communication systems and the spread of harmful information. And similar to what we already discussed at length in this session, recognizing that information operations have always been part and parcel of conflict, but the digitalization of communication systems and platform is amplifying the scale, reach, and speed for the spread of harmful information. And that, of course, leading to distortion of facts, influencing people's beliefs and behaviors, and raising tensions, and all what we have already discussed, but really stressing that the consequences of this is online as well as offline. The third issue discussed, and this is really an issue that we hold very close to heart as the ICRC, and that is the blurring of lines between what is civilian and what is military in the digital dimensions of conflict. And seeing that civilians and civilian infrastructure becoming more targets of attacks in that space, in the digital dimension of conflict. And of course, this is an issue that is of growing concern as digital front lines are really expanding, and they're expanding also, let's say, conflict domains. The closer that digital technologies move civilians to hostilities, the greater the risk of harm to them. And the more digital infrastructures or services are shared between civilians and military, the greater the risk of civilian infrastructure being attacked. And of course, as a consequence to that, harm to civilians, but also undermining the very premise for the principle of distinction between civilians and military objectives. And finally, of course, not by any way the least important, the fourth issue, very important to us as a humanitarian actor and to all humanitarian organizations, is the way in which in the cyber domain, cyber operations, data breaches, and also information campaigns are undermining the very trust that people and societies are putting in humanitarian organizations, and as a result, the ability to provide life-saving services to people. So some of the of course, the board had 25 recommendations. I will, of course, not go through them now, but we'll invite you to have a look and read that report that will be launched on October 19th. I think it's really a beginning of an important conversation between multiple stakeholders in that field. I will maybe speak a little bit on the recommendations in relation to information, to the spread of harmful information. And maybe after listening now to you, I will also add a few on recommendations specific to ICT companies. So of course, in addition to recommendations on parties to respect their international legal obligations, but also assess the potential harm that their action and policies are causing to civilians, and taking measures to mitigate or prevent that. This is, of course, a broad recommendation, but more specifically, a recommendation to states to build resilience and societies to build resilience against harmful information in ways that uphold the right to freedom of expression, protect journalists, and really improve the resilience of societies. And by a resilience approach, we of course understand that this is a multiple stakeholder approach that also involves civil society and companies alike. So thinking about it as a 360-degree approach to addressing the information disorder. Another recommendation to the platforms is recognizing the fact that a lot of this misinformation, disinformation is spreading through social media and digital platforms, and calling on them to take additional measures to detect signals, analyze sources, analyze methods of distribution, different types of harmful information in contextual approaches to managing that, and analyzing what may exist on their own platforms in this context, but particularly in relation to situations of armed conflict. And I think Khattab's example is a classic example of the importance of contextualizing these policies, and that these policies and procedures, including when it comes to contact moderation, as Khattab mentioned, should also really align with humanitarian law and human rights standards that Chantal, you also have mentioned. And of course, lastly on that is a recommendation to us and to humanitarian organizations at large to strive to detect signals of the spread of harmful information, but also assess their impact on people. And that keeping in mind that any responses to harmful information does not or must not amplify harmful information in itself or cause additional or other unintended harm. and of course, a call to contribute to, again, the resilience building of affected people in conflict settings. If I still have a couple of minutes, I'll maybe just mention some of the recommendations to ICT companies that are at large and more linked to cyber domain and not necessarily to information operations or harmful information. And some of these recommendations include the segmentation of data and communication infrastructure between what is providing military purposes and those that are used by civilians. So segmentation of communication infrastructure where possible. Also awareness of risk for companies and awareness of the legal consequences around their role and their action and the support they may provide to military operations and private clients as well. And that awareness of the consequences that their involvement and the use of their products and services in situations of conflict may have. Also ensuring that restrictive measures that may be taken in situations of conflict, sanctions or others, related to sanctions or other, or self limitations as well, do not impede the functioning and maintenance of medical services and humanitarian activities, and of course the flow of essential services to the needs of civilian population. I'll stop here. Thank you, Chantal, for giving me the opportunity to elaborate on that.
Thank you very much. I know we're basically out of time, but I do want to, before we get kicked out, see if anyone has something they would like to add, something that you think has been missing from the discussions and should be taken into account by the people working on this, or questions, of course, also to the speakers, if they can stick around for 5 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Julia. I work for German Development Corporation, and I would have one question. Yesterday morning, Maria Risa said we need more upstream solutions for the disinformation topic, and we heard a lot now about more downstream solutions, so content management, taking down certain profiles, et cetera, et cetera. So my question would be, what are your views about questions of design of platforms? So how do we talk about redesigning algorithms, business models, et cetera, and what your perspectives are on these aspects? Thank you.
I mean, I would just say that I think it's really important that companies start to build in the capacity to apply a conflict lens to the development of their products. And I know that ICRC, for example, is working on building and working with companies to build out this capacity. So I think we have to consider both upstream and downstream solutions.
Katab, Joël, Tatiana, do you want to comment on this question quickly?
I will just say very, very briefly, it is in line with a 360-degree approach, of course, that involves in the upstream thinking that the very business model is reinforcing in a way the way that these policies can be enforced. So from that angle, I would tend to, of course, agree, but realistically, I think this would be a very challenging discussion that also requires expertise that may not be in the hands of those that are currently conducting that feedback loop with the tech companies.
Thank you very much. I will perhaps see if there's any other quick questions in the room. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, I'll be super quick. Lindsay Anderson from BSR. For those who don't know, we help companies implement the UNGPs and conduct human rights due diligence. And I just wanted to flag a resource that might be useful for folks on this topic. About a year ago, we published a toolkit for companies on how to conduct enhanced human rights due diligence in conflict settings, which we developed alongside Just Peace Labs, another organization. And it's very detailed, obviously targeted to companies, but it might be useful for those who are advocating with companies who want to understand under the UNGP specifically what they should be doing and what enhanced human rights due diligence looks like in practice. So if you Google BSR conflict-sensitive due diligence, you'll find that resource.
Hi, I'm Farzan Abadi. So I'm working on a project related to USAID, and they are looking at human-centered approaches to digital transformation. And they want to know and understand how it can look like and how they can actually engage with the local communities when they are doing this actual digital transformation work. And one part of that is dealing with crisis. But the challenges that we see in human-centered approaches and human rights analysis is that especially in countries that are in war zones, getting in touch with the communities and receiving their feedback and have that kind of like stakeholder consultation is extremely difficult. And I want to know if there are actual recommendations out there. And also, how can we use these mechanisms, these human rights human-centered approaches to not to leave anyone behind? Because we are not talking about Afghanistan anymore. And this is maybe, so thank you so much for this session, because I've been thinking about Sudan, and I've been thinking about Afghanistan and how sanctions affect them and how they're in crisis. But in this meeting, we need to talk more and more about them so that they won't be forgotten. So thank you for this session, but also like the recommendations to get in touch with the community and kind of address their needs as well. When we are doing the digital developments and after that, during the crisis, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I know a lot of material has been mentioned that will come out, and some of them I think also focuses on stakeholder engagement. But I think you're absolutely right. There is still a lot more to be learned and improved. So I mean, if anyone has anything in this sense to offer, yes.
Yeah, thank you for giving me a space. I want to support Tatiana's words. And I think that international society should do more pressure on global media platforms, because they basically control what people think with their recommendation algorithms. Facebook actually can do a revolution in a click by altering the news feed in some social accounts in some country. So that we analyze that and we see that global media platforms are extremely unsupported, they're extremely against publishing their recommendation algorithms. And it was mentioned before that some global media platforms take sides in the informational war happening all across the globe, and that's like some bad condition because they tend to be neutral, because like there is no bad and good side. There's like side A and side B in every conflict. And we see that global media platforms tend to take side, tend to alter recommendation algorithms for the profit of one of the war sides, but they are not doing it publicly, so they try to shadow it out. So they pretend to be non-biased and neutral, but they are not. So I think that the global society, and I'm here support Tatiana for 100%, should do more pressure on global media platforms globally. Thank you so much.
Yes, yes, thank you very much. And I do think, I mean, there have been long-standing calls around more transparency when it comes to the recommender systems. We've had Digital Services Act just adopted in the EU. Let's see if this will bring improvement. And I know that Eliška has strong views on this as well.
I mainly wanted to, since a couple of us mentioned several resources, so together with Article 19, you kindly co-drafted, and so did Tatiana actually, the Joint Declaration of Principles on content governance and platform accountability in times of crisis. We did not manage to come up with a shorter title. This is still a document that is available on our website. It's a joint effort of number of civil societies that have either first-hand experience with crisis or similarly to Access Now and Article 19 have global expertise in this area. And I think there are a number of, even though it's a declaration, we still managed to put together 10 pages of relatively, at some instance, detailed rules for platform accountability. The declaration, why am I mentioning it? It is specifically addressed to digital platforms that find themselves and operate in the situation of crisis. It has different recommendations for what should be done prior to escalation, during the escalation, and post-crisis, emphasizing correctly, as the speaker from GNI mentioned, that there is no clear end or starting point of any crisis. So there are a couple of detailed rules without going into the details. The document was launched at the IGF last year, so it's already 1 year old. But I think some important principles and rules can be found in there that can serve at least as a guiding light. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I've been told to close. Also, perhaps to say that Article 19 is also working on 2 reports, one specific to propaganda for war and how it should be interpreted under the ICCPR, and the other one also trying to identify and address some of these gaps that exist when it comes to the digital space and armed conflicts. So as you can tell, a lot more material is coming out, still not enough quite yet, or it's just the start of a process. So thank you to our excellent speakers, Ruel, Tatiana, Kataf, Elonai. Thanks, it was a pleasure to have you. And thank you for everyone in the room and online who participated. And we will be speaking about this topic for years to come, for sure.
Thank you, Chantal.
Hi, greetings. Are you able to hear me in the room? And can we do an audio test for myself and Jeff Houston and Manal?
I can hear you.
Sorry.
I was saying I can hear you, and if you can hear me, then my audio test is also good.
Yes, we can hear you both.
Okay, and I can hear you both as well, and I hope you can see me too.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, I think we are now ready to start. Thank you for your patience. Welcome to this workshop. I could use my glasses, thank you. Welcome to this workshop. We are going to be discussing current developments in DNS privacy. And why are we going to be discussing that? Well, when the internet was created in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, we were just trying to engineer solutions that would work, that would allow us to intercommunicate. And in 1983, Paul Makapetris was able to invent the DNS to solve two important problems that we were having at that time. One of them was about scaling. One of them was being able to know what all the hosts on the internet were. And the way we were doing it did not scale at all. And so the DNS was able to fill that gap by creating a distributed system that would allow everyone everywhere to know all the hosts and all the names on the internet and map them to the IP addresses that are necessary for computers to talk to one another. Importantly, it also enabled email. It enabled email at scale. Because email before 1983, you had to be a human router. You had to describe all the different steps that an email needed to take in order to reach its destination. The DNS allowed us to scale that, so all you needed to know is where someone was, me at icann.org. And then on the left side of the app, all you needed to know was my address, david.huberman, for the local routing of that email. Okay, so why am I giving you all this history? Because from 1983 until really 5 or 6 years ago-ish, all of the DNS data that everybody in the world used and communicated in their queries was all in clear text. It was all out in the open for everybody to see if you were listening on the wire or if you were operating a DNS element that was looking at your query. And this is a problem because DNS queries have a lot of information about who we are and what we're doing. It's 2023, or back then it was 2017, 2016, and this was not acceptable anymore. Privacy is a right. Privacy is a responsibility. So we began to develop solutions to increase the privacy of the DNS. I am very honored, and you are very lucky, that we are going to hear today from 4 world-class experts who are going to talk about some of these developments, both historically and contemporarily. Today on the panel, Becky Burr. Online, we have Manal Ismail, we have Jeff Houston, and we will end with some new developments here at ICANN with Yuko Yokoyama. So, to begin our session and to set us in a good historical perspective and a good legal perspective, it's my honor to introduce Becky Burr. Becky Burr is a member of the ICANN board. She's a world-class privacy attorney in Washington, D.C., and most importantly, ICANN is entirely Becky's fault. So if we could please put presentation 1, if we could please put those slides up. Becky, to you.
Great. Thank you so much, and thank you all for being here. If we could go to the next slide. We're going to talk about I can do it myself. Great. The green one. We're going to talk about 2 aspects of DNS privacy. So I bet some of you are here because you heard DNS privacy and you thought, okay, this is about IP addresses and queries and things. And some of you heard DNS privacy and you're here because of Whois. We're going to talk about both of those things. And our hope is that we'll go through the presentations pretty quickly and have a lot of time for discussion. So we're going to go sort of way back in the Whois Wayback Machine world. In 1998, when the US government issued the white paper on domain name management, it said we need to have an organization that ensures that there are policies out there that require that registrant data, including name and address and contact information, is included in the registry database and available to anyone with access to the internet. Now, the world has changed a little bit, and I think if you recall the discussion about access to domain name registration data in NIS2, the European Commission directive, European Union directive, it says something slightly different. It does say that policies should ensure that registrant data is collected, that it includes all of those things, and it should be available to people who have legitimate, people who are verified and authenticated to have legitimate interests in that data. So we've come a way down the road in terms of finessing the way we think about access to registrant data to reflect the fact that the world has evolved in terms of considerations about privacy. If we go to just the privacy principles, I'm not going to give you a lecture on data privacy law. I'm just going to tell you that almost all data privacy law is built on fair information practice principles, and they're very fundamental principles that guide how you deal with data in an appropriate way. We're not going to talk about all of these. This happens to be the formulation of fair information practices that's found in the GDPR, but they're all quite similar. The things that we need to talk about in terms of DNS privacy for our discussion today is the lawfulness, fairness, and transparency principle that provides that if you're processing personal data, it has to be lawful and fair and transparent. And fairness is the issue that we'll think about here in terms of, is the processing harmful, unduly harmful, unexplained, misleading, or surprising to the data subject, and accountability. And controllers, the people who make decisions about what data is collected, how it's processed, what's it used for, under fair information, under modern fair information practice principles, those people are accountable for their use of their processing of data. So let's just talk about the fairness analysis, because I think if we're all on the same page, we'll do better here. As I said, it's about, is the processing unduly detrimental or surprising or harmful to a data subject? And you think about it in a couple of ways. What's the purpose of the processing? Is the purpose legitimate? Is it legal? Is it ethical? There's a necessity component, which is, do you need to process this data to achieve the goal that we've just decided is legitimate? Is it proportionate? Is there a less intrusive way to get the information you need, achieve the goal that you've set out with processing this? And you take those two things and you apply essentially a balancing test, and you say, given the purpose that I want to balance, that I want to process this data for, and the considerations about whether there's a less intrusive way to do it, how does this balance out? How do my legitimate interests compare to the fundamental privacy rights of the individual data subject? So if we apply that in the context of domain name registrant data, we can go back and talk about the original purpose way back when was really for engineers to resolve routing issues. They needed to be able to get in touch with somebody to resolve an issue. But the function of this data has evolved over time. It's now used, and this is not a new development. This is really since commercialization on the internet began in 1992. This data can be used to identify and mitigate cybersecurity threats, to fight crime and fraud, to protect consumers, and to protect intellectual property. But it also can be, and most assuredly is being used for marketing, for phishing, for fraud, and for suppression of free expression. So there are some, there are some important reasons to process this data. There are also some significant potential for misuse of the data. And when we're talking about balancing, we think about that. The necessity test is, does the registrant data need to be publicly available for anyone to process? Is there a less intrusive way to address the legitimate interests of cybersecurity threats, crime prevention, and the like? That we saw that in 2018 when GDPR went into effect. Whois went essentially offline. It wasn't published on the internet for anybody to see without any kind of accountability. You had to come and ask for it. And that also was a way of making users more accountable, because before, nobody knew who was looking at whois information and for what purpose. If you have to ask for it, if you have to provide an email address, there's more accountability. So considering both those tests, is the access to DNS data proportionate? Is it fair? Is it lawful? The answer to that, I'm sure, is clear as mud to everybody, because it really depends on the context. It depends on so many variables that you can't have a bright line test. You have to think about this in specific context. So the question then becomes, who gets to decide? And I think we haven't, it's useful to focus on this for just a minute, because remember we said we were going to talk about fairness. We're also going to talk about the accountability principle. And under every data protection law that I'm aware of, the controller, the person who makes the decisions about what data is collected and how it's used, is responsible and is accountable for applying that balancing test. So in the domain name world, registrars are surely controllers. I don't think that there's any question about that. Lots of people will debate whether ICANN is a joint controller or not. I don't think we need to do that for our purposes. That you can decide whatever you want on that. Because whatever the answer is, ICANN can't determine the outcome of the balancing test for registrars, who are themselves controllers and who must conduct the balancing test themselves. So that puts ICANN in a very difficult position, because people say to ICANN, why are you not making registrant data available? And the answer is, we don't get to decide. The registrar who has the data, who is delivering it to somebody in response to a request, they are, under the law, accountable for and responsible for making that decision. And even if ICANN was willing to say to every registrar on the planet, if you get fined, no problem, we'll indemnify you, we'll take care of you, ICANN still can't have a policy that says you must do something that you think is against the law. So I just think that we really need this question of who decides has to be fundamental in the way we think about privacy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. So if ICANN can't dictate the balancing test outcome, can its policies and can its tools facilitate and support that process? Can we make it easier for people to submit requests? Can we make it easier to ensure that registrars have the information that they need to conduct the balancing test that they're required to conduct? We're going to talk about that. Yuko is going to talk a little bit about that in the context of a tool that ICANN is rolling out shortly. Now, the other kind of DNS privacy that we're going to talk about is the more technical kind. And the DNS, what IP address corresponds to what name, is necessarily public. If that information is not public, you can't resolve queries. But the queries themselves are not necessarily public. And IP queries that are associated with the IP address of the requesting server can tell you things about individual and institutional internet usage, who's searching for what. People will differ on how good a tool it is to do that, but there's no doubt that you can get some information. And there are several technical organizations who are working on this aspect, and Jeff Houston, who is on with us, will talk about that. So I'm going to move on quickly to Manal Ismail, our dear colleague from ICANN, who is going to talk about the government perspective on these issues. And I'm hoping that we will have a lot of time for a discussion, because we almost always can have a pretty lively conversation here.
Okay, if we could please put the presentation down, thank you. And Manal, if you are using slides, if you would be so kind as to share your screen. Otherwise, if not, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much, David. I'm not using slides, so I'm good to start. And good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I'm sorry to miss the opportunity to be with you all in Kyoto. My name is Manal Ismail. I'm Chief Expert Internet Policies at the National Telecom Regulatory Authority of Egypt and former chair of ICANN's Governmental Advisory Committee, the GAC, and now representing Egypt on the committee. Thank you for inviting me to join this distinguished panel on DNS privacy, and many thanks, Becky, for the excellent setting of the scene. In light of the evolving landscape in DNS governance and the ongoing changes related to access of registration data, governments are striving to strike the right balance between on one hand, privacy protection and responsible handling of DNS registration data, and on the other hand, ensuring transparency, accountability, and access to accurate and reliable registration data. There are great efforts by ICANN in that respect so far, but I will focus my intervention on 4 key public policy concerns from a government perspective, of course. Related to first, redaction of registration data and the differentiation between legal and natural persons. Second, access to non-public registration data and the timeline for response to urgent requests. Third, the privacy proxy service, and fourth and last, on accuracy of registration data. So to start with the reduction of registration data and the differentiation between legal and natural persons, as you may all know, and as Becky has highlighted previously, registration data were made available through free and public whois services. Starting the 25th of May 2018, the European General Data Protection Regulation came into force, mandating the reduction of any personally identifiable information, which changed radically the GTLD whois landscape and left ICANN grappling with the potential impact of this on whois services. Just before that, on 17 May 2018, the ICANN board adopted an emergency measure referred to as temporary specification, or temp spec for short, in order to enable registries and registrars to comply with the GDPR while maintaining the existing whois system to the greatest extent possible. This temp spec allowed the registries and registrars to redact registration data information unless, of course, provided with registrant's consent, and required registries and registrars to provide reasonable access to non-public registration data only based on legitimate interest and for a legitimate purpose. This created a fragmented system with distinct policies depending upon the registry or registrar involved, and introduced a number of important issues, including distinguishing between registration data of legal and natural persons. And this is to allow for public access to legal persons' data, since it does not fall within the remit of the GDPR. The relevant policy development process proposed only a mechanism to facilitate the differentiation for those who wish, so it's kept merely as an option. Therefore, governments in the GAC urged the development of more precise policies that would protect personal data while publishing non-personal data, noting that a significant percentage of domain names are registered by legal entities, and that some analysis shows that a considerably larger set of registration information was redacted, around 57.3%, as compared to what is required by GDPR, estimated to be only 11.5%. Now moving to access to non-public registration data and the timeline for response to urgent requests. In continuation of community work to develop an accreditation and access model that complies with GDPR, a policy development process was conducted and proposed a standardized system for access and disclosure, SAD for short, where consensus was achieved on aspects relating to accreditation of requesters and centralization of requests. Yet agreement could not be reached on the policy recommendations necessary to provide for standardized disclosure. And the ICANN community is now expecting the rollout of a voluntary proof of concept, the registration data request service, which is expected to inform future consideration of the SSAD in terms of demand, and I believe Yoko will be speaking more to this. Yet certain public concerns are likely to remain, such as the lack of centralization with regard to disclosing data, lack of a mechanism for review of disclosure decisions, and worries that the recommendations could create a system that is too expensive for its intended users. Additionally, governments, members of the GAC, of course, are concerned regarding the timeline for response to urgent requests. And by urgent here, we mean limited circumstances that pose an imminent threat to life, injury, critical infrastructure, or child exploitation. The proposed timeline contains improvements, of course, such as an explicit reference to the general expectation of a response within 24 hours and the requirement to notify the requester if additional time is needed. Yet it allows for not one but two extensions that could bring this timeline up to 3 business days. And the GAC finds 3 business days not a reasonable time period for responding to urgent requests. And moreover, the use of business days injects uncertainty into the process, where the 3 business days would stretch to 7 calendar days, depending on diversity of global holidays and work weeks. So in an effort to reach a compromise, there was a proposal that the extension notification must include 3 things. First, confirmation that the relevant operator has reviewed and considered the urgent request on its merit and determined additional time is needed. Second, rationale for why additional time is needed. And third and last, the time frame for response, which is expected, of course, not to exceed 2 business days from the time of receipt. In a recent exchange, the board requested more information from GAC members on their experience with urgent requests, and the GAC confirmed its intention to provide such information. and acknowledged ongoing work to gather scenarios and use cases of urgent requests and related experience with contracted parties. Moving to the third point on privacy proxy, governments within the GAC are concerned that there is still no policy applicable to domain registrations subject to privacy proxy services, which in effect create a double shield of privacy. The GAC requested that at least the registration data record clearly indicates whether the data is protected by a privacy proxy service or not. Particularly that per a study by Interile Consulting Group, the use of privacy proxy protection has increased over time from 20.1% in 2013 to about 29.2% in 2020. In addition, lessons learned from the COVID experience indicated that 65% of a sample of domains reported to the FBI had registrant data obfuscated by privacy proxy services. And again, during a recent exchange between the GAC and the board, it was acknowledged that the use of privacy proxy services is increasing. And it was suggested that meaningful access to registration data would mean integrating the privacy proxy providers into the system, similar to how the registrars are integrated. Finally, on accuracy, in GAC principles on GTLD, who is services issued in March 2007, the government stressed the importance of accuracy of who is data and who is services, and that the who is services must comply with applicable national laws. Also, ICANN bylaws recognize that ICANN shall work with supporting organizations and advisory committees to improve accuracy and access to GTLD registration data, as well as consider, of course, safeguards for protecting such data. In addition, dedicated ICANN review teams have considered levels of accuracy of registration data, where the first team found that only 23% of WHOIS records were fully accurate, and the second assessed that data accuracy rate is still high as 30 to 40%. In response to that, ICANN had put in place a WHOIS accuracy reporting system, which has stopped publishing reports because it relied on collecting publicly available data. And in 2021, an accuracy scoping team was formed. However, its work has been suspended given data protection concerns around whether ICANN has legitimate purpose that is proportionate. And the work is currently pending outcome of engagement with the European data protection authorities, as well as negotiations between ICANN and contracted parties. So to conclude, the GAC is currently examining opportunities for advancing work on accuracy of registration data, and ICANN is preparing a comprehensive assessment, I understand, of what activities it may undertake to study accuracy obligations in light of applicable data protection laws and its contractual authority to collect such data. I leave it at this. Apologies if I exceeded the 10 minutes, and I'll turn it back to you, David, please.
Oh, thank you so much, Manal. That was extremely helpful to understand the 4 key public policy concerns that the GAC has today in this area. There's a lot to discuss here, and there's a lot of people, I think, who would like to have their voices heard, but bear with us for just a few more minutes, please, because we want to finish setting the table here so we can have a good interaction and a good discussion. I'd like to turn now online to our friend Jeff Houston. Jeff, are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. It's good to hear your voice. He probably doesn't need an introduction, but just in case, Jeff Houston is the chief scientist of APNIC, the Regional Internet Registry in the Asia-Pacific region. Jeff embodies the concept of a thought leader. Jeff is someone who understands the internet and how it's engineered better than almost anyone in the world. And so to help us understand some of the technical considerations in DNS privacy and putting the discussion that Becky and all have laid out for us in a technical context, Jeff, can you take us through some of this, please?
Yes, thank you. And I must admit, I have to say first off that my background is technical, not policy-based. And so when you say DNS privacy to me, I don't immediately swing over to the registration issue. I don't. The massive use of privacy proxies, the corporatization of large amounts of the internet, to my mind, that looks like a minor issue. The burning conflagration, the elephant in this room is actually somewhere else. If I can see your DNS queries in real time for any value of you, you have no secrets. Because everything you do, everything, even the ads you get delivered to your screen, starts with a call to the DNS. And so if I know what questions you're asking, when you're asking it, then you have no secrets from me. And you go, well, okay, that's pretty bad. But unfortunately, it gets worse. Because the applications that use the DNS that run on your computer or on your phone are not just naive, they are almost criminally negligent in terms of their naivety, because they believe the first answer they get. Not the answer, any answer that is first that reflects the information in the query, if it comes back, that's the truth. So if I can see your queries and I can jump in first with the wrong answer, you're mine, I own you, and you can't even see that it happened. Because although the queries and answers are in the clear, the DNS innards are incredibly opaque. No one knows where the answer came from. It just comes. It's like magic. It's lightning fast. But you can't check it. You just believe it. Now, you might say, well, so what? But the issue is that this property of the DNS has been used and abused by many over the years. It's no surprise that the internet's capitalism is basically based around surveillance and advertising. The more knowledge that advertisers have about me as a user, then the more valuable the ads that can be sort of splashed in front of my eyeballs, the more money the advertiser makes, the more money everyone else makes about me. So knowing about me is critical. And seeing my DNS is a sure path to actually obtain that phenomenal knowledge. Now, it's not just advertisers, it's not just commercialism, it's public entities. Various public bodies have been caught with their fingers in the DNS till looking hard. Malware, all kinds of criminal activity have also focused around the incredible naivety of the DNS. From the technical perspective, the technical community came to the answer that enough was enough. It was time to actually arm the DNS with some level of protection against casual eavesdropping and intervention. And there have been 3 areas in the last 5 years that have been radical steps forward in making the DNS more private. And they're quite effective. The first is stopping the DNS being gratuitously noisy. When I want to resolve a.very.long.name that may.have.bad components, then literally everyone gets to see that's the name I'm trying to resolve, from the root servers to the top levels to the second domain and so on. I'm telling the world of my interest in that particular domain. I shouldn't be doing that. And as it turned out, that was a protocol error way back from 1983. It seemed like a good thing to do at the time. It's been a disaster. And so we're doing now a practice called query name minimization. And little by little, we're clearing up that particularly important leak. But that's not the heart of what we've changed. You may have noticed recently that almost every web page is now HTTPS, not just HTTP. And if you're using a number of popular browsers, if you go to something that doesn't have that magic S, that doesn't use a secure and authenticated channel, the browser goes, hang on a second, this doesn't look very good. Are you really, really sure? And more recently, some browsers are going, I'm not going there. It's not protected. I'm not going to help you in being silly here. It's not going to happen. We're doing the same in the DNS. And little by little, we're taking this open, very insecure protocol and transforming it with the same technology we've used to protect the web. We're using PLS is the name of the protocol, but we're putting the DNS transactions behind a wall of incredibly good encryption. It's no longer possible to casually eavesdrop. And we're going even one step further, because if you think about it, a web page, a DNS query, they all look the same. So why don't we just put the DNS into HTTP? Why don't we put it into this new protocol called QUIC and wrap the whole thing up with some pretty heavy duty encryption? So now there is no possibility to be a casual network eavesdropper. But now we're thinking about more than this, because the real problem is that I, Jeff, am making the query. Do I really have to? Because in the HTTP world, to make the web even faster, there's a technology called server push. That says, I know you're going to go to that web page. I really do. And even if you don't, bandwidth's available. Here's some answers. Here's some objects in advance. So if you touch, if you click, bingo, instant answer. We can do the same for the DNS. We can pre-provision answers. Here's the results of your search page. And by the way, all those URLs, here's the DNS. I never make a query. I don't get caught asking. It's not me anymore. I've gone dark. So with a little help from DNS security, DNSSEC, and chain validation, we're within a hair's breadth of actually taking the user out of the picture and making the entire DNS go dark. Now, that means there's only a few places that know you. And one of them is what we call an open DNS resolver. Normally, your ISP does that, but there are a few folk like Google and Cloudflare who are very big in this game as well. And it might be very good to have privacy, but if you're sharing all your secrets with Google, is that really private? Or is that really the veneer of privacy without the substance? And so we're now working on even better forms of security and privacy, where who I am and what I'm asking for is split apart, and no one knows the two in conjunction. Apple are playing with this with their Apple private relay systems, where now no single party knows what the user is asking for. Nobody. That information is only available to the end user. The interior of the system knows nothing. So over the last few years, we've seen astonishing leaps in making the DNS more private to stop this kind of tampering and observation of the DNS. It's not quite the end of the story, because we're now starting to use the DNS for things other than simply resolving names. We're using it for content steering. It's the new routing protocol. When you actually go to a web page, the answer that you get will be different to the answer that I get. You're in Japan, I'm in Australia. The answers necessarily might well be different. So the DNS has this tension of, to give you good answers, you need to expose a little bit about who you are and where you are. But if you really want privacy, you don't want to expose anything. And fighting that tension between an efficient and fast network and a private network is actually where the substance of the DNS privacy debate is today. So to my mind, registration is a small fire down in the corner of the room. And I appreciate there is a bit of a fire and it's a problem. But the raging problem is the fact that the DNS kind of makes the internet an incredibly exposing experience to folk that you've never met, never will meet, but know all about you. And that is a deeply discomforting view that I think from a technical perspective, there is a lot of energy going in to try and fix that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. If I may make an aside real quick, I've been listening to Jeff talk to us as a community for about 24 years, and most of the time, Jeff is yelling at us. Jeff is very unhappy with us because Jeff has seen everything that's broken and he's telling us we need to fix it. And what was really nice about the last 10 minutes is Jeff shared with us some of these astonishing leaps that we're making in actually achieving some of the goals and fixing some of the brokenness that we've had for 40 years. There's one more piece to this. Jeff gave us some really good input about some of the technical considerations to improving this on the DNS side. But next to me, we are very honored to have Yuko Yokoyama. And Yuko is going to talk to us about the next steps that ICANN is taking in helping advance this conversation. I would like, if you would please put presentation 2 slides, thank you. Yuko, I would like to first introduce you to everybody. Yuko Yokoyama is ICANN's Program Director for Strategic Initiatives. And Yuko is currently leading 2 programs at ICANN, the Data Protection and Privacy Program and the DNS Abuse Program. Yuko is fluent in English and Japanese and currently resides in Los Angeles, California. So Yuko, please, if you would, take the microphone and talk to us about ICANN's Registration Data Request Service.
Thank you, David. Konnichiwa, Yokoyama Yuko desu. Kidding, just kidding. My name is Yuko. I'm from ICANN. Thank you for the introduction. Today I'm going to talk about the tool that ICANN is making. And this tool is going to make it slightly easier for data requester and data holder in exchanging information for the request for non-public registration data in the GTLD space. Oh, that would be me. Okay. So what is a registration data? Maybe you guys don't need to be lectured about what it is, but simply put, it's contact information, identifying information of the domain name holder, such as names, addresses, and phone numbers. This information is used in a variety of reasons, right? It could be a law enforcement trying to do the criminal investigation, or the IP lawyers trying to hunt down the IP infringement, or maybe it's just trying to resolve technical issues related to the network within that domain name. So as Becky and Manal has talked about, these domain name registration data, such as we used to call it WHOIS information, we're trying to now call it a registration data within ICANN. It used to be public to anybody and everybody who wanted that data, but with GDPR and other emerging privacy laws around the world, it is now largely redacted. And if you want that data, you have to jump through the hoop to get that. So how are those people who has legitimate interest to gain that, to want that information, getting that information, such as law enforcement or IP lawyers or cybersecurity professionals? How are they getting this information? Not easily. They would have to first figure out who owns that domain name, which registrar is managing that domain name, and then they would have to find the contact information of that registrar, call them up, figure out their own process and procedures on how they accept the data requests. It may be web form, it may be email, it may be just a simple phone call, who knows. But they're trying to have to figure out the individual registrar's method to try to submit their redacted data information requests. So obviously it is not ideal. So as Manal mentioned, through ICANN's various multi-stakeholder policy development process, they have come up with this thing called System for Standardized Access and Disclosure. This is shortened as SSAD. There was a policy recommendations, 18 policy recommendations related to SSAD. And this SSAD envisioned to have pretty great features. It connects data holders and requesters in standardized manner. requester's identity is verified and the system accredit them. And there were service level agreements specified and other processing requirements. And lastly, it envisioned pay-per-use model. So requesters who wants the data through this SSAT needed to pay for the usage of the system. That said, when I can conduct an analysis of these policy recommendations, it turned out to be very complex and possibly very much cost prohibitive. So we needed to figure out first what the demand is out there in terms of such a centralized system, and if there were enough user pools to sustain this system in the pay-per-use model. So here comes the RDRS, the registration data, registration data request service. So RDRS is a proof of concept service that will be operated for a period of up to 2 years. It is much simpler than SSAT, where there's no identity verification or accreditation. It is also free. It can be used by anybody and anybody in the world who wants to use the service. They can simply sign up and submit their data requests. As the RDRS is not a result of the consensus policy through ICANN's process, this is currently a voluntary system, meaning that not every data holder, meaning in this case registrars, are needing to participate. So ICANN accredited registrars can choose to participate to receive the request through the end of the other side of the RDRS, or they can choose not to participate. Another thing to note is that there is no service level agreement. Again, this is because it's a voluntary system. So why are we building this? As mentioned, we first need to figure out if there's really a demand for such a centralized system, and if so, what kind of volume and what kind of demand, what kind of user pools there may be. And the data that we can collect through this proof of concept 2-year operation, this will inform the future of the what we can do about this non-public registration data. If there's demand, great. If not, also that's good to know. And through this exercise, we can potentially get some idea in terms of what kind of tools would really be beneficial to the world. Part of this, as you may all know, ICANN is very much about transparency. So once this service launches, we will be publishing the monthly metric report so that you can all sort of figure out what we're seeing in terms of usage. So how does RDRS work? So it is a centralized platform, just like SSAT, and it allows submission and receiving of non-public GTLD registration data requests. There's a standardized form and the ability to upload any sort of attachment to make your case as a requester. This means that you don't have to make a phone call, or you don't have to figure out who owns this, who manages this domain name. You don't have to cater to individual registrar's process. Sounds pretty good. But one thing to note is that registrars will be the one who's making the determination of whether the requester has legitimate interest and decide whether to disclose the data or not. So let's talk about data disclosure. It is a heavy microphone. So it is a simplified system, therefore all communications between the requester and registrars will be taking place outside of the system, including the data disclosure. Disclosure methods will be based on registrar's choosing, and system does not and cannot guarantee the disclosure of the data. A disclosure decision is solely lying within the data holder, in this case is the registrars. I want to stress this point that ICANN cannot, through contract or any sort of policy obligate registrars to disclose data in any particular case, because the law requires registrars, the data holder, to do the balancing test, as Becky mentioned earlier. So who can use this service? So obviously, data holder side, this would be the ICANN accredited registrar who choose to participate. And from the requester side, anybody who wants a non-public GTLD registration data. So it could be, as mentioned, law enforcement agencies, IP attorneys, government agencies, cybersecurity professionals, anybody who may hold a legitimate interest. So it could be beyond those people that I've mentioned. Since this is a proof of concept service, there are some limitations or restrictions. For example, the data holder side, we are not considering registry operators to be part of this. We're also not envisioning to utilize this system for ccTLD-related registration data. So that's something important to note. This is only for GTLD domain names. So I'm not going to go through all these next two slides. It talks about benefits for registrars and requesters. As mentioned, on both sides, it will be streamlined process, standardized form and centralized platform. And you don't have to figure out who manages the domain. The system will automatically do that for you. And from the requester side, again, the same thing. And there's also a template feature so that you don't have to fill out the same form over and over if you are submitting more requests than just once. So both registrars and requesters benefit from this standardized form. It's easier, less pain, I would say, and it acts like a ticketing system. So you can review your past request, your pending request, and what you may about to submit. So when is this exciting tool becoming available? So the system, created with privacy by design, it's nearly completed in terms of development work. The launch date is expected to be later this year, probably late November. In fact, we have already opened up this service to ICANN accredited registrars for their early onboarding so that they can become familiarized with this new tool. And then when the service launches to the general public, the requester pool, they would be ready to receive requests already. So I want to conclude this presentation with this. As you all know, the landscape of the internet privacy has been quickly changing, and it will obviously continue to evolve. And balancing the rights of the data subjects and timely access to domain name registration information is crucial more than ever. ICANN is striving to seek ways to evolve with the ever-changing environment and landscape through our multi-stakeholder bottoms-up consensus building model. I'd like to encourage all of you, if you are part of the requester pool, if you ever need registration data within the GTLD domain name ecosystem, then this system is for you. As mentioned, this is a proof of concept service. Therefore, more people utilizing it, more accurate and useful data we can produce, which would lead to a better tool in the future. So please spread the word and be ready to use this system in November. Thank you so much for your time.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yuko. That was a very clear and very succinct explanation of this new tool available to everybody. Okay, you've all been very patient. Thank you. While we've set the table here, it is now time for questions and answers. We have quite a lot of people online who are watching. And online, if you have questions, you may raise your hand. You may type questions in the chat, and our online moderator, Patrick Jones, will read them to us. I am going to start in the room. There are microphones on either end. There are microphones at the table. The first person who has gotten my attention is Farzaneh, so please go ahead and take a microphone and talk to us.
Thank you, David. My name is Farzaneh Badi. For 20 years, we published domain name registrants' personal, sensitive data, their mailing address, their phone number, their email, for everyone on the internet to have access to. This could lead to doxing in dictatorships and where LGBTQI is illegal, could actually lead to persecution. And website owners, most of the time, don't know that their private, sensitive information was being published. Then the privacy proxy came along, and there was some kind of improvement. But I just want to give people, I mean, I see a few people who have not been involved with ICANN. But I just want to show the gravity of the issue. But I want to also congratulate ICANN. This workshop is one of the first workshops that ICANN actually titles it as DNS privacy and focuses on privacy and not just access. So this is a major improvement, and I'm very thankful for that. But then when we don't have, then we are now talking again about the issue of access, and I have several questions. One is that when we talk about the metrics for the requesters, what sort of metrics are we talking about? Are we going to say how many from law enforcement requested access? And if this is globally accessible to everyone, since it's free, is it also accessible to, you know, law enforcement in some authoritarian country? How can you actually verify that? The other thing that I have seen that the government asked for is the request to have confidential logs. And this is very dangerous. We need the governments and law enforcement to be transparent. And I know how ICANN has responded to that request. But we need transparency in law enforcement requests for access to people's data, personal, private data, and they are people. I don't know where Manal got the stats from about that, like the major part of the registrants are organizations and they're legal, but also there are personal information in legal, even when they are legal entities, there might be their personal information. It might be their name and family name, and you know, that's personal information. Anyway, I'm not gonna give you more speech, but I think that there are many aspects that we need to think about, and this session has been very, very, and thank you, Becky, for that fabulous presentation. It was very, very inclusive of all the aspects of privacy. Thank you.
Please, sir, gentlemen.
Good afternoon. My name is John Sihar Simanjuntak from .id Registry, Indonesia. So my question is, so that the only accredited register that can access the data, it's just my clarification, I think, actually. And then the question is actually how you can grant it to other requests, yeah. Maybe, I mean, this is something that we have to define really careful, because the really big question is, do really I can understand how can to be granted the request, yeah. I mean, because in each country, maybe such different entity can be different situation. Yeah, that's my question actually. I think the first one is about the clarification, but who can access that and how you can grant it. I think you have to definitely define exactly what the meaning to be the granted of the access. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. So I'm going to answer your first question, which was the ICANN accredited registrars being the only one who's using the system. So they're the ones who hold the data. They're not the requester side. So requesters come to the system and request the registration data for certain domain names. And if that domain name is managed by the ICANN accredited registrars who use and who participate in this RDRS, then the request gets routed to that registrar, and that registrar will conduct the balancing test and determine whether to disclose the requested data or not based on the local laws and other applicable laws. I don't know, Becky, if you want to add something else.
No, I think you're the second part of your question was sort of what are the circumstances under which somebody would have access to the data. And as I said, first of all, the registrar who has the data and has to make the decision to give it out is going to apply the law that they're subject to, the law, the regulations, and the policies from their company that reflect the law and the policy that they're are relevant to them, depending on a huge variety of circumstances that are relevant. They're going to decide what kind of information they need to make a determination about whether they think the person who is requesting the information has a legitimate interest in that information, and whether that legitimate interest is overridden by the fundamental privacy rights of the individual. So they'll conduct a balancing test. They'll decide if they have the information they need to make that determination, and that decision will be based on and informed by the law that they're subject to.
Patrick?
Thanks, David. It's Patrick Jones from ICANN. Wanted to also mention, since we don't have any remote questions yet in the chat, that one of the other elements that's changing is that we're moving to a new, more secure, more standardized protocol called the Registration Data Access Protocol. So in the past and historically, all of this registration data has been delivered through a protocol called WHOIS, and many of the registries are already delivering this registration data through the RDAP protocol. Might point to Jeff to see if you might be able to touch on this a bit more as well. I believe all GTLD registries are already doing this. We've been going through a contract change process with the generic top-level domain registries to enable them to use the RDAP protocol, and many country code registry operators are also using it. So with that, I'll turn it back to the panel to note that RDAP is something new, and we'll be using this with the system.
Okay. Did we want to have a quick follow-up here, sir, please?
Yeah, following the explanation actually. So Indonesia, we have already the similar GDPR actually since last year. And the question is, since you have the database can access through the accredited registrar, meanwhile the registrar maybe it's not the native data. I mean, not the owner of the data. How can the registrar can provide the data while the registrar is not the accountable to that data, because its data may be crossed globally from the ICANN database. Yeah. So I mean, In our law, of course, this is not allowed to give data. Even the legitimate interest is the place, let's say, but since the registrar is not the owner of the data, I think it's still not allowed. Thank you.
So the question of data ownership is so fundamental to the discussion of data protection and privacy that it would take us the rest of our natural lives to discuss it here. So I think we'll just skip that part of it. If your information is with a registrar in Malaysia, that registrar is certainly subject to Malaysian law. It's possible that a registrar in another country also has obligations under Malaysian law with respect to your data as well, because the way modern data protection laws work is it tends to apply to processing of information about a resident of the country, and it doesn't only apply to processing within the country. So even if a registrar is outside of the country, they may have obligations under Malaysian law. And I'm not an expert on the Malaysian data protection law. I can tell you that there are circumstances, the balancing test that we talked about, where it would be appropriate or it would be okay for a registrar to disclose that data, and then there are going to be circumstances where it wouldn't be okay for a registrar to disclose that data. Just in terms of the issue when you sign up for, when you register a domain name with a registrar, you will be asked to agree to their privacy policy. Their ICANN contract requires them to make certain disclosures as well. And so there are some contractual provisions that flow from you to the registrar. But the point is, the bottom line is that the registrar has to comply with the law that applies to the processing of that data. And if it's Malaysian law that governs that processing, then they have to comply with Malaysian law. And if it's Irish law or European Union regulation that applies, they will apply that law to it.
Steve.
Thanks. Steve Del Bianco. I work with NetChoice, Trade Association Washington, but also very active at ICANN for the last 20 years and in the business constituency. And I am most eager to hear more about Jeff Houston's elephant, namely what would ICANN, IETF, and IANA have to do? How would you be involved? I can't be involved in that element of DNS privacy, on the development, dissemination of those protocols and standards, and what policies would be developed to address it, and then allowing the community to suggest costs and benefits of some of the tools that Jeff has talked about. But I think that elephant is not going anywhere. He'll wait a little bit. What's more immediate is within a few weeks, we'll start the RRD-RS, turn it on and offer it. And I was part of the group that did the EPDP as well as the small team in RDS and RDRS. And I'd always believed that it would be a false promise to think that a system like that would be an adequate measure of demand. Because the demand that we're talking about is the demand to solve a problem. A requester, like a commercial organization, is trying to stop fraud that's harassing their own consumers and undermining their business's reputation across a wide variety of an audience, right? It's not, there might be IP attorneys looking to protect their IP, but it's usually to protect consumers that are getting defrauded, right? That's the character of that. We also have security researchers, as well as security professionals trying to stop a current attack that's going on. And then you have law enforcement, which Manal talked a little bit about. Now, historically, who is helped to decrease the time it took and decrease the cost it took to start that investigation of solving the problem. It was only a small part of solving the problem. You're probably well aware that even before GDPR, we had an increasing proportion of registrations that would go privacy proxy. And that was of concern because it meant that ICANN needs to embrace the privacy proxy providers to accredit and hold them accountable to the standards of performance. And that got interrupted, of course, by the effective date of GDPR fines in 2018. And ICANN's reaction to that led to a dramatic reduction in the value of using WHOIS to begin to solve problems that often are maybe not rise to the level of urgency that Manal gave us, imminent threat to life, right, or critical infrastructure. But it's quite urgent if your customers are being defrauded at the rate of thousands a day because they're being directed to another website or a fraudulent Red Cross donation site to take advantage of a new natural crisis. So the demand for RDRS may not be indicative of the demand for an SSAD that achieved some of the benefits. I mean, it's not a replication of what value SSAD would provide, so there shouldn't be an assumption that the demand value will transfer. Let me explain why. That the value of a requester submitting a request won't be sufficient with RDRS to motivate a lot of use. So we're having to find other ways to motivate the use of RDRS. And that's a real challenge because the promised value of RDS as well as experience value is low. So I will reiterate something that I'd like you to consider. There's still time. There's still time before you deploy to do a few things that will increase the likelihood of value and increase the use. Not only the use in terms of the monthly metrics, but increase the use in a way that gives us the data we need to determine whether SSAD is worth doing or determine whether new policies are necessary. And Yuko, you're well familiar with this, but one is to allow a requester to load a batch of requests for multiple domains that might be in use right now with a threat to my customers. And ICANN said no, didn't want to do that, thought it would delay the release date. And I'm a programmer, so if that's true and it's a problem, why not still work on it? Put it on the queue for something that could be announced within a few weeks or months of the release. Make it the second thing that comes out so it doesn't jeopardize a release date. And then finally, I would say that retain in detail all of the data that a requester submits, even if it turns out that the registrar is not participating. That data is essential to do analysis at any point before we conclude whether there's demand. Because that analysis would show the quality and the quantity of who's requesting, why they're requesting, what evidence they presented, what reason or legitimate reason they've offered, and then on the other flip side, were the registrars who did participate, how fast did they respond, and how well did they apply the balancing test, because you can look at the evidence if you retain it. Now, if there's a concern that you don't want me to see all that data, that's fine. Let's hire a privacy lawyer that ICANN lets look at the data and comes back with a more qualitative analysis as opposed to just a handful of metrics. So there are things that ICANN can do in the 4 weeks remaining. Start to work on bulk uploads, right? And don't throw the data on the floor. Don't throw the data away if it turns out that I put all the work into formulating a request and I provide all this evidence and screenshots, oh, but the registrar isn't participating. So we lose the ability to understand what the demand was, because that is the measure of demand. The measure of demand is the requests I put in, and if you throw most of them on the floor, you're not going to get a good answer. Thank you.
So as we discussed, I do think there is some value in doing analytics on the data, but I'm a little confused about one thing that you just said, which is I think you're saying that people are only going to use it if they're not going to, in other words, they're not going to use it to make requests. They're going to use it to create the data. I mean, okay, so then why, well, then I'm confused because I guess I don't understand what you're saying. What the value that you're seeing, that you're talking about is not the return of the data or the ease of the submission. It's the creation of information about requests.
If I could just clarify, Becky.
Yeah.
We can make promises about what RDRS will do when it turns on, but none of us know how to effectually deliver on the promises because we have no idea how many registrars whose domain names are the subject of requests will be participating on day one. We're not going to be very clear about who the nature of that is, nor can we make promises about the fairness that's done in the evaluation of the balancing test. So you make promises, but ultimately it's the first experience, the first taste that requesters get when they submit their first several requests. And if it turns out that over half the first batch of requests I put in were for non-participating registrars, you've just really diminished the interest of that requester to bother to do any more. So once they get a bad taste, or they get participating registrars that take 4 days to come back and say, nope, you don't pass the balancing test. If the first taste is bad, then that requester community, I would like them to stay engaged, Becky. I want them to stay there to provide evidence of demand. But they have to have some assurance that having been disappointed at the actual experience and taste, is there a reason to do another set of requests? You know, I put 10 in, 5 were non-participating registrars, and the rest took 3 days to get back, and the balancing test said, take a hike. I'm not going to come back to you unless there's some other reason. So think of it as a two-step reason. First is maybe I'll get a good taste back. Maybe it'll actually help me stop an existential attack. But if it doesn't, for reasons that are outside of your control, if it doesn't, retain the data necessary to analyze the nature of demand that was there. And that will provide an additional incentive for people to continue to try the requests.
Okay, so I mean, that's just, I just want to confirm that what you're saying is that the data the analysis, the retention of data for downstream analytics is an incentive for participation. Okay, I get that. I think we have to acknowledge here that the analysis that we just talked about in terms of, is there a less intrusive way to accomplish your goal, stopping crime, protecting intellectual property, whatever it is. The only source of information that we have at this point is who's going to submit requests, who submits requests. What we hear anecdotally is that registrars are not getting very many requests. And the consequence, which I think is a logical conclusion from that, is that requesters are they are attacking the problem in a different way that doesn't use the data. And that is the fundamental essence of the balancing test. So all I'm saying, and by the way, SSAD isn't going to change that outcome at all. So we are very much encouraging all registrars to participate. As you know, the board did suggest that the JNSO Council consider policy development to make participation mandatory, because we know just how important that is. But I do think for this collective data gathering, we have to ask requesters to make their needs known through the system.
Edmund, did you want to add to that, please?
Edmund Chong here, and I just wanted to respond to Steve's other question. So just a note, Edmund from .Asia, also serving on the ICANN board, but I'm not speaking in my capacity of board, but as a general participant. But on the first item that you mentioned, the elephant or the burning question that Jeff has, ICANN is, and both the ICANN community and ICANN itself is actively participating in discussing those issues, and I think Jeff can add to that. At the ICANN meetings, actually, those were discussed a few years back. You might remember DOA, DOH discussions. That's part of what I think Jeff mentioned, and Jeff, please add to it. And follow from that what is called OARC. I don't know whether you know OARC, but I don't really know the long version. It's Operational Research Analysis Coalition, something like that. But that I think is also part of the multi-stakeholder model in the work. Because I want to emphasize one thing, that, and the reason why this session is here at the IGF and not at ICANN is because of that broader sense. And this is an issue that is not just an ICANN issue, but an issue that we need to involve other stakeholders, for which ICANN is one of them. The who is a matter has a slightly smaller element to that, but the other part has a bigger element to that, and it's closer to things that we talk about, such as DNS abuse. ICANN can do one part of it, but there's a much larger DNS community that needs to do further work on those type of things. So I don't know whether Jeff wants to add to it, but just quick answer is that ICANN and the ICANN community are working on that other elephant as well, and hopefully it will shrink or start walking away. But Jeff, you definitely have much more.
I have some bad news. I have some very bad news for you. The issue is that once abused, there's no coming back, and the response from the technical community is heading down a path that, quite frankly, touches upon an addiction in this industry. We are addicted to open DNS data. What if the DNS and its use generated no data whatsoever? Nothing. Could not see it. Nobody, no matter how good their tool. What then? What names am I going to look up for registration if I don't know what names are being used in the first place? Once you get a totally opaque system, then this entire conversation heads down an entirely different path that very few people are actually prepared to think about right now. But the response from the technical community is to create precisely that picture, that there is no attribution in the use of names whatsoever if we head down this area of abusification and encryption. There's just nothing left. So everything that we've been thinking about, yes, we know how the DNS works, we understand what DNS abuse is and so on. Once you go down this privacy path to its destination, all the lights go out. It's dark. And at that point, it's an entirely different world. And exactly how we're going to respond as law enforcement, as engineers, as network operators, when the network has all the lights turned off, is a question I don't think anyone's actually able to answer. Now, what's ICANN's role in all this? I'm not sure ICANN has a role other than be another onlooker into what is either going to be a phenomenal success for privacy or a phenomenal, but I do know the path is inexorable and the answers are certain. We are going to turn the lights off. And, you know, that's just one of those things that's going to happen. It's an interesting area to contemplate.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, we have 3 minutes left. Andrew?
Fantastic. You may as well stay there, Jeff, because I thought he was looking bored, so I wanted to bring him in anyway. Two things. The picture you painted, Jeff, before when you sort of touched on encrypted DNS and DNSSEC and so on was all very positive. You didn't mention, unusually for you, the lack of take-up of many of those. So designing the protocol is interesting, but that's the start of the solution. It's a long way short of the end. And I would suggest part of the problem for the lack of take-up is so ITF, when it develops standards, there's little or, in reality, no involvement of the end-user community. So maybe we'll get better take-up of standards if we bother to involve the end users in the design process. Because we're designing things that are either too hard to implement or they're not interested in implementing. So ticking the box because we've got the protocol is not really that interesting in solving this. And then just briefly and finally, to your point on when we get to that destination of everything going dark, if we have a diverse standards community which includes CISOs, I can tell you from first-hand experience of talking to them, they will be horrified at that because we kill enterprise cybersecurity when we go dark. And then if we think we've got privacy, we're deluded because at that point, we've got no privacy at all because we've got no security. So I think the privacy purists, I think, are kidding themselves if they think they get privacy by removing all the data. That's when they really have a problem. It'd be far worse than it ever was before.
Andrew, just think for a second, and I'll respond very, very quickly. The biggest tension in the internet is between applications and infrastructure, and the applications have won the game hands down. Quick is not a transport protocol. Quick is an attribute of the application. The application designers, and particularly the browser engines, have lost patience with the rest of us. Privacy in the DNS is not a DNS infrastructure problem anymore. It's what browsers are doing and where applications are heading. They have the money, the agility, the update factory and infrastructure. And so the DNS is being taken away from traditional DNS operators because they're basically too slow and the job they're doing is not good enough from the perspective of the application. And that battle for control, round one happened in Firefox, round two will happen in Chrome and Safari. And in fact, Apple is probably there already with its relay, Apple privacy relays. So Andrew, the fight is happening further up the protocol stack, and the application folk who have the money, the agility, and the motive appear to be winning hands down at this particular point in time. The infrastructure folk are being left behind. It's interesting to think about. Thank you.
Manal, you have your hand up?
Yes, it's a more of a general comment, and I feel obliged because I've been mentioned twice. So quickly to agree with Steve on the importance of the data collected during the proof of concept, and also to agree with Farzi that there are many aspects to this discussion. And it's very interesting to see that despite the diverse views, we are all talking from a public interest perspective. So on one side, it's privacy. On the other side, it's safety. And I hope we can utilize ICANN's bottom-up multi-stakeholder model to continue a constructive and inclusive discussion to be able to strike a right balance in that respect. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Manal. That is actually a wonderful way to end it because unfortunately, my friends, we are out of time, even though there are more questions. Thank you very much for coming. I'd like to thank Becky Burr, Yuko Yokoyama, Jeff Houston, Manal Ismail, Patrick. Thank you for getting up so early and being our online moderator. And thank you all for coming. This concludes that session.
Good evening. Tech team, it's okay? Okay. Welcome to this workshop number 86 at this hall. It's very pleasure to be here discussing about artificial intelligence and cyber defense, especially from developing country perspective. This is Bauram Ariel, and by profession I'm a lawyer, and I've been engaged in various law and technology issues from Nepal. And I would like to introduce very briefly my panelists this evening. Mr. Sarim is from Meta, and he leads Meta South Asia policy team, and significantly engaged in AI and policy and technology issues. And he will be representing this panel from business perspective. And my colleague is Waqas Hassan. He is lead of international affairs of Pakistan Telecommunication Authority, Pakistan. And he is engaged in regulatory perspective, and he will be sharing regional and of course from Pakistan perspective on regulatory perspective. And my colleague Michael is from Zambia, and he is cyber analyst, and he is investigator in cybercrime, and he will be representing from law enforcement agency. And Dr. Tatiana Tropina is assistant professor from Leiden University, and she will be representing policy perspective, especially from a European perspective. So artificial intelligence has given very significant opportunity for all of us. It has now become a big word, though it's not a new one, but recently it has become very popular tools and technology. And lots of threats also have posed by the contribution of technology of artificial intelligence. At this panel, we'll be discussing how artificial intelligence could be beneficial in especially cybersecurity perspective or defense perspective, and also how we can discuss on the framework of defense side on potential risk of artificial intelligence in cybersecurity, cybercrime, mitigation of these kind of issues. I'll go to directly with Michael, who is experiencing directly various risks and threats and handling cybercrime cases in Zambia. And Michael, please share your experience and the perspective, especially you have been very engaged in IGF perspective. I know you have been MAG member and engaged in African continent as well. Floor is yours, Michael.
Good afternoon and good morning and good evening. I know the time zone for Japan is literally difficult for most of us who are not from this region. So of course in Africa it's morning, in South America it's probably in the evenings. So all protocols observed. So basically I am a law enforcement officer working for Zambia Police Service under the cybercrime unit. In terms of the current crime landscape, we've seen an increase in terms of crime that are technology enabled. We've seen crimes that you wouldn't hope, like expect that such a thing would happen, but at the end of it all, we've come to discover that most of these crimes that are being committed are enabled by AI. I'll give you an example. If we take a person who's never been to college or who's never done any computing course is able to program a computer malware or a computer program that they're using it for their criminal intent, you'd ask what skills have they got for them to execute such? all we've come to understand is everything has always been enabled by AI, especially with the coming of ChatGPT and other AI-based tools online, which basically are free. With their time on hand, they'll be able to come up with something that they may execute in their criminal activities. So this itself has posed a serious challenge for law enforcers, especially on the African continent and mostly to developing countries. Beyond that, of course, we handle cases, we handle matters where it has become difficult to distinguish a human element and an artificial intelligence generated, whether it's an image, whether it's a video. So as a result, when such cases go to court or when we arrest such perpetrators, there's a slightly, like, it's a gray area on our part because the AI technology are able to do much, much more and much, much faster than the human can comprehend. So as a result, from the law enforcement perspective, I think AI has caused a bit of some challenges.
What kind of challenges you have experienced? What kind of challenges you have experienced as a law enforcement agency significantly?
So basically, it comes to the use of digital forensic tools. Like, I would give an example. A video can be generated that would appear to be genuine, and everyone else would believe it, and yet it is not. You can have cases which have to do with freedom of expression, where somebody's voice has been copied, and if you literally listen to it, you'd believe that indeed this is a person who has been issuing this statement, when in fact not. So even emails, you can receive an email that genuinely seems to come from a genuine source, and yet probably it's been AI written and everything points out to an individual or to an organization. At the end of the day, as you receive it, you have trust in it. So basically, there are many, many, many areas. Each and every day, we are learning some new challenges and new opportunities for us to probably catch up with the use of AI in our policing and day-to-day activities, as we also try to distinguish AI activities and human interaction activities.
Thank you, Michael. I'll come to Tatiana. Tatiana is a researcher and significantly engaged in cybersecurity policy development. And as a researcher, how you see the development of AI, especially in cybersecurity issues, and as you represent in our panel from European stakeholder, so what is the European position on this kind of issues from policy perspective, policy frameworks? What kind of issues are being dealt by European countries? And Tatiana.
Thank you very much. And I do believe that in a way, the threat and the opportunity that artificial intelligence brings for cybersecurity or security in general, like let's say if we put it as protection from harm, might be almost the same everywhere, but the European Union indeed is trying to sort of deal with them and foresee them in a manner that would address the risks and harms. And I know that the big discussion in the policy community circles and also in academic circles is not the question anymore whether we need to regulate AI for the purpose of security and cybersecurity or whether we do not. The question is, how do we do this? How do we protect people and also systems and like kind of from harm while not stifling innovation? And I do believe that right now there are two approaches that are discussed, or not two, but mostly, you know, we are targeting two things. The risk-based regulation. So when the new AI systems are going to be developed, the risk is going to be assessed, and then based on risk, regulation will either be there or not. and outcome-based regulation. You want to create some framework of what you want to achieve and then give industry some ability to achieve it by their own means as long as you protect from harm. But I do believe, and I would like to second what the previous speaker said, from the law enforcement perspective, from crime perspective, the challenges are so many that sometimes we are looking at them and we are getting sort of, how do I say it? Not our judgment is clouded, but we have to do two things. We have to address the current challenges while foresee the future challenges, right? So I do believe that right now we are talking a lot about risks from large language models, generation of spear phishing campaigns, generation of malware, and this is something that right now is already happening and it's hard to regulate. But if we are looking to the future, we have to address a few things in terms of cybersecurity and risks. Sorry. Yeah. Well, first of all, the AI bias, the accountability and transparency of algorithms. We have to address the issues of deep fakes, and here it goes even beyond cybersecurity, it goes to information operations, into the field of national security. So this is just my baseline, and I'm happy to go into further discussions on this.
Thank you, Tatiana. Now, at the initial remarks, I'll come to Sarim. And from an industry player, Meta is one of very significant player, and Meta platform is also a platform that is very popular, as well as there are many risk Meta platform were complained, and not only Meta platform, you are just here, that's why I mentioned, but these platforms are sometimes many countries, they have complaints and they are not contributing, they are just doing business, and then technologies are being misused by people and the bad people. So there are few things like business perspective, technology perspective, as well as social perspective. So as a technology industry player, how you see the risk and opportunity of artificial intelligence, especially the topic that we have been discussing, and what could be the response from industry on addressing these kind of issues? Sorry.
Thank you, Babu, for the opportunity. I think this is a very timely topic. There's been a lot of debate around sort of, opportunities with AI and excitement around it, but also challenges and risks, as our speakers have highlighted. I think I just want to reframe this discussion from a different perspective. From our perspective, we do see, we have to actually understand the threat actors we're kind of dealing with. They are can sometimes be using quite simple methods to evade detection, but sometimes can use very sophisticated methods, AI being one of them. We have a cybersecurity team at Meta that's been trying to stay ahead of the curve of these threat actors. And I want to point to a sort of a tool, which is like our adversarial threat report, which we produce quarterly. And that's just a great information tool out there, just for policy tool as well, to understand the trends of what's going on. This is where we report on in-depth analysis of influence operations that we see around the world, especially around coordinated inauthentic behavior. Right? If you think about the issues we're discussing here around cybersecurity, a lot of that has to do with inauthentic behavior, someone who's trying to appear authentic, whether from a phishing email to a message you might receive, and hacking attempts and other things. So that threat report is a great tool, and that's something we do on a quarterly basis. We've been doing that for a long time. We also did a state of influence ops report between 2017 and 20 that shows the trends of how sophisticated these actors are. But from our perspective, I think we've seen three things with AI, from a risk perspective, that honestly does not concern us as much. I'll explain why. Because one is, yes, like as Michael mentioned, the most typical use case is AI-generated photos and to try to appear like your real profile, right? But frankly, if you think about it, that was happening even before AI. In fact, most of the actions that we were taking on accounts that were fake previously all had profile photos. It's not like they didn't have a photo. So whether that photo is generated by AI or a real person shouldn't matter, because it's actually about the behavior. And I think that's my main point, is that I think the challenge with Gen AI is that we get a little bit stuck on the content. And we need to change the conversation about how do we detect bad behavior, right? And so that's one. Second thing we notice is that because of Gen AI being the hype cycle, the fact that it's almost every session here at IGF is about AI, it becomes an easy target for phishing and scams, because all you need to do is say, hey, click on this to access ChatGPT for free, and people are, because they've heard of AI, they think it's cool, they're more willing to get duped into those kinds of sort of hype cycles, which is common with things like AI and other things. The third is like as I think Michael also alluded to this, and Tatiana as well, that it does make it a little bit easier for, especially I would say, non-English speakers who want to scam others to use Gen AI to, whether you want to make ransomware or malware to make it easier, because now you've got a tool that'll help you fix your language and make it look all pretty. So it's like, okay, you've got a very nice autocomplete spell checker that can make sure your things are well written. So those are sort of the three high-level threats. But honestly, what I would say is that we haven't seen a major difference in our enforcement. And I'll give you an example. In Q1 of this year, we also have a transparency report where we report on, we measure ourselves and how good is our AI, and I think that's the point I'm trying to get to, is that we are more excited about the opportunities AI brings in cybersecurity and helping cyber defenders and helping people keep safe versus the risks. And this is one example. 99.7% of the fake accounts that we removed in Q1 of this year on Facebook were removed by AI. And if I give you that number, it's staggering. It's 676 million accounts were removed in just one quarter by AI alone. Right? That's the scale. So when you talk about scale detection, and it has nothing to do with content, I just want to bring it back to that. What we detected was inauthentic behavior, fake behavior. It shouldn't matter whether your profile photo was from ChatGPT or it doesn't matter, or your text. Because once you get into the content, you're getting into a weeds of what is the intent, and you don't know the intent, right? Whether it's real or, and in fact, I'll also point to the fact that some of the worst videos, you talked about fake videos, are actually not the Gen AI ones. If you look at the ones that went the most viral, they are real videos. And it's the simplest manipulations that have fooled people. So I'm pointing to the US Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, her video that went viral. All that they did was they slowed it down. And they didn't use any AI for that. And that had the most negative, like the highest impact, because people believed that there was a problem, right, with the individual, which clearly wasn't the case. It was an edited video. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that the bad actors find a way to use these tools, and they will find any tool that's out there, but I think so we really have to get focused on the behavior and detection piece, and I can get into that more. That's it for now.
Thanks, Sarim. It's very encouraging thing that 99% fake accounts are removed by AI. And what about reverse situation? Is there any intervention from AI on negative side in your platform?
No, like I said, I mentioned the three areas. Obviously, when we get into large language models, I also want to make the point that we believe the solution here, and going into solutions a bit early, but is that more people in the cybersecurity space, people who, we talk about amplifying the good. We need to use it for good and use it for keeping people safe. And we can do that through open innovation and open approach and collaboration, right? So, of course, the risks are there, but if you keep something closed and you only give it access to a few companies or a few individuals, then bad actors will find a way to get it anyway, and they will use it for bad purposes. But if you make sure it's accessible and open for cybersecurity experts, for the community, then I think you can use open innovation to really make sure the cyber defenders are using the technology to improving it. And this 99.7 is an example of that. I mean, we open source a lot of our AI technology actually for communities and for developers and other platforms to use as well.
Thanks. I'll come back to you on next round of Q&A. Waqas, you are at very hot seat, I know regulatory agencies are facing lots of challenge by technology, and now telecom regulators have very big roles on mitigating risk of AI and telecommunication and of course internet. So from your perspective, what you see the major issue as a regulator or as a government when artificial intelligence is challenging the platform in the way that people are feeling a risk, and of course from your Pakistani perspective as well, and how you dealt in this kind of situation in your country. Can you shed some light on this?
Yeah, thanks, Babu. Actually, thanks for setting up the context for my initial remarks here, because you already said that, I'm in a hot seat. Even now, I'm in the middle of, mid-platform, the police, and the researcher, even at this seating. With regulators, it's a bit of a tricky job, because at one hand, we are connected with the industry. On the other hand, we are directly connected with the consumers as well. This is more like a job where you have to do the balancing act whenever you're taking any decisions or any moving forward on anything. With cybersecurity itself being a major challenge for developing countries for so long, this new mix of AI has actually made things more challenging. You see, the technology is usually and primarily and inherently has been developed in the West. And that technology being developed in the West means that we have a first mover disadvantage for developing countries as well, because we're already lacking on the technology transfer part. What happens is that once that because of internet and because of how we are connected these days, it is much easier to get any information, which could be positive or negative. And usually the cybersecurity threats or the elements that are engaged in such kind of cyber crimes and all, they're usually ahead of the curve when it comes to defenses. Defense will always be reactive. And for developing countries, we have always been in a reactive mode. Meta has just mentioned that, their AI model or their AI project has been able to bring down the fake accounts on Facebook within 1 quarter by 99.7%. That means that they do have such an advanced or such an tech-savvy technology available to them, or resources available to them, that they were able to achieve this huge and absolutely tremendous milestone, by the way. But can you imagine something like this, or some solution like this in the hands of a developing country with that kind of investment to deploy something like this, which can actually serve as a dome or a cybersecurity net around your country? That's not going to happen anytime soon. So what does it come down to then for us as regulators? It comes down to, number one, removing that inherent fear of AI which we have in the developing countries. Although it is absolutely tremendous to see how AI has been doing, bringing in positive things, but that inherent fear of any new technology is still there. This is more related to behavior, which Sarim was mentioning. And I think it also boils down to one more point, which is intention. I think intention is what leads towards anything, whether it is on cyberspace or off the cyberspace. I think what developing countries need to tackle this new form of cybersecurity, I would call it, with the mix of AI, is to have more capacity, is to have more institutional capacity, is to have more human capacity, is to have have a national collaborative approach which is driven by something like a common agenda of how to actually go about it. We are so disjointed even in our national efforts for a secure cyberspace that doing something on a regional level seems like a far sight to me right now. So to just to sum it up, for example, in Pakistan, we have a national cybersecurity policy as well. We do have a national center for cybersecurity. We have, PTA has issued regulations on critical telecom and infrastructure protection. We do threat intelligence sharing as well. There is a national telecom cert as well. There are so many things that we are doing, but if I see the trend, that trend is more like last 3-4 years maybe, where things have actually started to come out. But imagine if these things were happening 10 years back, we would have been much more prepared to tackle AI now into our cybersecurity postures. So from a governance or a cybersecurity or from a regulatory perspective, it is more about how we tackle these new challenges with a more collaborative approach and looking at more developed countries for kind of technology transfer and to build institutional capacity to address these challenges. Yeah, thank you. I'll end with that.
Thank you, Akash. Actually, I was supposed to come on capacity, and Akash, you just mentioned the capacity building of people. Tatiana, I would like to come with you that how much investment on policy frameworks and capacity buildings coming in framing law and ethical issues in artificial intelligence, and whether industries are contributing to manage these things, and also from government side. So what is the level of capacity on policy research on framing framing the way out for these artificial intelligence and legal issues?
It's working, right? Thank you very much for the question. And I must admit, so I've heard the word investment. I'm not an economist, so I'm going to talk about people, hours, efforts, and whatever. So first of all, when it comes to security, defense, or regulation, I think we need to understand that to address anything and to create future frameworks, we need to understand the threat first, right? So we need to invest in understanding threats. And here it's not only, and I think I mentioned this before, it's not only about harms as we see it, for example, harm from crime, harm from deep fakes. It's also harm that is caused by bias, but ethical issue, because the artificial intelligence model is only as good, it brings as much good as the model itself, the information you feed it, the final outcome. And we know already, and I think that this is incredibly important for developing countries to remember that AI can be biased. And technologies created in the West can be double biased once technology transfer and adoption happens somewhere else. For example, when I've heard about Meta removing accounts based on behavioral patterns, I really would like to know how these models are trained. Be it content, be it language, be it behavioral pattern, does it take into account cultural differences between language, countries, continents, and whatever? And here, I do believe that what we talk about in terms of cooperation between industry, researchers, and governments and law enforcement is crucial. Just a few examples. Scrutiny, external scrutiny of algorithms, and I believe that both industry, government, or not both, three of you will agree with me, that it is incredibly important once the algorithm is created and trained to open it for scrutiny from civil society, from research organizations, because you need somebody to see if it's ethical from the outside. You know, to me, testing algorithms just by adopting them, ethically is the same as testing medicine or cosmetic on animals. We don't do this anymore. So it's not only building capacity itself, it's adopting a completely new mindset, how we are going to do this. And in terms of investment in creation of future-proof frameworks, you really need to see the whole picture and then see, okay, what kind of threats I'm addressing today and what kind of threats I might foresee tomorrow. And this is why I was talking about it is hard to think about future-proof frameworks because indeed defense will always be a bit behind. But if you forget about technology itself, technology can change tomorrow, but you can think about how you frame harms. What do you want to achieve in your innovation? And then say, okay, Meta, I want to achieve this level of safety. If you see this risk, please provide this safety and leave it to Meta and make Meta opening this also for external research. And this cooperation might bring you somewhere to the point where it would be more ethical, where it would be more for good in terms of defense. And I also want to say the existential fear of AI exists everywhere, I believe. And this is why every second session here is about AI, just because we are so scared. But I also do believe that we cannot stop what is going on. We really have to invest, and here I'm talking again not about money, but about people. And also, if I may, if I have not spoken for too long yet, I think that there are so many issues here that we have to detangle and again look at harms and look at algorithm itself. For example, the use of algorithm in creation of spare phishing campaigns or malware. We know how to address it. We need to work with prompt engineers because it creates malware only as good as the prompt you give it. And if a year ago you could say to ChatGPT, just create me a piece of malware or ransomware, and it will do it. Now you cannot do this. You need to split it into many, many prompts. So we have to make this untenable for criminals. We have to make sure that every tiny prompt, every tiny step that they can execute in creation of this algorithm, of this malware by algorithm, will be stopped. And yes, it is work, but this is work we can do. And so with any other harm. Sorry for speaking for too long. Thank you.
It's absolutely fine. Thank you very much bringing more issues in the table. Sorry, there was very interesting response from Tatiana. Setting the what is harm, how we understand and setting this, previously Vikas mentioned the fear of AI. So do we have any fear of these things from technology platforms like yours? How you are handling this kind of fear and risks technologically? I don't know whether you could be able to responding from technological side, but still from your platform perspective.
I think, yeah, I mean, any new tech can seem scary, but I think we need to move beyond that. And like, yeah, as Tatiana and others mentioned, the existential risk always becomes a distraction in the conversation. I think there's like near short-term risks that that need to be managed. And there are approaches. I think there's some really good principles and frameworks out there with the OECD principles, you know, about fairness, about transparency, accountability. I mean, the White House commitments as well. So there are good policy frameworks for countries to look at, and they certainly need to be localized to every region. But there's plenty of good examples, the G7 you know, Hiroshima process, that I think industry generally is supportive of, you know, in terms of making sure that we make AI responsibly and for good. But to me, I think the bigger question, the harms are sort of clear. The idea, I think now, is that how do we get this technology into the hands of more people who are working in the cybersecurity space? Because if you think about cybersecurity space, also 20 years ago, it was quite closed. But now you have a lot more collaboration and open innovation happening in that. It took 20 years for us to realize that actually that keeping cybersecurity close to a few does not help, because the bad actors get this stuff anyway, and then you just have like you're defenseless against them. So I think the same thing has to happen with AI. It's gonna be tough, but I think the governments and policymakers, if they need to incentivize open innovation. So when you have a model that's closed, you don't know how it was trained, you don't know, how it was built, you don't have a responsible, it makes it difficult for, for this community to figure out what are the risks. And I think, one of the things we did, for example, was we submitted our model. As our model is open source, it was launched just in July of this year, and already in 1 month it was downloaded by 30,000 people. Now, of course we did red teaming on it, we tested it but no amount of testing is going to be perfect, and the only way to get it tested perfectly is to get it out there in the open source community, and responsible players have access to it, they know what they're doing. And that's the beauty of AI. I think that's a game changer. Waqas mentioned that there's a capacity issue. Yes, there's a capacity issue. We have a capacity issue as Meta. You can't hire enough people to remove the bad content. AI helps us do that, right? So instead of having, you can have millions of people looking at what's on the platform and removing content, it'll never be enough, right? AI helps us get better so that you still need human review. You still need experts to know what they're doing, but it helps them be more efficient and more effective. And the same thing, an open innovation model can help developing countries catch up on cybersecurity, because now you don't need thousands and thousands of cybersecurity experts. You just need a few who have access to the technology, and that's what open innovation and open sourcing does, which is what we've done with our model. We even submitted our model to DEF CON, which is a cybersecurity conference in Las Vegas, and we said, break this thing, find the vulnerabilities. What are we not doing? Where are the risks? And we're waiting for the report, but that's how you make it better, right? Of course, we did our best to make sure that it takes care of the CBRN risks of chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear risks, but there are other risks that we may not have seen. So I think this is where putting it on open source, giving access to more researchers, it doesn't matter whether you're in Zambia or Pakistan or any other country, you have access to the same technology now that Meta has built. And that's how we get there to an open innovation approach. There are many other language models, I'm not going to name them, but they are not open. And Meta's is, so I think that's what we need to get policymakers to incentivize open hackathons on these kinds of things. Break this thing and create sandboxes to safely test this on, because a lot of the testing you can do is only based on what's publicly available. If governments have access to information that they can make available to hackers to say, okay, use this language model and see if you can do this, and in a safe environment, obviously, ethically, without violating anybody's privacy and things like that. So I think that's where we need to focus the discussion on policy.
Thanks, Sarim. I think one interesting issue is we are discussing from developing country perspective, right? This is our basic objective, and there are opportunities to all of countries. Access is always there, as you Sarim mentioned. But there are big gaps between developing countries and developed countries about the capacity we have been talking about. And especially if I see from Nepalese perspective, we have very limited resources, technology, as well as human resource. That is a big challenge on this defense. So, Michael, what is your personal experience leading from the front, and what is the capacity of your team, and what you see the gap between developing countries and developed countries on capacity of addressing these issues?
So basically, my experience is probably shared by all developing countries. We are consumers of services, products from developing countries. We haven't yet reached that stage where we can have our own homegrown solution to some of these AI model languages, where we can maybe localize it or train it on our own data sets. Whatever we are using or whatever is being used out there is a product of the Western world. So basically, one of the major challenges that we've encountered through experience is that the publicly availability of these language models in itself has proved to be a challenge, in the sense that anyone out there can have access to the tools. It simply means that they can manipulate it to an extent for their criminal purposes. As reported by Meta, in the first quarter of their use of the language model that they are using, they got close to $1 billion fake accounts. Am I correct? Closed. No, yeah. Whatever. It could be images, it could be anything that was not meeting the standards of Meta. So if you look at those numbers are staggering. Now imagine some of the information that Meta has brought down because of ethical and probably safety and other concerns were deployed to a third world country that has no single capacity to probably filter that which is correct, filter that which is not correct. It is becoming a challenge. As much as the crime trend is increasing, also with the borderless nature of the internet, the AI models have really become something that you have to weigh the good and the bad. Of course, the good outweighs the bad. But again, when the bad comes in, the damage it causes within a short period of time, like outshines the good. So at the end of it all, there are many, many challenges that we faced through experience. Only if we could be at the same level with developing countries in terms of their tools they are using to filter anything that is probably will bring public opinions in terms of misinformation, in terms of hate speech, in terms of any other act that we may deem not appropriate for society, or any other act that probably is a tool for criminal purposes.
Thanks, Michael. Vakas, would you like to intervene on this issue?
I think, like already mentioned, the pace with which the threats are evolving is, I think, unequal to inequal to what at the pace with which our defense mechanisms are improving. And why this is happening? This is because we don't have as much faster. The forensics is not as fast as the crimes are happening. Like Michael has already mentioned, it's a good thing that the tools or these models are open source, but at the same time, these models are equally available to people who want to misuse it as well. Now, the capacity of people who want to misuse it is sort of, when it outweighs the capacity of people who have to defend against it, you find incidents and you find such situations where we eventually say that, oh, look, AI is bad for us or bad for the society and all. But when we are better prepared, we are proactive. Like Facebook, what Facebook did is sort of proactive thing, rather than those accounts doing something which would eventually become a big fiasco. They actually took it down before something would happen. That is something which developing countries are usually lagging behind. Doing cyber security or having their cyber defense in a proactive mode rather than being a reactive mode. I'm not saying that not prepared, and I'm not saying that there is no proactive approach there. There is, but that proactive approach is hugely dependent on what kind of tools and technologies and knowledge and resources and investment available to the developing countries, rather than just saying that, okay, fine, we are doing proactive approach and we're doing these things. I mean, Michael is at the forefront of everything. He would know that the kind of threats that are emerging now are much more sophisticated than they were ever before. Are we as sophisticated and as prepared as we were before? I leave that question on the table. Thank you.
Can I just add a perspective?
Yes, sure, Sarim.
Yeah, so I think I'm coming back to my introduction. I don't think the risk vectors have changed. It's, sorry, you want to add something? Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, I mean, I think, yes, you might, as I said, the bad actors who want to cause harm are using the same vectors they were before Gen AI. I don't think, just because they're putting so it's like phishing, right? Like phishing is a good example. You don't solve for phishing okay, fine, they can have a much better email that's written that seems real and logos that look real and whatever, right? But that's not how you solve phishing. You solve phishing by making authentication credentials one-time use. Because any one of us, the most educated person in this room, can be phished, right? If you're running in a rush, you don't have time to check the email address, you just read something and it looks real, you're gonna click on it. Yeah, we've all been there. We've all done it, right? I'm gonna raise my hand. So that threat vectors in terms of what you're talking about, it haven't changed. Same with the fake accounts. So our fake account detection doesn't care how real your photo is or isn't. It's based on AI, it's based on behavior. And that behavior, yes, of course, we have 3.8 billion users. We have to be careful that this is the spammy behavior we're seeing, people creating multiple accounts on the same device or sending 100 messages in a minute and spamming people and things like that. So it's really bad behavior. It doesn't matter what it is, it's wrong. What country you're from, what culture you're from. So that's the kind of stuff, it is universal, right? And same with phishing, it's quite universal. So yes, there are certain risks, same with NCII. So NCII was still there before Gen AI, non-consensual intimate imagery. So you can use Photoshop for that, you don't need Gen AI. And unfortunately, that's the biggest harm we see. That's the biggest risk, we talked about risk. And that's a separate topic where I'm talking on a panel on child safety as well, where you need collaboration. We have an initiative called stopncii.org, where if you are a victim of NCII, and again, this is where AI helps. So if anyone is a victim, you know a victim of NCII, and their pictures have been compromised, and whoever is blackmailing them and things like that, you can go to stopncii.org, and you can submit that video or image, and we use AI to block them across all platforms, all services. This is the power of AI, right? Even if it's like slightly changed or because we take that hash and we do that. So this is the power of AI. I think it helps us with sort of preventing actually a lot of harm. Whereas it would be, without AI, you can easily do the same thing. It might make it a little bit easier, or maybe it makes it high quality, but the quality of the impersonation or the quality of the attempt doesn't really change the risk vector.
Tatiana, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. What I wanted to say largely goes in line with what you say, because I made one line when I was listening. Misuse will always happen. We have to understand that we should stop fixating on technology itself. Any technology would be misused. If you want to create bulletproof technology, you should not create any technology, because it will always be people who misuse it, who would find the way to misuse it. Crime follows opportunity. That's it. Any technology will be misused. And also about phishing, for example, the human is the weakest link always. You're not fooling the system only, you're fooling humans. And in the same way, we have to talk about harms. And here I go to one of my intro remarks. We have to focus on harms, not on technology per se. We have to see where the weakest link is, what exactly can be abused in terms of harms, where harm is caused. And in this way, I strongly believe that AI can bring so much good. And thank you for reminding me about the project of non-consensual image sharing. Of course, AI can do it automatically. You can compare hashes, you can have databases. But then again, when we look layer after layer, we can ask ourselves how this can be misused as well, and how this can be addressed, and so on and so forth. We just should always ask questions. And also, I would like to remind again and again, it's not only about technology. Let's always remember that it is humans who are making mistakes and humans who are abusing this technology. And this is where we also have to build capacity. Not only in technological development, not only in regulatory capacity, but after all, the whole chain of risk, focuses at the end on humans developing technology, on humans developing regulation, on humans being targeted, on humans making mistakes. And this is where we have to look at as well.
Thanks, Tatiana. Now, I would like to open the floor, and if you have any question, if Ananda Gautam, my colleague, is moderating online, and if there is any question, if you want to ask to the panel from online as well, who are joining this discussion, you can also put your question to the panel. And also, I'd like to request participants to speak or share your questions to the panel. Yes. Please introduce yourself briefly for the record.
Hello, everyone. I'm Prabhesh Subedi from Nepal. It's been so interesting in discussion. Thank you so much, panel. I want to just explore a little bit what we miss from today's discussion. Probably that is the capacity of individual countries to negotiate with big tech players, right? If you look at the present scenario, so much resources that is being collected from so-called third world, global south to the developed economy. And of course, they are boosting their economies through deploying this sort of technologies, and we have nothing. And that is one of the main reason we are not empowered, we are not capable to tackle this sort of challenges. And of course, another thing is the technology is so much concentrated to the global north. And I'm not pretty sure that they do care equally, inclusively to the big number of population living in the global south, and economy comes first. So it will be continue what is happening today, and will be continue in the AI time, AI dominated time. That is my observation. And what is yours? I would like to ask from panelist side.
Any specific resource person you would like to ask?
Anyone can. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, I think as I said before, first of all, I agree with you. There's a way of making technology more inclusive, and that has to be by design. And that's why I think principles, when it comes to the frameworks that are out there on AI, being led by Japan and OECD and the White House, it is about inclusivity, fairness, making sure like there's no bias in there. But those are all policy frameworks. I think from a tech perspective, as I said, I think open innovation is the answer. And AI can be the game changer where, as I explained, it is out there. There's no reason why the same technology that we've open sourced that the Western countries have, now researchers and academics and developers in Nepal and other countries in Africa can also access. And this is an opportunity to get ahead. And you don't need, AI is the game changer because it's about scale. It's about doing things at scale and being able to, especially if you think about systems and protecting systems and the threats you're talking about, it's not a problem where you throw people at and it'll get solved. Of course, you need to do capacity building and you need experts, but it helps them be more efficient, more effective. So I'd love to see what the community, it's only a few months old, our model. It's called Llama 2. You can go and look at it. You can look, there's a research paper along with it that explains how the model was built, because we've given an open source license under acceptable use policy. And so, yeah, and there's derivatives already out of it. So you can't even use the language argument anymore, because the Japanese took that model and they already made it into, they call it, I think, ELISA, and the Japanese University in Tokyo has made a Japanese version of that model. So and we're excited to see what the community can do. And I think that's the way we can continue to innovate, make sure that nobody gets left behind.
I do not completely agree with you, because you can already see that, for example, ChatGPT has the premium and free version, and the majority of users are from, of course, from the developed economies, and it's quite difficult to afford. And there is no always chance to be the openly and easily availability of such resources. And if you are not habited and if you are not well equipped with the resources, how can you be capable to tackle the upcoming challenges in the future?
So I don't work for ChatGPT or OpenAI, so I can't speak for them. But our model is open source. it's already public, and it's the same, and anyone can basically write another ChatGPT competitor using that.
Thank you, Praveshji. Tatiana, he raised one interesting debate on global north and global south. Do you see?
Well, thank you very much. This is very interesting debate. And as a
introduce,
student of international relations, I am Dr. Muhammad Shabir from Pakistan, representing here civil society, the Dynamic Coalition on Accessibility and Disability. So the debate here going on, I sort of, as a student of international relations, I would agree to this, that we don't live in an equal world. The terminologies, inclusivity, accessibility, they all seem very fine on the paper, but in reality, when we see what is happening here, is unfortunately we live in a real world and not in an ideal world where everything would be equal towards one another. Waqas raised a very valid point, and I would want to ask that question from Waqas, and then I would seek the response from Meta. You talked about the transfer of technology. What sort of technology are you talking about here? And my question from Meta and the global north is that how far are they ready to share that technology with the global south? When it comes to diversity, inclusivity, not to talk of the earlier point my friend raised about the price and the open and free plus premium versions of different softwares that are out there in the market. Those will remain there, but what sort of technology are we talking about here in terms of transferring? Of course, AI is a tool like any other tool, but I can see that when it was human against human, so it would be like a sharp knife that could be used against any other person, but that would be human using against human, a tool. But this time, AI as a tool being used as not just as a computer, it would be a computer against a human who would be targeted. So the threat, as my friend from Meta is talking about, is just a real one, and it seems that it's like a phishing one. The example cannot be equated. I think this is something that we need to discuss. The response measures have to be as sharpened, as quick, and as faster as the technology that we are developing here is. But I would want to seek the response on my earlier point from Waqas and then from Meta. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think when we say technology, it's primarily, of course, one of the examples is how Meta has just open sourced their AI model, which of course is something that any nation can use to develop their own models. What we're talking about is standardization of these technologies, in my view. Once something gets standardized, it is available to everybody. That's how telecom infrastructure works, across the world. If there is a standardized technology, of course, it is easier for developing countries or developed countries, any interested party to take advantage of. Threat intelligence. What kind of threats are out there? What kind of issues are they dealing with? What kind of information sharing could be there? What kind of new crimes are being introduced? How AI is being misused, and then how that situation is being tackled by the West. Technology itself is just a word. It is more about what are you sharing? Are you sharing information? Are you sharing the tools? Are you sharing experiences? Are you even sharing human resources? You mentioned that now it is human versus AI, but how about AI versus AI? Can we develop such tools or AIs that can preempt and work. Like it's just like I'm going back into the cyber warfare movies and all that, which used to predict that in the future bots would be fighting against each other, but we're not there yet. But if we are investing in AI for defense mechanisms to improve the cybersecurity posture, like Meta has just done, that investment muscle is currently not that much available to the developing countries. So we have to look towards the West. And what they are developing is something that we need, and we're gonna need for a foreseeable future, in terms of the tools, in terms of the information, in terms of the experience sharing, and in terms of the threat intelligence that they have. Thank you. And I'll leave it to Sarim to respond to the other part.
Thank you, Vikas. So I think it's a good question. Maybe I didn't set context of what Llama 2 is. So Llama 2 is a large language model, similar to OpenAI's ChatGPT, except the difference is it's free for commercial use and it's open source. So the technology is available for any researcher, anyone to deploy their own model within their own environment. So you can put it on, if you've got the computational power, in your own cloud, you can deploy it there on your computer, or you could deploy it on Microsoft's Azure or AWS and any other. So it's basically a large language model that helps you sort of perform those automated tasks. But it's out there for open source, meaning that it's, we invite the community to use it, it's free. We don't charge, there's no like paid version of it. Obviously you have to agree to the conditions and agree to the responsible use AI guide. But beyond that, yeah, that's what we've launched just this year. And we're excited to see how the community around the world uses it for different use cases. And there are use cases we didn't even realize. That's the beauty of open source things. Like we won't know how it will get used by different governments, by institutions to deploy. Of course, we only make it better and safer through red teaming, through testing, all that. But the more cyber security experts tell us the vulnerabilities and use it, that's how we'll improve it.
Thanks, Sarim. Tatiana, observing these two questions, I was supposed to ask you the debate of global south and global north capacity and the impact on artificial intelligence and cyber defense issue.
I must admit here that I cannot speak for global south, which is global majority, right? It is hard for me to assess capacity there, but I can certainly tell you that even in the global north, if we call the global minority global north, the artificial intelligence in cyber, so capacity in cyber defense. On the one hand, of course, if we're talking about expertise, we might talk about some high quality specialists and better testing and whatever. But believe me, the threat is still there, and there is lack of understanding what kind of threat is there in terms of national security, in terms of cyber operations. Because so much is connected in the global north, because people follow things on the internet so much. The question, for example, deepfakes and elections. And I love the story about Nancy Pelosi video, because you don't have to change anything. You just have to slow down or speed up and whatever. So the question here, again, boils down to capacity to assess the threats before you have capacity to tackle them. And I do believe that right now in the so-called global north, we have this problem as well. Capacity to understand the threat. Are we just saying, oh my God, it's happening? Or are we really kind of disentangling it, looking at what is actually happening and then assessing it? And I do believe that indeed, there is a gap when we say when we talk about developing countries and developed countries in technological expertise, in what you can adopt, in how you can address it. But in terms of understanding the threat, we still lack capacity in global north as well. We still lack understanding of the threat itself. And there is a lot of fear-mongering going on as well. And I do believe that in this term, we have to share this knowledge, we have to share this capacity, because yeah, the threat can vary from region to region, but at the same time, the harm will be to people, be it elections, be it cyber threats, be it national security threats. And here I do believe that there is such a huge potential for cooperation between what you call global north and global south. And by the way, I do think that we have to come up with better terms.
Thanks, Tatiana. I'll come on cooperation. I'll go to the question.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
Giving me the floor. My name is Adama Jallo. I'm coming from the Africa IGF as a MAG member. Very interesting session, really. I think when we talk about AI, most of the time it's us from the global south or developing countries have the most questions to ask because we have the bigger concerns. We still tagging along. When it comes to AI, we are concerned about how inclusive it is and how accessibility it is. For example, coming from an African context, we are still struggling with the infrastructure. We talk about electricity, access to electricity is a problem. And you need to be online, you need to be connected to be able to utilize most of these facilities that comes with AI. But we are already having those challenges, so it's difficult for us to actually either follow the trend or keep up with the trend. So it always brings us to mind also as well, we have so many people that don't really have no access to internet. We don't even know what is digital. And we talk about inclusion. How do we bring those people along? And how can they keep up with the whole idea? There is always a concern, what are the risks, what are the challenges, how do we move away from the status quo, how do we follow suit, and what are the risks for us? And usually what are the benefits we get? But then it comes back to understanding, when it really draws back to digital literacy, how people are digitally literate to understand what are the risks and what the benefit that might come from it, and how we practically come to, I would say, tag along with already the global north that are far ahead from where we are coming from. There is always the issue of people trusting AI, you know. From where I'm coming from, people will ask, is AI here to take our jobs? You know, how much can we be dependent on AI and not really, would it balance how creative we are? Because some of the consumers, when you are a consumer of AI, you are consuming. So does that really limit you being creative and also just being the consumer and just, you know, receiving and receiving and receiving, and not also, you know, it limits how can we balance the creativity of the human being. So it's a bit off balance, but it's good to bring this to the table to ensure that when we are moving, there must be people left behind, but we see how to draw them along. And this is something that I just wanted to throw out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything you would like to respond, or I have one important side of cooperation. We started about the global north and global south, and we're talking from a developing country perspective and how we can build up a cooperation on addressing at national, regional, and global level. So what could be the possible framework for addressing these issues? Tatiana?
Sorry, I think that we already mentioned the principles. And they are basically, okay, they're not that global, but I do believe that I absolutely love the previous intervention. I'm sorry, I didn't catch the name, but I do think that there are so many. So if we look about principles of AI, like, for example, fairness, transparency, accountability, and so on and so forth, I think that we really need to redefine what fairness means. we really need to redefine what fairness means, because I think that right now when we're talking about fairness, we do talk about applicability of fairness to what you call global north. And I think that if we look at fairness much broader, it will include the use of technologies and the impact on these technologies to any part of the world, to any part of society. It is hard for me to think about cooperation on the global level, like, you know, we all get together and happily develop something. I'm not sure this can happen, really, unless the threat is imminent. but yeah, so I do believe that we have to, when we think about global cooperation, when we think about global capacity building, we should not start from threats. We should start from building a better future. We should start from benefits. And I think that fairness would be the best way to start. How do we make technology fair? How do we make every community benefiting from this technology? I know that you probably want me to talk about more practical steps. I will be honest here, I do not have an answer to this question, because unless we frame the place where we start from, which will include fairness for every country and every region and every user, instead of threats, instead of, oh my God, we are all going to die tomorrow from AI, or we are going to be insecure tomorrow. We should start with the benefit, how AI can benefit everybody, every population, every community, everyone. And if we start from the premise of good and define it and somehow frame it, and it's already framed in a way, but, you know, widen this frame. I think starting there would be a much better place. And in terms of practical steps, I do believe that the baby steps are already taken by civil society, by the industry, where certain players throw away the concept, move faster and break the things, to the concept, let's go more open, more fair, more transparent, more inclusive. This is already a good start. I do not know if attempt to regulate would bring us there. I do not think so, actually. I think that attempts to regulate should go hand in hand in what we do as civil society, as technical community, as companies cooperating with each other. But to me, honestly, the first step would be to redefine the concept of fairness.
I'd like to add one thing just here with what just Diana has said. She's spoken about global cooperation as well. I like to take this from the other angle, which is reverse angle, which is starting from the national level. Information sharing, threat intelligence sharing, developing tools, mechanisms against, or using AI for cyber defense. That starting point is, of course, your national level policy, your national level initiatives, or whichever body that you have in your country. For example, in Pakistan, we do have such bodies. Now, on APAC level as well, there are bodies. For example, there is an Asia Pacific CERT as well. They do cyber drills. ITU also organizes cyber drills for countries to participate on and all. So there is some form of collaboration happening. How effective it is, I can't say for sure, because this particular mix of AI into this cyber security and cyber drills is something which I haven't seen in any agenda so far. But the starting point is again a discussion forum, like we are sitting at right now, like in IGF, for a national cybersecurity dialogue to start, which can then sort of meta size into a regional dialogue, which then eventually gives input to the global dialogue. Whether it's human, whether it's AI, whatever it is, the starting point of every solution is a dialogue, in my opinion. So I think this is where collaboration comes in. This is where information sharing comes in, especially for the developing countries. If you don't have the tools or the technologies, at least what we have is each other to share information with. So I think that should be the starting point. Thank you.
Thanks, Vikas. Michael, on cooperation? How we can build a cooperation on cyber defense and what kind of strategies we can take on that?
So basically, we've discussed a lot of issues. Most of them, we've looked at issues that have to do with fairness, accountability, and ethical use of the AI. There are many challenges that, as a law enforcer, we face. But in all, this discussion would definitely come in a broader way in the future when actually the law enforcers themselves start deploying AI to detect, prevent, and solve crime. Now that will affect all of us, because at the end of it all, we are looking at AI being used by criminals to target probably individuals, to get money, probably to spread fake news. But now, imagine you are about to commit a crime, and then AI detects that you're about to commit a crime. There's a concept of pre-crime. So that will affect each and every one of us. Just a simple show of behavior will detect what crime you'd want to commit or you commit in the future. So now that will bring up the issues of human rights, issues of ethical use, a lot of issues, because at the end of it all, it will affect each and every one of us. Today we're discussing on the challenges that AI-driven defense system has brought, but in the future, not even in a distant future, just probably in a few years' time, it will be something that all of us will have to probably face in terms of being judged, being assessed, being profiled by AI. So as much as we may discuss other challenges, let us also focus at the future when AI starts policing us.
Thanks, Michael. One question from you. Yeah, question. Comment. Yeah, please. Mic there. Introduce, please.
Thank you. Thank you for the insightful reflection. This is Santosh Sigdal from Nepal, Digital Rights Nepal. On the question of collaboration, I think Tatiana said that we have to define the concept first. I think we have to also define the concept of cyber defense. If we are moving from cyber security to cyber defense, we have to have a kind of open discussion, because defense is the job of government. Normally government, national security, defense, they are dominant actor. And they do not want to have other actors on the table citing national security. It has happened in lots of other issues, be it freedom of expression, be it other civil rights. So national security is kind of domain, their domain, government domain. And we are talking that promoting cyber defense, not cyber security, in developing countries. So within the developing countries, we are empowering whom? We are empowering the government, we are empowering the civil society, we are empowering the tech companies. Which stakeholder we are talking about? So I think we have to deconstruct the whole concept of cyber defense, and at the same time, we have to kind of deconstruct developing countries. Talking about within the developing countries, in the AI regulation, or we also talked about AI regulation, and in the discussion of cyber defense, are the civil society now on the table to discuss these issues? I'll give you one example. In Nepal, recently Nepal adopted the National Cyber Security Policy, and one of the provision in the cyber security policy is that the technology or the consultation, ICT related technology or consultation would be procured by the different system than the existing public procurement process, and that process will be defined by the government. So now they are having a new shield or the new layer where the public or the civil society would not be discussed what kind of technology government is importing into the country or what kind of consultation they are having on the cybersecurity issues. So while talking about these issues, I think we have to also, another factor is we have to discuss about the capacity of the government to implement it. Whether that kind of defense or the capacity we are talking about, whether other governments are supporting them, is it available within the national context, or whether there is a geopolitics in the play. because it has happened in many situations. Cyber defense is part of the geopolitics as well. So we have to also consider that dimension. So in my opinion, that you said earlier, yeah, technology is different, but the values are same. So we have to focus on the values. And I think the Human Rights Charter or the Internet Right and Principles are the basic values that we have to uphold. We are talking about different, Sabir Bhai earlier said about those values having in the paper and those values having in the practical world. At least to start, we have to, I think, start with the values that we have already agreed on. All we have agreed on the paper, then we have to make them practical in the real life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have just 8 minutes left. Can you please briefly share your thoughts?
Hi, thank you. My name is Yasmin from the UN Institute for Disarmament Research. So I just have a quick question. So based on my previous, I've been following the issue of AI and cybersecurity for a few years now, and I see that while both fields are so inherently deeply interconnected, fact is that at the multilateral level, other than processes like the IGF, and even so, it's only been recent, most of the deliberations are done in silo. You have processes for cyber, you have processes on AI, but they don't really interact with each other. So, but at the same time, I see that there is increased awareness on making, on coming up with governance solutions that are sort of multidisciplinary and touch upon tech altogether. And one of the approaches that have been proposed is responsible behavior. And as states are trying to develop their national security strategies along the lines of responsible behavior on using these technologies, I was wondering if all the panelists, based on your respective areas of work, whether it's in the public or private sector, if you have any sort of best practices that you would recommend or you would be sharing to the audiences here on, when states are trying to develop their national security strategies, what sort of best practices have worked on your experience to govern these technologies in the security and defense sector? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, but we have very less time. We have just 6 minutes left. A very quick intervention from Michael and takeaway from all the panelists.
Yeah. So basically, to probably just touch a bit of what she's asked. So in integrating AI into the defense system, of course, she's mentioned issues of national cybersecurity strategies. There's also need for regulatory frameworks. There's also need for capacity building, collaboration, data governance, incident response, and ethical guidelines, of course, within international cooperation. So as she's put it, we are discussing two important issues in silos. Cybersecurity is discussed as a standalone topic without due consideration for AI. The same way AI is discussed in isolation without due consideration for cybersecurity and its impact. So there should be a point at which we must discuss the two as a single subject based on the impact and the problems we are trying to solve.
Thanks, Michael. Tatiana, closing remarks?
I would like to address this question because to me it's a very interesting one as somebody who is dealing with law and policy and UN process. Well, first of all, I think that this is not the first time when two interrelated processes are artificially separated in the UN. For example, look at cybersecurity and cybercrime process. They are also separated, and then we have cybersecurity and AI and so on and so forth. As to best practices, I will be honest here as well. I do not think that there are best practices yet. We are still building our capacity to address the issues. I would say that the things where I'm looking at to become best practices, there are quite a few. First of all, when we are talking about guiding principles, I believe that they are nice and good whenever they appear, but they do not tell you how to achieve transparency, how to achieve fairness, how to achieve accountability really in a way. So I'm currently looking at the Council of Europe proposal for global treaty on AI, and I think that this might be it's very kind of general as a framework, but this might be a game changer from the human rights perspective, which will play into fairness perspective in terms of agreed values. But I'm also looking to the EU AI Act, because this is where we might get a point where on the regulatory level we will prohibit profiling. and some other AI uses. And this might be a game changer, and this might become the best practice. And this is what I would be looking at, not at the UN, but on the EU level. Thank you.
Thank you. Sarim?
Thanks, Babu. Yeah, I think certainly you're right. It's still early days, right? I mean, we met as a member of the partnerships on AI with other industry players, and there's, I think, multi-stakeholder collaboration. I know it's been mentioned in every session. That is the solution, and I think there are good examples in terms of North Stars to look at in other areas. So, for example, you take child safety or you take terrorism. The AI is already doing some pretty advanced defensive stuff there on both fronts, right? So on child safety, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, like that, they have a cyber tip line where they inform law enforcement in different countries based on CSAM that's detected on platforms. And that's because industry, that's a public-private partnership becomes very key there, where industry works with them and they enable law enforcement around the world in that issue of child safety and child exploitation. So that's a good example of where we can get to on cybersecurity. Same with terrorism. The GIF-CT is a very important forum that where industry is a part of, and where we ensure that platforms are not used to. So I think back to the harms, like we have to know what is the harm we're trying to attempt, and do we have the right people focused on it. But I think on the AI front, that we're in the beginning of the stages of we need to have technical standards built. Like we do on other areas, like things like, okay, watermarking, what does that look like for audiovisual content? And that can be fixed on the production side, right? If everybody has this consensus, not just in industry, but across countries, and including countries in developing countries. But I do think the opportunity in the short term is for developing countries to take advantage of the incentivize, like we have a bug bounty program, for example, but incentivizing, giving data to local researchers and developers to help figure out vulnerabilities and train systems using that for your purposes locally is sort of the immediate opportunity, because these models are open source now and available.
Thanks, Sarim. Vakas, just we have 1 minute left.
Okay, one minute. I think we look at the government to do most of the things, almost everything, but this weight of responsibility to be more cyber ready has to be distributed, not only just between the government, but also among the users, among the platforms, among the academia, everybody. Like, I'm circling back to the multi-stakeholder model that we have and the collaborative approach that we always follow. I think if in the developing countries we cannot have the capacity or the technology to handle these challenges, so far at least what we do have is a share of responsibility that maybe all of us can have, and make sure that we are at least in somewhat ready to address these challenges being posed by AI in cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Vakas. We completed this discussion exactly on time. I'd like to thank all of you. Couple of things were very significantly we discussed. One is identifying harm, and the another was the capacity. And of course, these are two major things. And without taking more time for another session, I would like to thank all of you, our speakers, our online moderator, our audience from online platform, and of course all of you at a very late evening session in Kyoto IGF. Thank you very much. I conclude this session here now. Thank you very much.